Tyrannomon's usefulness is now over. So once again, it's not going to be long before I'm going to be passing the time by training until my Digimon fades away, in this case Tyrannomon. And since I'm going to be continuing to collect sirloins from Vegemon, I thought that I could get away with selling some of the sirloins in my inventory, reducing me to 50 sirloins. In previous challenges that I've done for this game, when I've waited for my Digimon to fade away, and what I have done is train, but also rest, so that the sweat bubble doesn't feature. Let my Digimon sleep when they want to sleep. Take them to the toilet when they need the toilet. Visit Vegemon for sirloins, or whichever Digimon it is on the meat farm. You know, Vegemon for sirloins, Palmon for giant meats, Tyrannomon for meats, and not feeding my Digimon. The way I'm doing it in this challenge, there is one difference, and that is that I don't rest, I just train. In the other challenges, I've typically trained but also rested, so that the sweat bubble hasn't featured, or at least hasn't featured much. But in this challenge, when I've been waiting for my Digimon to fade away, I haven't rested, I've just trained and kept training, and it's resulted in the sweat bubble showing up, and I've continued to train, and my Digimon's tiredness levels have become overwhelming, to the point where when I've continued to train, my stat boost that I've got from training has just been 1, and that happens when your Digimon's tiredness gets to the absolute maximum. And by doing things this way, my happiness and discipline has ended up becoming much lower, and I think that my Digimon's lifespan has also ended up becoming shorter, resulting in the Digimon fading away more quickly. Well, to be honest, in this challenge, once a certain Digimon's usefulness is over, and there's nothing more that I can do in the lifespan, I do want to move on to the next lifespan as soon as possible. I do want my, Digimon's life to end as soon as possible, so that I can, just move on to the next lifespan and then be able to make more progress. I know at the beginning of the challenge that there was a much stronger urgency, because I was trying to speed up Digivolutions, and I was ending my Digimon's life a lot more quickly by getting them killed, instead of waiting for them to fade away naturally. But there did come a point in which there was no longer the urgency, and Currently, there is no urgency, and I don't think there is going to be urgency again in this challenge. But even putting urgency aside, and even without deadlines, it is still nice to just be done with the old and move on to the new as soon as possible. You know, end one lifespan, move on to the next. And in the next lifespan, I am planning on choosing an egg, which you've already seen, but I'm planning on digivolving to a rookie who I haven't yet had in this challenge. No, I said that that the egg that I'm aiming for is an egg that I've already had. So that means that the egg that I'm aiming for is not the blue egg, because I haven't had that egg yet. So that means that the rookie Digimon that I'm aiming for is not going to be Penguinmon or Alepmon. I have had the green egg before, but I've already had all of the rookie Digimon that can come from that egg, including Kunamon. And then that leaves the yellow egg and the pink egg. And considering I've already had Kunamon, I'm obviously not going to be aiming to get Kunamon from either of those eggs. And I've already had Palmon from the pink egg, and I've already had Patamon from the yellow egg. So that means that the rookie that I'm aiming for in the next lifespan is either going to be Biomon or Betamon. If I pick the yellow egg, then it means that I'm aiming for Biomon. If I pick the pink egg, then it means that I'm aiming for Betamon. And with Tyrannomon fading away, it's not going to be long until you find out which egg it is that I'm going to be choosing. Will it be yellow, or will it be pink? The answer is pink. Which means that the rookie Digimon that I am aiming for in this lifespan is Betamon. It makes sense to aim to Digivolve to rookie Digimon who I haven't yet had, because that way I can recruit rookie Digimon who I haven't yet had. And the fact that I haven't yet had Betamon means that I haven't yet been able to recruit Betamon, not to mention that Betamon is able to digivolve to champion Digimon, who I haven't yet had. So as well as being able to recruit Betamon, I will also be able to add a new champion Digimon to the city. it's self-explanatory, you know, the logic of aiming to digivolve to Digimon who you haven't yet had, so that you can recruit Digimon that you haven't yet had. But it is also wise to recruit certain Digimon in certain orders, like aim to Digivolve to Digimon in certain orders so that you can recruit Digimon in certain orders, because there are cases where you have to recruit one Digimon before you can recruit a different Digimon, like for example Greymon. I mean, in this challenge, the rules that I'm going by, I would have to recruit Greymon before I would be able to recruit SkullGreymon, because you can't recruit SkullGreymon until you defeat him all 4 times, and that means having to defeat him the 3 other times first. And when you defeat him the 3rd time, you recruit Greymon, and in this challenge you would need to have Greymon as your Digimon when you defeat SkullGreymon for the 3rd time, because defeating SkullGreymon for the 3rd time results in Greymon joining the city, and then it wouldn't be until at some stage after that that you would then be able to have the 4th SkullGreymon battle, which results in you recruiting SkullGreymon, and obviously you would need to have SkullGreymon as your Digimon in order to be able to have the 4th SkullGreymon battle and recruit SkullGreymon. Yeah, that's just one example of why, you know, why you need to sort of like pause and think about all the different possible Digivolutions and recruitments, you know, think about the orders that are available to you. Not to mention that, you know, as well as, you know, Digivolve into a rookie Digimon and being able to recruit a rookie Digimon, you have to then think about, you know, the possibility of Digivolving to a champion Digimon and being able to recruit a champion Digimon, and also Digivolving to an ultimate Digimon and then being able to recruit the ultimate Digimon. And in the majority of cases in this game, most of the ultimate Digimon are not recruitable until quite a lot of progress has been made. Obviously Mummemon and Pixiemon are recruitable early on, but Metal Mummemon isn't recruitable until after you've recruited Greymon and have access to Factorial Town, and the same is true regarding Andromon and Guromon. Etamon's not recruitable until you have a minimum of 50 prosperity points. SkullGreymon's not recruitable until you've done the first part of Greylord's Mansion, recruited both Xiaomon and Greymon, and reached a minimum of 35 prosperity points. MetalGreymon, Megadramon and Digitalmamon are all, you know, non-recruitable until you have access to Mount Infinity, and in the case of Tyrannomon, you also have to defeat the final boss, Machinedramon. And the point I'm making is that it isn't necessarily optimal to Digivolve to champion Digimon who are able to Digivolve to those ultimate Digimon too early on, because if you Digivolve to the champion Digimon but are not in a position to encounter the ultimate Digimon, then the ability to Digivolve to that ultimate Digimon is all but pointless, and it would make more sense to put on hold Digivolving to that champion Digimon until you're in a position where it would be possible to encounter you know, an ultimate Digimon that the champion Digimon is able to Digivolve to, so that you can then Digivolve to the champion Digimon, so that you can then Digivolve to the ultimate Digimon, and then encounter that ultimate Digimon and recruit the ultimate Digimon. Like, at the moment, there would be no point in me trying to pursue the Digivolution of MetalGreymon, because I'm not going to be able to recruit him for a very long time. So there's no point in me Digivolving to MetalGreymon until MetalGreymon is available, which is going to be a long way into the future, and we are about to find out if Betamon is the Digimon that I'm going to be Digivolving to, and the fact that HP is my superior stat does make me feel optimistic about the Digivolution. Yes, Betamon is my Digimon. If I've understood the Digivolution guide correctly, Tyrannomon will Digivolve to Palmon if her superior stat is either MP, Speed, or Brains. And Tyrannomon will Digivolve to Betamon if her superior stat is HP or Defense. And in that case, HP was my superior stat. Since we have Betamon as our Digimon, we can go to the Mangrove region and recruit the Betamon, which is a very simple recruitment. It doesn't require any battling, so we're not going to need any stats in order for the recruitment to be possible. I think Betamon will put us up to 24 prosperity points, and if we had recruited him a lot sooner into this challenge, then he would have had a much bigger use, because he would have opened the mini item shop, you know, the one that he and Colamon work at. But since we've already opened the main item shop, Betamon's recruitment is not going to bring much value to the city, apart from the prosperity point that he's going to earn us. And before I do any more training, the Betamon recruitment is what my mind is focused on. You can see that I'm in the tropical jungle, and I am heading to the Mangrove region, to speak to Betamon and have him join the city. There he is. Simple enough. Now the Digivolution doesn't stop with Betamon. We are going to be aiming to Digivolve to a champion Digimon. A champion Digimon that we've not had before. And there are 4 Digimon that Betamon can Digivolve to. Seedramon, Waymon, Xiaomon, and Colamon. Okay, it is 24 prosperity points. Seedramon, Waymon, Xiaomon, and Colamon, all of whom are Digimon who we've not had before. If I begin with Waymon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 brains. I have the HP, but I don't have the brains, and I'm also about to have my first care mistake as Betamon. There it is. So I don't currently have the stat requirement for Waymon. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. I do currently have that. The weight requirement is 35 to 45. I don't currently have that. And the bonus condition either have a minimum of 28 techniques or have your discipline at a minimum of 60%. If my interpretation of happiness and discipline is correct, then we don't have the bonus condition either. I think we have 17 techniques at the moment, 16 individual techniques, including Dynamite Kick, and apparently Dynamite Kick counts as 2, because apparently there's like 2 different variants of it. And apparently the same is also true about Horizontal Kick. We don't have Horizontal Kick, but we do have Dynamite Kick, and I think we have 15 other techniques. So I think that we are at 17 techniques at the moment. And yeah, when it comes to happiness and discipline, I think that your happiness, and when it comes to like a requirement for happiness and discipline, I think that your happiness and discipline has to be in the positive, and when it says like discipline 60% full, I think that means in the positive and 60% full, so only like 40% of the way from being at the absolute maximum. And if you look at our current discipline, well, it's actually in the negative now. But if you look at our happiness, then I would say it's probably about 5%. Okay, now about 10%. It's as if you were to sort of say that your happiness being at the absolute minimum is 0%. Well, if you were to say that your happiness and discipline being at the absolute minimum is 0%, and then being at the absolute maximum is 100%, then our discipline at the moment would probably be about 50%, and our happiness would probably be like somewhere between 50 and 60%. But I don't think that's how it works. I think that it has to be in the positive, and then when it is in the positive, I think that, you know, when it says like discipline 60%, I think it has to be in the positive, and the gorge has to be like 60% full while it's in the positive. So at the moment, I would say our happiness is probably about 20 or 25%, whereas our discipline is probably about 5 or 10%, probably 5%. I'd say our discipline is probably about 5%, and happiness is probably about 20%. That's if my understanding is correct. Well, going back to the requirements, I don't have the stat requirement for Greymon. I do have the care mistake requirement. I don't have the weight requirement, and I don't think I have the bonus condition either. So that's just one of the requirements at the moment. If I was to move on to Xiaomon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. I don't have the stat requirement because even though I've got 1000 HP, I don't have 100 defense. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. I don't have the care mistake requirement for Xiaomon. I've actually lost track of how many times Betamon has messed on the floor, but it's not been 5, and when I return to the HP training, I might be able to know, based on how many pieces of feces there are next to the boulder. The weight requirement for Xiaomon is 35 to 45, don't currently have that. And there are 2 elements to the bonus condition. One is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. One of them is to have Betamon as your Digimon. So we do have the bonus condition for Xiaomon, and that is a guarantee, but we don't currently have any of the other requirements for Xiaomon. And there were 4 pieces of feces next to the boulder, and if they were all from Betamon, then that would mean that we've had 4 care mistakes, but I'm not sure if all of them were from Betamon. I'm just looking at the care mistakes for, sorry, the requirements for Colamon. The stat requirement is 100 defense. We don't currently have that. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3. I think we do have that. I think we have 3 or 4 care mistakes. So I think we do have the care mistake requirement for Colamon. Our weight is just 12, and the weight requirement for Colamon is 25 to 35, so we don't currently have that. The bonus condition for Colamon is to either have a minimum of 35 techniques or a maximum of 5 battles. Due to the battles, we do have the bonus condition for Colamon, along with the care mistake requirement, I think. So that's 2 of the requirements for Colamon. And then that just leaves Seadramon, where the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 1000 MP. We do have that. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3, and seeing as Seadramon is the Digimon that I am aiming for, I think it's fair to say that I have had enough care mistakes in order to fulfill the care mistake requirement for Betamon, be it 3 care mistakes or 4 care mistakes. Either way, we are fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Seadramon. The weight requirement is 25 to 35, we don't currently have that, but the bonus condition is to have a minimum of 28 techniques or a maximum of 5 battles. Due to the battle element of the bonus condition, we do have the bonus condition for Seadramon, and that is a total of 3 of the requirements: stats, care mistakes, and bonus condition. And in order to avoid fulfilling 3 of the requirements for any of the other Digimon, I think that we need to keep our weight down, because out of the Digimon that Betamon can Digivolve to, I think that your weight has to be a minimum of 25 in order for you to be able to fulfill the weight requirement for any of them, and in which case we need to keep our weight requirement down. And there are also certain stats that we might need to keep down, because we had 2 of the requirements for Colamon, and one of the requirements that we didn't have for him was the stat requirement, which is 100 defense, and if our defense was to get up to 100, then we would have 3 of the conditions for Colamon. And we also need to avoid having any more care mistakes, because for at least one of the Digimon, the care mistake requirement was a minimum of 5. If I just go back over it, Greymon, if we keep brains under 100 and keep weight under 35, then we definitely won't Digivolve to Greymon. Xiaomon, if we... oh, okay, we're Digivolving. Well, with Xiaomon, we actually only had 1 of the requirements met. We were missing the stats and the care mistakes and the weight. Seedramon is the Digimon that we have digivolved to, and well, in order for us to have in order for Xiaomon to have become a problem, out of getting defense up to 100 and getting care mistakes up to 5 and getting weight up to 35, we would have had to have done 2 of those 3 things in order for Xiaomon to have become a problem. And then with Colamon, in order for him to have become a problem, we would have needed to have either got our defense up to 100 or got our weight up to 25. But by doing what we did, we were successful with digivolving to Seedramon. We kept the necessary stats down. We had our care mistakes where they needed to be, and we kept our weight down as well. I think our weight was under 25, which meant that we didn't have the weight requirement for any of the Digimon, and that meant needing to have all 3 of the other requirements for a champion Digimon in order for a Digivolution to have been possible. And, you know, with Seedramon we managed to get the stats and the care mistakes and the bonus condition, but with the other Digimon we achieved no more than 2 of the requirements. Now then, now that I've got Seedramon as my Digimon, I am heading to the Dragon Eye Lake to try and catch Seedramon. He shows up at the Dragon Eye Lake twice a day, once at 8 AM and again at 5 PM, and the clock has just struck 8 AM, and so this is where I plan to catch Seedramon and recruit him by requesting friendship from him. However, it's not just friendship that I want from him. Okay, I've caught him. As I was saying, it's not just friendship that I want from him. I also want techniques from him as well. Okay, he's taught us Aqua Magic, which I think has put us up to 18 techniques. Or is it now 19? Because Teardrop comes naturally with Seedramon, and if we didn't already have Teardrop, then Teardrop would have been another technique that we didn't previously have, that we do now have. And I'm about to request another technique. that time he taught me Giga Freeze. And now I want to catch him once more. And this time it is to request friendship from him. When you request friendship from him, you recruit him. Even though he doesn't exactly join the city, it still counts as a recruitment. You still get 2 prosperity points for him. You request friendship from him. He gives you the blue flute, and he can then take you to Beetleland, where you are able to recruit Kawugamon and Carboterimon. He can also teach you techniques as well, like demonstrated, and he can also give you an item as well. Friendship, please. He's given me the blue flute. He can take us across to Beetleland, somewhere we've not been before. Is there a golden acorn here? Doesn't look like it. And this is where I go back to the city. I purchased a few meats from the item shop, thinking that they would be enough in order for me to catch Seadramon the necessary number of times, but I did end up having 2 unsuccessful catches, and then I think I ended up having to use a superior food item at least once, and I think it might have been a sirloin. But when you request friendship, when you ask Seadramon to teach you an item, when you ask Seadramon to teach you a technique, he will teach you Aqua Magic. But if you already have Aqua Magic, then he will teach you Winter Blast. I'm not really saying this very well. Seadramon can teach you a total of 3 techniques: Aqua Magic, Winter Blast, and Giga Freeze. And if you ask for him to teach you a technique, then he teaches you those techniques in that order: Aqua Magic, Winter Blast, and Giga Freeze. But if you already have the technique, then he can't teach you it, and he will skip it. So if you don't know Aqua Magic, then he will teach you Aqua Magic. If you don't know Aqua Magic, then he won't teach you Aqua Magic, and he'll skip straight to Winter Blast. If you don't know Winter Blast, then he'll teach you Winter Blast. If you do know Winter Blast, then he'll skip it. Then he won't teach you it, and he'll skip to Giga Freeze. If you don't know Giga Freeze, then he'll teach you Giga Freeze. If you do know Giga Freeze, then he'll tell you that he can't teach you a technique. So it's possible that he could teach you 3 techniques, and for that to be the case, you would have to not know any of the techniques. But if you do know one of the techniques, then he'll only be able to teach you 2 of the techniques. If you already know one of the if you don't know any of the techniques, then he'll be able to teach you all 3 of the techniques. If you already know one of the techniques, then he'll only be able to teach you 2 of the techniques. If you already know 2 of the techniques, then he'll only be able to teach you 1 of the techniques. And if you already know all of the techniques, then he won't be able to teach you any techniques. If you ask for an item, then he gives you the water bottle, Digivolution item that makes you Digivolve to SkullGreymon, and if you request friendship, then he becomes recruited. You get 2 prosperity points for him. He gives you the blue flute, and he then takes you to Beetleland. And believe it or not, my usefulness with SkullGreymon and this lifespan is already over, and because of that I'm already waiting for SkullGreymon to fade away. I can't think of anything else that I can do in this lifespan with SkullGreymon as my Digimon. The reason why I had him teach me Aqua Magic and Giga Freeze was because Aqua Magic is a technique that can come in handy, whereas Giga Freeze, it's not a technique that I plan to use, but by knowing Giga Freeze, it should help me later on with trying to learn Ice Statue. Later on, in a different lifespan, I am going to try and learn Ice Statue, and by already having Giga Freeze, it will make learning Ice Statue easier, pretty much like how already knowing Magma Bomb made it easier for me to learn Meltdown, and it's kind of going to be the same with having Giga Freeze and trying to learn Ice Statue. And at the beginning of this lifespan, I think I had 17 techniques, but I don't think Teardrop was one of them. And in which case Teardrop would have brought it up to 18 techniques, and then Aqua Magic and Giga Freeze would have brought it up to 20 techniques. And the reason why I'm trying to keep count of my techniques is because the number of techniques that you have mastered is relevant when it comes to... Okay, we're fading away. When it comes to Digivolutions, because of the fact that techniques is one of the elements of the bonus condition. And just so you know, we are going to be picking the pink egg again. There you see. And well, SkullGreymon was a Digimon who I did want to recruit, a Digimon who I did want to get out of the way, because you have to recruit SkullGreymon before you can recruit any of the... Okay, 26 prosperity points. You have to recruit SkullGreymon before you can recruit either of the Digimon at Beetleland. And I'm sure you remember what I was saying about, you know, priority. priority when it comes to recruiting Digimon, about, you know, the value of having like an order with the Digimon that you Digivolve to and the Digimon that you recruit, because now that we've recruited now that we've recruited Seedramon, we now have access to Beetleland, which means that we now have access to Kawagamon and Carbolterimon, two Digimon who we previously didn't have access to, and that means that Kawagamon is now a recruitable Digimon who wasn't recruitable before we recruited Seedramon, but now that we have recruited Seedramon, we can now recruit Kawagamon. As for Carbolterimon, there's one other requirement for him, and that's to recruit Greymon first. So you have to recruit Seedramon before being able to recruit Kawagamon and Carbolterimon, and you also, as an extra requirement for Carbolterimon, you also have to recruit Greymon first. But you know, at least Beetleland is now available to us, thanks to me Digivolving to Seedramon and recruiting him. The fact that I chose the pink egg again means that we are not going to be seeing a new rookie Digimon in this lifespan, but we are going to be seeing a new champion Digimon in this lifespan. Tyrannomon can Digivolve naturally to either Palmon or Palmon or Betamon, and then there's also the option of a special Digivolution to Kunamon. I'm not aiming for Kunamon in this lifespan. It is a special Digivolution that I'm aiming for. I am aiming to be Digivolving to either Palmon or Betamon, and so far the only stat that I have been training, I think, is defense, although I am now heading over to brains. But prior to that, I think that so far the only stat that I had been training was defense, and defense is one of the Betamon stats. Having defense as your superior stat results in Tyrannomon Digivolving to Betamon. So to begin with, it was looking like Betamon was the Digimon that I was aiming for, but I have now taken a pause from training defense and am now training brains, which is one of the Palmon stats. In the previous lifespan, I knew that I wasn't going to get into any battles because I knew that in order to recruit Betamon with Betamon, no battles were going to take place, and when recruiting Seadramon with Seadramon, no battles were going to take place with that either, and I knew that there were no other battles that I was going to get into because I knew that there wasn't going to be any other progress that I was going to be making. And so in the previous lifespan, I really wasn't bothered about stats. Obviously I needed to get certain stats up to certain amounts in order to fulfill the stat requirements for Digivolutions, which for Seadramon was just HP and MP. But apart from that, I really wasn't bothered about stats because I knew I wasn't going to be needing them for any battles. But in this lifespan, stats are more valuable because they're not just going to be needed for Digivolutions. There is something else that I'm planning on doing, which makes stats relevant. Okay, Tyrannomon is digivolving, and currently my superior stat is defense, and that was intentional. So I think you can conclude that Betamon is the Digimon that I am hoping for, and Betamon is the Digimon that I have received. So twice in a row, Betamon has been my Digimon. Last time I digivolved to Seadramon. This time I'm going to be digivolving to a different Digimon. And, well, out of Betamon's natural Digivolutions, the options are Seadramon, Greymon, Xiaomon, and Colamon. And I've already said that I'm not going to be aiming for Seadramon because he's the Digimon that I digivolved to in my previous lifespan. And that just leaves Greymon, Colamon, and Xiaomon. And it is going to be one of those three Digimon. I'm not going to toss in a curveball by producing a special Digivolution or using a Digivolution item or anything like that. I am aiming to digivolve naturally from Betamon to one of the four Digimon, one of the four champion Digimon that he can naturally digivolve to, but it's not going to be Seadramon because I've, already done everything with... I've already had Seadramon, and I've already done everything with Seadramon that I needed to do. So to go over the Digivolution requirements for the other Digimon, Greymon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 brains. I'm not currently fulfilling this. I do have 100 brains, but I don't have 1000 HP. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. I am currently fulfilling this. I think I've had just one care mistake so far, and that care mistake came from messing on the floor, but I am becoming concerned with how full the virus scourge is getting, and I'm about to make it 3 care mistakes here, because I have just failed to feed Betamon while training. That has counted as 2 care mistakes, which means that I'm now up to 3 care mistakes, but I am still within the care mistake requirement for Greymon. The weight requirement is 35 to 45. I'm not currently fulfilling that, and the bonus condition is to either have a minimum of 28 techniques, or for your discipline to be at a minimum of 60%. I'm not currently fulfilling the bonus condition, so that's just one of the requirements for Greymon at the moment, the requirement being the care mistake requirement. SkullGreymon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. I'm not fulfilling the stat requirement, because although I do have 100 defense, I don't have 1000 HP. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. I'm not currently fulfilling that. I'm only at 3 care mistakes. The weight requirement is 35 to 45. I'm not currently fulfilling that. The bonus condition is to either have a minimum of 35 techniques, or to have Betamon as your Digimon. The fact that we have Betamon as our Digimon means that the bonus condition for SkullGreymon is a guarantee, but currently that is the only requirement that we are fulfilling at the moment. And then that leaves SkullGreymon. The stat requirement is 100 defense. We are currently fulfilling that. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3. We are currently fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. We're not currently fulfilling that. And then the bonus condition, either have a minimum of 35 techniques or a maximum of 5 battles. Due to the battles, we are fulfilling the bonus condition for SkullGreymon, and that means that right now we have 3 of the requirements for SkullGreymon, the weight being the only thing that we are missing at the moment. And I suppose I should also check Tyrannomon, because I want to be avoiding him so I want to know what to be avoiding. The stat requirement is 1000 HP and MP. I'm not currently fulfilling that. The care mistake requirement for Seedramon is the same as the care mistake requirement for Colamon, a minimum of 3. I am currently fulfilling that. The weight requirement for Seedramon is also the same as the weight requirement for Colamon, 25 to 35. I'm currently not fulfilling that. And as for the bonus condition, one of the elements is to have a minimum of 28 techniques, which we don't have, and the other is the same as the one for Colamon, and that's to have a minimum of 5 battles. We are fulfilling that, so that's 2 of the requirements for Seedramon. The care mistake requirement and the bonus condition, and because of that, in order to avoid fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Seedramon, I need to keep my weight outside of the range of 25 to 35, and it would probably be easiest to achieve that by simply keeping our weight under 25, because there are other Digimon that Betamon can Digivolve to, where the weight requirement is 35 to 45, and I want to be avoiding those Digimon as well as Seedramon. Essentially, I want to be keeping my weight outside of the range of 25 to 45, and I think that keeping my weight under 25 will be easier than keeping my weight over 45, especially considering my weight is currently under 25, and I've got super carrots that can put my weight down should my weight become an issue. Also regarding Seedramon, I need to either keep HP under 1000 or keep MP under 1000. It's okay to get one of those stats up to 1000, but not both of them. Now, I've already got my MP up to 1000, which means that I can't have my HP also reach 1000, because if I do, then that would mean having the stat requirement for Seedramon. I need to keep my HP under 1000, and I need to keep my weight under 25. That way I will only have 2 of the requirements for Seedramon, eliminating any risk of us digivolving to him. Moving back onto, just looking back on the others, the fact that the stat requirement for Xiaomon is 1000 HP and 100 defense is even more of a reason to keep our HP under 1000, because I've already got 100 defense, and by getting HP up to 1000 I would have the stat requirement for Xiaomon, who is also a Digimon that I'm trying to avoid. The care mistake requirement, minimum of 5, I need to ensure that my care mistakes stay where they are, stay at 3, don't get any higher, and I need to keep my weight outside the range of 35 to 45. Well, actually, at the moment, I only have the bonus condition for Xiaomon, which is having Betamon as my Digimon. And I've explained the need to keep my HP under 1000 so that I won't have the stat requirement for Seadramon, and that will also mean not having the stat requirement for Xiaomon. And then to rule out Xiaomon, I won't have to avoid both the care mistakes and the weight. I'll only have to avoid one of them, because by avoiding one of them and not having the stat requirement, I will only have 2 of the requirements for Xiaomon. And since I have said about keeping my weight under 25, I think that avoiding the weight requirement for Xiaomon shouldn't be any strain, because the weight requirement for Xiaomon is even higher than 25. It's 35 to 45. And now I'm going back over Greymon, who is also a Digimon that I'm trying to avoid. And he too has 1000 HP as part of his stat requirement. 1000 HP and 100 brains. We've got the brains but not the HP. So even more of a reason to keep HP down. And well, the weight requirement for Greymon is 35 to 45, so as long as we keep HP under 1000 and keep our weight down, our weight is currently 16, which is fine. Keep HP under 1000, keep weight down, we can eliminate any risk of Digivolving to Greymon. It doesn't matter that we are currently fulfilling the care mistake requirement, nor does it matter that it looks like that we might also have the bonus condition due to how full our discipline is. Just keep HP under 1000 and keep weight under 25, and Colamon should be ours, who is the Digimon that I am aiming for. I think I made that obvious by the process of elimination. I said that there were 4 Digimon that Betamon could Digivolve to. I listed them: Seadramon, Greymon, Xiaomon and Colamon. I made it clear from the very beginning that I wasn't aiming for Seadramon, and then a bit later into... okay, we're Digivolving. A bit later into Betamon's lifespan, I then revealed that I also wasn't aiming for Xiaomon or Waymon, and that only left one other Digimon, Colamon. Who is the Digimon that we have Digivolved to. Just to go over the requirements once more, the stat requirement was just 100 defense, which we had. The care mistake requirement was a minimum of 3, which we had. And part of the bonus condition, or rather one of the bonus conditions, was a maximum of 5 battles. We had that in the bag as well. That was 3 of the requirements: stats, care mistakes, and bonus condition. We didn't need the weight, and we kept our weight down so that we avoided the weight requirement for all of the other Digimon. And when it came to the other conditions, we ensured that we had no more than 2 of the requirements for any of the other Digimon. Colamon's recruitment is going to be very straightforward. We just have to go to the Cola Point and speak to Colamon, and he will join the city. Colamon's duties don't end there, because there is something else that I would like to do with him. I don't want to just go to the Cola Point and recruit Colamon and then wait for Colamon to die. There is something else I want to do with Colamon. It doesn't involve recruiting any Digimon. It doesn't involve making progress towards recruiting any Digimon. But it does involve getting into battles, and because of that, I'm sure you can see that stats are relevant, which is why I am choosing to continue to train at the Green Gym. Even though I've been successful with Digivolving to Colamon and can easily recruit Colamon, I'm, training at the Green Gym to give myself better stats to help me with the other thing that I'm planning on doing. But when that's done, I do then want Colamon to fade away. I've got no interest in Digivolving to an ultimate, and I've already started to be a bad tamer because I didn't feed Colamon when he wanted to eat. I am resting to avoid the sweat bubble. I am making trips to the toilet when Colamon needs the toilet, but I didn't feed Colamon at the most recent opportunity. And that's mostly because I'm not worried about time. I am confident that I will be able I'm confident that within Colemon's lifespan I will be able to do what I want to do before there's any risk of him fading away. And I am confident that I can also prevent Colemon from digivolving something that I don't want to happen. Throughout this challenge, quite a lot of my care mistakes have come from messing on the floor, but in total I have now messed on the floor 14 times, which means that the virus scourge is now only 2 away from being full, and eventually I am going to need to digivolve to SkullGreymon, because I'm going to need to use him in order to recruit the SkullGreymon at the Trash Mountain. So part of the reason why I've been having my Digimon mess on the floor is because of care mistakes. Care mistakes to help with Digivolutions, but it's also been about filling up the virus scourge, putting me close to being able to get SkullGreymon when the time is right for me to digivolve to SkullGreymon. But I think at the moment I don't want to get any closer, because by being 2 away it means that I can afford to have one accident. I can afford to sort of I can afford to mess on the floor once as a result of an accident, and the virus scourge still won't be full because it will still be 1 away. But if I was to deliberately have it so that it was just 1 away, and then I was to have an accident which was to result in my Digimon messing on the floor, then that would fill up the virus scourge. That would result in me digivolving to SkullGreymon, and if the timing is not right for me to digivolve to SkullGreymon, then that would be a big problem. So just to try and have a bit of a safety net, I am keeping the virus scourge in a position where it is 2 away from being full, and from here onwards care mistakes are going to have to either come from not feeding my Digimon or keeping my Digimon awake longer than I'm meant to. In other words, not letting my Digimon sleep on the very first hour in which they want to sleep. Just looking at the Digivolution, there's only 1 Digimon that Colemon can digivolve to, and that is MetalGreymon. The stat requirement for MetalGreymon is 4000 MP, 500 attack, 400 defense, and 400 brains. Currently we are not fulfilling the stat requirement for MetalGreymon, and it will be very easy for us to avoid the stat requirement for MetalGreymon. Just have to either keep MP under 4000, or keep attack under 500, or keep defense under 400, or keep brains under 400. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. I am highly confident that we've already gone over that. I'm highly confident that we've already gone above 5 care mistakes due to the fact that I haven't been feeding Colamon, and due to me training while Colamon has wanted to eat. I think that a lot of the times in which I haven't fed him, it's ended up counting as 2 care mistakes. So I'm very confident that we've gone above the care mistake limit for MetalGreymon. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. The fact that we haven't been feeding Colamon makes me very confident that our weight is nowhere near the range of 25 to 35, that our weight is well under 25, possibly even at the bare minimum of just 1. And then the bonus condition is to either have a minimum of 40 techniques or a maximum of 0 battles. We haven't yet had any battles with Colamon, which means that we are fulfilling the bonus condition for MetalGreymon, but we are about to lose that because what I'm doing at the moment is the thing that I said that I was hoping to do with Colamon. I am heading to Friesland, and I am hoping to learn Ice Statue from the Ice Digimons in Friesland. And when I felt like I was ready to battle the Ice Digimons, it was a number of hours until the nighttime period. We've just entered the nighttime period, and the Ice Digimons in Friesland are Digimon who only feature during the nighttime period. And when I was in the city, I was several hours away from the nighttime period, which was a problem because I felt ready to battle the Ice Digimons. So I rested at the clinic a few times, and now it is the nighttime period. Our timing has been very good. We have entered Friesland, and it's only been the nighttime period for just over half an hour. I know that I have just completely blanked several Ice Digimons, and the reason for that is because there's one particular Ice Digimon that I have in mind, one particular Ice Digimon that I would like to battle. He's very close to Frigimon's home, Frigimon's igloo, very close to where you can battle Garurumon. In here, in fact, and Colamon decides that he wants the toilet, forcing us to backtrack a couple of areas to where the toilet is. Well, that area that I was in, that's the area that I was talking about, you know, just outside of Frigimon's home, Frigimon's igloo, whatever you want to call it, and also very close to the area where Garurumon features, you know, the area just before the area where Garurumon features. Yeah, there's one Ice Devimon there who I like to battle, because I should be able to approach him in a way where I will end up battling him and only him, and I won't end up going up against multiple targets at once. With the other Ice Devimons, I was worried about challenging them while there are other Ice Devimons on screen, and it resulting in me going up against more than one Ice Devimon at once. But here you can see I've approached this Ice Devimon, and in a way where he is the only Ice Devimon that I'm up against, and he's already used Ice Statue. He stopped my first finish, but not my second finish. And I learned Ice Statue in just one attempt. I have to be honest, I was not expecting that. Apparently, the chances of Colamon learning Ice Statue were just 15%, which is something like 1 in 6 or 1 in 7. So I was expecting it to take more than just one try. But I'm not complaining. I'm very happy about the fact that I learned Ice Statue. That is a very good technique, which is going to very much come in handy throughout this challenge. And the only sad thing for Colamon is that his usefulness is now over. I needed him to recruit Colamon, and I wanted to use him to learn Ice Statue, but I have no further use for him. The only Digimon that he can Digivolve to is MetalGreymon, who is completely useless in this challenge, because MetalGreymon is not a recruitable Digimon. So we wouldn't be able to recruit a Digimon while having MetalGreymon as our Digimon. A bit earlier into the challenge, I sold all of my sirloins because it occurred to me that I'm frequently going many days where I'm just waiting for Digimon to fade away, and in that time I am able to collect many sirloins. I'm able to be given many sirloins by Vegemon. Yeah, I go several days where I don't feed my Digimon. I'm just waiting for my Digimon to fade away, and I collect loads of sirloins in that time. And I thought that because of the fact that the number of sirloins in my inventory had built up so much, I thought that I could sell them, and then they will gradually grow back from me being given sirloins from Vegemon and not using the sirloins, or at least at times not using them. This is such an example because I am now just waiting for Colamon to fade away. So it's just I'm just going to be doing the same stuff that I've always done when waiting for a Digimon to fade away. And with Ice Statue, I think I'm up to 21 techniques. I started off with Agumon, who had Spitfire. I don't think I learned any techniques with Agumon. Digivolved to Miramon, I don't think I learned any techniques with him either. Then in my next lifespan I Digivolved to Kunamon, learned Poison Claw. Well, I mean, Spitfire came naturally with Agumon, Poison Claw came naturally with Kunamon. I don't think I learned anything else with Kunamon. Digivolved to Moldramon, where Winter Blast came naturally. I don't think I learned any other technique with Moldramon. Digivolved to Mumemon, where Sonic Jab came naturally. I don't think I learned anything else with Mumemon. Then I lost Sonic Jab after Mumemon lost all of his lives. And then in the following lifespan it was Palmon, already had Poison Claw, don't think I learned anything else. Digivolve to Vegemon, already had Poison Claw, but I did learn Danger Sting from one of the Dakunamons when I was grinding for Ninjamon. And when I digivolved to Ninjamon, Poison Powder came naturally. I don't think I learned anything else with Ninjamon, but when I digivolved to Pixiemon, Insect Plague came naturally. Don't think I learned anything else with Pixiemon. And then in the next lifespan I digivolved to Gabumon, which meant that I relearned Sonic Jab. It came naturally with Gabumon. And then with Gabumon I learned Megaton Punch while okay, we're fading away. I learned, oh yeah, and we're also going to be aiming for the pink egg yet again, just so you know. With Gabumon I learned Megaton Punch when recruiting Gabumon. Don't think I learned anything else. Digivolved to Centarumon, already would have had Spitfire, learned Magma Bomb from Gaborimon, Meltdown from Meteormon, Heat Laser from Vermilimon, Prominence Beam from Vermilimon. I don't think I learned anything else. Then in the following lifespan it was Patamon. I learned Buster Dive from the Gotsumon. Digivolve, Patamon. When I digivolved to Patamon, I already would have had Sonic Jab. 28 prosperity points, okay. Yeah, with Patamon he already would have had Sonic Jab, but I learned Buster Dive from the Gotsumon, digivolved to Tyrannomon, already would have had Sonic Jab, but while training I inadvertently learned Dynamite Kick, which apparently counts as 2, which brings the number of techniques up to 15, because I have been keeping count. And I also intentionally learned Muscle Charge and War Cry from battles when I had Tyrannomon as my Digimon. And then in the next lifespan, Betamon, but we already had Winter Blast, so nothing new from Betamon. I don't think I learned any techniques from Betamon, but digivolved to Seadramon, where Teardrop came naturally, and then when encountering the Seadramon at the Dragon Eye Lake, we were taught Aqua Magic and Giga Freeze, bringing us up to 20 techniques. I don't think I learned anything else with Seadramon. Seadramon faded away, new lifespan, Betamon again, we already had Winter Blast, digivolved to Colamon, we already had Teardrop, but then we learned Ice Statue from the Ice Devimon, and I think that at the moment is the last technique that we have learned. So I think I have 21 techniques at the moment, which is enough for the bonus condition for some Digimon. I think 21 technique, when it comes to bonus conditions and techniques, I think that 21 techniques is the minimum amount that's needed. I think that, you know, the number of techniques that you need in order to fulfill the bonus condition, I think 21 is the bare minimum. I think that the Digimon who have the most lenient requirement when it comes to techniques linked to the bonus condition, I think it's 21 techniques. I think that, yeah, that is the most, I think 21 techniques is the most lenient requirement when it comes to fulfilling the bonus condition as a result of the number of techniques that you've got. And I do apologise about choosing the pink egg 3 times in a row, but there were champion Digimon who I was keen on recruiting. Seadramon being one of them, who has now been recruited. Colamon being another, who has now been recruited. And I am obviously aiming for a champion Digimon in this lifespan as well. Tyrannomon can Digivolve to either Palmon or Betamon. Palmon can Digivolve to Kawagamon, who we haven't yet had. Vegemon, who we have had. Ninjamon, who we have had. Waymon, who we haven't yet had. And Colamon, who we have had. So if we were to Digivolve to Palmon, then there would be 2 useful champion Digimon that we would be able to Digivolve to. As for Betamon, he can Digivolve to Seadramon, who we've already had, Waymon, who we haven't yet had, Xiaomon, who we haven't yet had, and Colamon, who we have had. Betamon, like Palmon, also has 2 potential Digivolutions that would be of use to us. Out of the Digimon that Palmon can Digivolve to, 2 of them would be useful to us, and out of the Digimon that Betamon can Digivolve to, 2 of them would be useful to us. Currently, HP and Defense are the 2 stats that are in the lead, and they are both stats that are linked to Betamon. So at the moment, the signs are pointing to the idea that I'm planning on Digivolving to Betamon yet again, and we are about to confirm whether or not it is Betamon. It is Betamon, which means that if my next Digivolution is successful, then the champion Digimon that we are going to be Digivolve into is either going to be Xiaomon or Waymon. And you might have noticed that I generally haven't been feeding my baby Digimon or in training Digimon. I have been taking them to the toilet as a way of keeping control over the virus scourge, but I've not been feeding them, and that's because when I've been entering a new lifespan, I've been thinking to myself, what do I need to do in this lifespan? What is there in this lifespan that needs to get done? Are there Digivolutions that I'm going to be aiming for that are going to be hard to pull off, which will require me to have a long lifespan? Like, am I planning on Digivolving all the way through to an ultimate? Is it going to be a hard Digivolution? Will it take a long time to pull off the Digivolution? Will I need a long lifespan in order to be successful with the Digivolution? Would I have a lot of work to do with the Digimon, which would require me to have a long lifespan? And if the answer to those questions is yes, then pretty much straight from the get-go, I would want to be the best possible tamer. I would want to look after my baby Digimon and my in-training Digimon. I would want to avoid having care mistakes while I have them as my Digimon. I would want to feed them. I would want to maximize lifespan, minimize care mistakes, and possibly even give the baby Digimon super carrots and hawk radishes and eat at the restaurant as a way of having help with stats as well, but sort of more sort of like during the more recent stages of this challenge, I haven't been able to think of a tremendous amount of like problems that I would be faced with, I haven't deemed it necessary to be a fantastic tamer and try and get the best possible stats and try and have the longest possible lifespan. So that's why, I have been a bad tamer at times, particularly with my baby Digimon and in training Digimon, and also, well, more so my champion Digimon, when I have no further use for the champion Digimon. This is something that could change in future lifespans, later lifespans, but at the moment, you know, I've been able to get away with, you know, not doing my best as a tamer. We best check Betamon's Digivolutions. As you know, we want to be avoiding Seedramon and Colamon, which means that we want to be aiming either for Waymon or Xiaomon. With Waymon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 brains. We are not currently fulfilling the stat requirement, because even though we've got the 1000 HP, we don't have the 100 brains. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. We are currently fulfilling that. I don't think I've actually had any care mistakes yet in this lifespan with Betamon as my Digimon. I think I've fed him every time that he's wanted to eat, and taken him to the toilet every time that he's wanted the toilet, and let him sleep, you know, on the very first hour in which he has wanted to sleep. The weight requirement for Waymon is 35 to 45. We are not currently fulfilling that, and there's 2 elements to the bonus condition. One is to have a minimum of 28 techniques. The other is for our discipline to be at a minimum of 60%. I don't think we are currently fulfilling that, although the discipline is very close, if it's not already there, and it would be easy enough to get our brains up to 100. Weight is currently 19, so getting weight up to being within the range of 35 to 45 would be a bit more of an ask. As for Xiaomon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. We are currently fulfilling the stat requirement for Xiaomon. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. I don't think we are currently fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 35 to 45. I don't think we are currently fulfilling that. There's 2 elements to the bonus condition. One is to have a minimum of 35 techniques, which we are not being successful with. well, which we are not currently fulfilling. But the other bonus condition is to have Betamon as your Digimon, which we are fulfilling, and it's a guarantee that we are going to fulfill it. But from the looks of things, we currently don't have 3 of the requirements for either Xiaomon or Greymon. Because Xiaomon, I think we've just got the stats and the bonus condition, and Greymon, I think we've just got the care mistakes and possibly the bonus condition. The 2 Digimon, I think, have the same weight requirement. Xiaomon's is 35 to 45. Greymon's is 35 to 45. So we would be able to make it. There would be the option of us making it 3 requirements if we were to force feed Betamon and get his weight up to the range of 35 to 45. That would help with both Greymon and Xiaomon. And if I just check the other 2, because obviously we want to be avoiding them. Seadramon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 1000 MP. I don't think we've got the stat requirement because I think our MP is under 1000. Our HP definitely is not under 1000, but I think our MP is under 1000, and in which case it would be a very good idea to keep it under 1000. Care mistakes, minimum of 3. If we were to aim to fulfill the care mistake requirement for Xiaomon, then that would also mean fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Seadramon, something to be cautious of. The weight requirement for Seadramon is 25 to 35, which means that if we were to aim to force feed Betamon and get his weight up, and actually force feeding Betamon is exactly what we are doing, if we were to, and by doing this, in the interest of getting our weight up to being within the range of 35 to 45, it's very important that we actually have it within the range of 36 to 45. That way we won't have the weight requirement for Seadramon, because if our weight is 35 to 45, then we would have the weight requirement for Xiaomon and Weimon, but we would also have the weight requirement for Seadramon and Colamon. But by having our weight between the range of 36 and 45, we would have the weight requirement for Xiaomon and Weimon, but not Seadramon or Colamon. And the fact that one of the bonus conditions for Weimon is to have discipline at a minimum of 60%, and the fact that I've just praised Betamon a load of times, putting his discipline down, has possibly made the penny drop when it comes to what Digimon I am aiming for, because I still don't have the stats for Weimon, and I now don't have the bonus condition for Weimon either. I just have the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement for Weimon. But for Xiaomon, I have the stat requirement, the weight requirement, and the bonus condition, because my weight is between 35 to 45. I've got Betamon as my Digimon, and my HP is over 1,000, my defense is over 100. So even though I don't have the care mistake requirement, I do have 3 of the requirements for Xiaomon, and I just explained that I only have 2 of the requirements for Weimon. Xiaomon it is. Let's just go back over this. Seadramon, the stat requirement was 1,000 HP and 1,000 MP. Didn't have that, our MP was too low. Care mistake requirement, minimum of 3. Didn't have that, our care mistakes were too low. Weight 25 to 35, didn't have that, our weight was too high. One of the bonus conditions have a maximum of 5 battles. We did have that, but that was just one of the requirements. Colamon, stat requirement 100 defense. I think we did have that, because when I had Tyrannomon, unless I'm thinking of a different lifespan, I'm sure that I got HP up to over 1,000 and defense up to over 100 in order to help with Digivolve into Betamon, unless I'm thinking of a previous lifespan. But nonetheless, it's irrelevant, because even if we did have the stat requirement for Colamon, we didn't have the care mistake requirement, because the care mistake requirement was a minimum of 3. We didn't have the weight requirement, because the weight requirement was 25 to 35. We did have the bonus condition, because our number of battles was at a maximum of 5. But even if we did have the stat requirement along with the bonus condition, that was just 2 of the requirements. Greymon, we didn't have the stat requirement because of the fact that my brains was under 100. We did have the care mistake requirement because with Greymon you're allowed between 0 to 5 care mistakes, so we did have the care mistake requirement for Greymon, plus the weight requirement, which was 35 to 45, but we didn't have the bonus condition because we didn't have 28 techniques mastered, and towards the end I put my discipline down, ruling out the bonus condition for Greymon, leaving just the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement. And then SkullGreymon, well, I'll begin with the care mistake requirement, minimum of 5. We didn't have that. I don't think we had a single care mistake when we had Betamon as our Digimon, but we did have the stat requirement, 1000 HP, 100 defense. We did have the weight requirement, 35 to 45, and we did have the bonus condition, having Betamon as our Digimon. Let's just see what the notice board says. Okay, there's 5 articles in total. Article 2 is regarding the UFO, which means if we go back to Mount Panorama, then there will be a second crop circle, and if we acknowledge the crop circle, then that will be the next step towards recruiting Vadermon. And thanks to the work that we did when we had Pixiemon as our Digimon, it was very easy for us to recruit SkullGreymon with SkullGreymon. We just had to go to the Great Canyon, and SkullGreymon was there waiting for us. We spoke to him, and then he joined the city. And now I'm going to where the crop circles are, just to make the next bit of progress towards recruiting Vadermon. As I was saying, by keeping my care mistakes down, I was able to rule out the care mistake requirement for Seedramon and Colamon, because they both needed a minimum of 3 care mistakes, and by having my weight between 36 and 45, I also didn't have the care mistake requirement for Seedramon or Colamon, because for both of them the weight requirement is 25 to 35. That was enough to rule out Seedramon and Colamon. The fact that I did keep my care mistakes down meant having the care mistake requirement for Greymon and not SkullGreymon, which might not have seemed like a good idea, since I was aiming for SkullGreymon, but I managed to get the stats for SkullGreymon and not Waymon, and I also managed to get the bonus condition for Xiaomon and not Waymon, and I had the weight requirement for both of them, which meant that overall I had 3 of the requirements for Xiaomon and just 2 of the requirements for Waymon. And then with Seadramon and Colamon, we had less than 3 of the requirements for both of them. Yes, Xiaomon has been recruited, who is a very useful Digimon, because of the fact that the articles that feature on Xiaomon's notice board lead to you being able to recruit other Digimon. So by having Xiaomon recruited, there are other Digimon who previously were not recruitable, who are now recruitable or will become recruitable. Vadermon is an example of a Digimon who will later become recruitable, thanks to Xiaomon, as well as other stuff that needs to be done. SkullGreymon is a Digimon who will later become recruitable, thanks to Xiaomon and some other requirements that need to be fulfilled. I used to think that you also needed to have Xiaomon recruited in order to be able to encounter Seadramon at the Dragon Eye Lake. That I was wrong about, as demonstrated in this challenge, because I encountered Seadramon at the Dragon Eye Lake before recruiting Xiaomon. And from watching the video, from watching what I'm currently doing, I'm sure that you can see that I have nothing else to do with Xiaomon, and I'm now just waiting for him to fade away so that I can move on to the next lifespan. I don't want Xiaomon to Digivolve, I just want Xiaomon to fade away. If Xiaomon was to Digivolve, then that would delay Xiaomon's death, because when you Digivolve to an ultimate, you do get a life extension, and both of Xiaomon, well, there are 2 Digimon that Xiaomon can Digivolve to, both of which are useless in this challenge. One of them is Hercules Carboterimon, and the other is Mega Seadramon. Seeing as neither of those Digimon are recruitable, there's no point in Digivolving to either of them. From looking at the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement for Hercules Carboterimon, we can immediately rule him out. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. The weight requirement is 50 to 60. We've been not feeding Xiaomon, which means that our care mistakes are well above the limit, and our weight is well below the limit. well, for pretty much the same reasons, I can also rule out MetalGreymon. The care mistake requirement is also a maximum of 5. The weight requirement is lower, 25 to 35, but I'm very confident that my weight is well below the range for MetalGreymon, the same way that it's well below the range for Hercules Carbolterimon, well, even more below the range for Hercules Carbolterimon. The bonus condition for MetalGreymon either have a minimum of 40 techniques or a maximum of 0 battles. We've got that in the bag, but we haven't got the stat requirement. Okay, Shalmon's fading away. And we are going to pick a different egg this time, just so you know. Well, I mean, I don't really need to explain about the fact that Shalmon isn't going to Digivolve, because that's kind of obvious based on the fact that Shalmon is currently fading away. But the bonus condition for MetalGreymon was to either have a minimum of 40 techniques or a maximum of 0 battles. We did have the bonus condition for MetalGreymon because of the battles, but the stat requirement, 4000 MP, 500 attack, 400 defense, 400 speed, we didn't have that, along with not having the care mistake requirement or the weight requirement. 30 prosperity points. Getting there very, very, very slowly. Hercules Carbolterimon, from the looks of things, has the same bonus condition as MetalGreymon, a minimum of 40 techniques or a maximum of 0 battles. So we did also have the bonus condition for Hercules Carbolterimon, but the stat requirement, 7000 HP, 400 attack, 600 defense, 400 brains, that we definitely did not have, along with definitely not having the care mistake requirement or the weight requirement. So I've picked the green egg, which means that we won't be seeing a new rookie Digimon in this lifespan, because Koromon can naturally Digivolve to Ogumon, who we've already had, and he can naturally Digivolve to Gabumon, who we've already had, and he can special Digivolve to Kunamon, who we've already had. But despite the fact that we are not going to be seeing a new rookie Digimon in this lifespan, we are going to be seeing a new champion Digimon. And with this champion Digimon, there is a recruitment that I will be pursuing, obviously, and it involves getting into a battle, and it is quite a tough battle, particularly during the earlier stages of the game. If I'm successful with Digivolving to this champion Digimon, then I am going to be interested in stats because of the battle that I would have to win. Yeah, I don't want to go into the battle with abysmal stats. You know, I do want to you know, have stats that are, you know, at least acceptable. And it is the recruitment itself is a useful recruitment, because it's one of those recruitments that can set up other recruitments. It's one of those recruitments that can lead to other recruitments. It's one of those recruitments that is necessary for other recruitments. My initial priority is on Digivolving, and I know what I need to do in order to get the rookie Digimon that I'm aiming for, and I know what I then need to do in order to get the champion Digimon that I'm aiming for. And I would like to point out that I'm not planning on going any further from the champion Digimon. You know, I'm not planning on Digivolving to an ultimate. You know, the plan is to go no further than champion. But my my initial focus is on Digivolving to the rookie Digimon that I'm aiming for, and then the champion Digimon that I'm aiming for, and then working on my stats as preparation for the battle that I would need to get into in order to recruit the Digimon that I would be aiming to recruit. You know, even though I've got my rookie Digimon on my mind, I am also thinking ahead. So, you know, when it comes to the training that I'm currently doing, I'm not just focusing on the training that's necessary for the rookie that I'm aiming for. I'm also thinking ahead, you know, thinking about the stats that would be needed for the champion that I'm aiming for, as well as the stats that are needed for the rookie that I'm aiming for. Okay, we are digivolving. And what I'm getting at is that I've sort of got one eye on the present and one eye on the future, one eye on the rookie that I'm aiming for, one eye on the champion that I'm aiming for. The rookie that I'm aiming for is Agumon, and I've been successful with digivolving to Agumon, and I think I owe that to the fact that my attack was my superior stat. It's great that I've digivolved to the rookie Digimon that I was aiming for. Now it's about digivolving to the champion Digimon that I'm aiming for. And when Agumon wanted to eat, I fed him super carrots, even though I'm training defense, and defense is not affected by super carrots. And my reason for that was to put my weight down, because obviously weight has a role to play when it comes to Digivolutions, and obviously I wanted Agumon's weights to go down, which is why I fed him super carrots. Weight is at 8, and I'm continuing to give him super carrots. Weight's down to 6. This will put weight down to 4. Okay, weight is now as low as 4. Agumon can digivolve to Greymon, who we haven't had yet, Mirrormon, who we have had, Birdramon, who we haven't had yet, Centarumon, who we have had, Monochromon, who we haven't had yet, and Tyrannomon, who we have had. Obviously, I'm aiming to digivolve to a champion Digimon that we haven't yet had, which means that I'm not aiming for Mirrormon, I'm not aiming for Centarumon, and I'm not aiming for Tyrannomon. If I begin by looking at the requirements for the Digimon who I'm not pursuing, Mirrormon, the stat requirement is 100 attack. I do have that. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. I don't currently have that, and if I keep my care mistakes down, then I will avoid the care mistake requirement for Mirrormon. The weight requirement is 15 to 25, which I'm currently not fulfilling, and the fact that I gave super carrots to my Digimon could be an indication that I'm aiming to keep my weight down so that I am not fulfilling the weight requirement for any of Agumon's Digimon, that would mean needing to keep the weight under 15, because the weight requirement for Agumon's Digimon ranges between 15 to 25, 25 to 35, and 35 to 45, which means that if your weight is between the range of 15 to 45, then you are going to fulfill the weight requirement for at least one Digimon. But if your weight is below 15 or above 45, then you won't fulfill the weight requirement for any of the Digimon. And in Agumon's case, keeping weight under 15 seems like the easier way to go about it, and by not fulfilling the weight requirement for any of the Digimon, I then only have to avoid one other requirement in order to rule out a Digimon who I'm trying to avoid. Yeah, for the Digimon that I don't want to Digivolve to, if I don't have the weight requirement for them, then I only have to avoid one of the other requirements in order to rule them out. And then the Digimon who I am aiming for, with the Digimon that I am aiming for, I would have to fulfill all three of the other requirements. Going back to Miramon, I have the stat requirement, don't currently have the care mistake requirement, don't currently have the weight requirement, and don't currently have the bonus condition either. There's two elements of it, either a minimum of 28 techniques or a minimum of 10 battles. Centarumon, the stat requirement is 100 brains. I do have that. Care mistake requirement, minimum of 3. I am currently fulfilling that. Weight requirement, 25 to 35. I'm not currently fulfilling that. And then bonus condition, either a minimum of 28 techniques or have discipline at a minimum of 60%. I would like to tell you that I am going to fulfill the bonus condition for Centarumon, and it's because of the discipline why that's going to be, which means that I am going to have 3 of the requirements for Centarumon. As for Tyrannomon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. I don't have that because my HP is under 1000. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 5. I am currently fulfilling that. Weight requirement 25 to 35. I'm not currently fulfilling that. Bonus condition, either a minimum of 28 techniques or a maximum of 5 battles. I am fulfilling the battle side of the bonus condition, so that's 2 requirements for Tyrannomon which are currently being met. If I then move on to the Digimon who I haven't yet had, Birdramon, the stat requirement is 100 speed, I am fulfilling that. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3, I'm not fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 15 to 25, I'm not fulfilling that. The bonus condition, either have Biomon as your Digimon or have a minimum of 35 techniques, I'm not fulfilling that. So at the moment I have just one of the requirements for Birdramon. Monochromon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP, 100 defense and 100 brains. I'm not fulfilling that because my HP is under 1000. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 3, I am fulfilling that. Weight requirement 35 to 45, I'm not fulfilling that. Bonus condition, either a minimum of 35 techniques or a maximum of 5 battles. Due to the battles, I am fulfilling the bonus condition, but that is just 2 of the requirements with how things are at the moment. And then that leaves Greymon, stat requirement 100 attack, 100 defense, 100 speed and 100 brains. I am fulfilling that. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 1. I am currently fulfilling that. Weight requirement 25 to 35. I'm currently not fulfilling that. Bonus condition, either have a minimum of 35 techniques or have your discipline at a minimum of 90%. I wasn't fulfilling that, but after scolding Ogumon several times, I am now fulfilling the bonus condition because of my discipline, which means that I've gone from having 2 of the requirements for Greymon to having 3 of the requirements for Greymon. And the fact that I scolded Ogumon in the interest of giving myself the bonus condition for Greymon, the discipline component of the bonus condition, bringing me up to 3 requirements, might well have given away what Digimon I am aiming for. As well as having 3 of the requirements for Greymon, I do also have 3 of the requirements for Centaurumon, and less than 3 of the requirements for all of the other Digimon. And out of Greymon and Centaurumon, I'm obviously not aiming for Centaurumon, which means that I can only possibly be aiming for Greymon. And from reading through the Digivolution guide that I use, I am confident that Greymon is the Digimon that I will Digivolve to, and not Centaurimon. And my weight was at 12, which meant that a sirloin would have put it up to 15. But I gave Agumon a super carrot, putting weight down to 10. But yes, I'll be surprised if I Digivolve to Centaurimon. I think that Greymon is the Digimon that I will Digivolve to. You know, not only is he the Digimon that I'm aiming for, but I think that he is the Digimon that I will Digivolve to. The reason why I say that is because the Digivolution guide that I go by does have an article, well, there's part of it which talks about Digivolution priorities, which comes into play. Okay, we're Digivolving. Digivolution priorities, which comes into play when you are fulfilling enough of the requirements for more than one Digimon. Greymon is the Digimon that I have Digivolved to.
If my understanding of the Digivolution priority is correct, then I would like to try and explain it to you. Firstly, I do very often have difficulties with explaining stuff in ways that make sense, and there is also the question of whether or not what I think is correct is actually correct or not, because I've been, reading the Digivolution guide, but I've already explained that I do sometimes struggle to understand information correctly, particularly written information. I do often understand to interpret stuff correctly, again, especially if it's stuff that's written. But when my understanding is that when you fulfill 3 of the requirements for more than one Digimon, then stats come into play, and it's stats that determine the Digimon that you Digivolve to, because every Digimon has what I would call relevant stats. And when I say relevant stats, what I mean is stats that have to be at a certain amount in order for you to fulfill the stat requirement for that Digimon. Like, for example, Miramon, the stat requirement is 100 attack, which for him makes attack his relevant stat. With Birdramon you need 100 speed, which makes speed her relevant stat. When it comes to Centaurumon, you need 100 brains, which makes brains his relevant stat. With Tyrannomon, you need HP and defense, which makes HP and defense his relevant stats. With Monochromon, you need HP, defense, and brains, which makes those his relevant stats. And with Greymon, you need attack, defense, speed, and brains, which makes them Greymon's relevant stats. And when you fulfill 3 of the requirements for more than one Digimon, apparently it takes the Digimon's relevant stats and divides them by how many relevant stats there are, so that you then end up with a number of stats. Like, for example, Miramon, his relevant stat is his attack, and it's his only relevant stat, which means that he's only got one relevant stat. And so if you had 3 of the requirements for Miramon, and you had, say, 200 attack, then you would divide the 200 by 1, which would leave you with an overall average of 200. Whereas if you had, say, 250 attack, then it would be 250 divided by 1, which is an overall average of 250. If you were aiming for Birdramon, then speed would be the relevant stat, and if you had, say, 150 speed, then you would divide 150 by 1, because Birdramon only has one relevant stat, and 150 divided by 1 is 150. With Centaurumon, he also only has one relevant stat, that being brains. And if he was to have, say, 100 brain, if your Digimon, if you were, fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Centaurumon, and you had, say, 100 brains, then you would divide 100 by 1, and you would end up with an average of 100. If you had, say, if you had 3 of the requirements for Tyrannomon, then HP and defense would be the relevant stats. And when it comes to making these calculations, HP and MP both get divided by 10. And let's say that you had, say, 3000 HP and 200 defense, then the HP would be divided by 10, which is 300. You would add on the defense, which is 200, that's bringing it up to 500. But since there's 2 stats involved, you would divide it by 2 instead of dividing it by 1, which would leave you with 250 overall. And in that same scenario, if you were aiming for, let's say you had 3 of the requirements for Monochromon, and you had, say, and his relevant stats are HP, defense, and speed. If you had, say, 1000 HP, Monochromon's relevant stats are HP, defense, and brains. So if you had, say, 2000 HP, 50 defense, and 50 brains, the HP would be divided by 10, making it 200. the 50 defense and brains would be added to it, making it 300, and since there's 3 stats involved, the 300 would be divided by 3, bringing it down to 100. So, if my understanding is correct, when you fulfill 3 of the requirements for more than 1 Digimon, the game then looks at your Digimon's stats, it looks at the relevant stats, it adds them together, and divides them by however many there are, so that you then end up with an overall average, and the Digimon with the higher average is the Digimon that you would Digivolve to. So, for example, if you had 3 of the requirements for both Miramon and Birdramon, and you had, say, 200 attack and 100 speed, then you should Digivolve to Miramon, because attack is the relevant stat for Miramon, speed is the relevant stat for Birdramon. 200 attack divided by 1 is 200, 100 speed divided by 1 is 100, meaning that Miramon would have the higher average. But if you had, say, 200 speed and 100 attack, and Birdramon and Miramon were the 2 Digimon that you had the 3 requirements for, then it would be the other way around, and you should Digivolve to Miramon instead. If you had 3 of the requirements for, say, Miramon, Birdramon, and Brains, then I think that if Brains is your highest stat, then you would Digivolve to Centarumon. If Speed is your highest stat, then you would Digivolve to Birdramon. If Attack is your highest stat, then you would Digivolve to... I think Attack would equal Miramon, but I think Superior Attack would equal Miramon, Superior Speed would equal Birdramon, Superior Brains would equal Centarumon. When it can become complicated is when there's overlaps with the stats, where you can need the same stat for more than 1 Digimon, or rather the same stat is relevant for more than 1 Digimon. If you take Brains, for example, Brains is relevant for both Centarumon and Monochromon, and if you had, say, I'm just trying to work it out. If you had 3 of the requirements for Monochromon and Centarumon, and you had, say, 5,000 HP, 200 defense, and 200 brains, then for Monochromon, the 5,000 HP would get divided by 10, bringing it down to 500. You would add the 200 defense and the 200 brains, bringing it up to 900. Then you would divide by 3, which would leave you with an average of 300. As for Centarumon, the brains, in the case that I gave, the brains was 200, so the 200 brains would be divided by 1, leaving you with an average of 200, meaning that you should Digivolve to Monochromon, because he would have the higher average. But let's say that, again, you had 3 of the requirements for Monochromon and Centarumon, and you had, say, 2,000 HP, 200 defense, and 500 brains. The 2,000 HP divided by 10 would be 200, Add the 200 defense, brings it up to 400. Add the 500 brains, brings it up to 900. That's 3 separate stats in total. Divide it by 3, you're left with an average of 300. With Tyrannomon, the only relevant stat would be brains, and in the case that I gave, the brain stat was 500, and there's only one relevant stat for Tyrannomon, which means that I think you would do 500 divided by 1, which would leave you with an average of 500, and therefore the Digimon that you should Digivolve to is Tyrannomon. That's me giving what I think is my understanding of how the Digivolution priority works when you fulfill 3 of the requirements for more than 1 Digimon. And in order for this to become relevant, what I'm saying about the stats, in order for it to become relevant, you do need to fulfill a minimum of 3 requirements for at least 2 Digimon in order for the stats to come into play regarding the Digivolution priority. I have a feeling that fulfilling 4 of the requirements for a Digimon does not strengthen the chances of you Digivolving to that Digimon, and if you were to fulfill 4 of the requirements for 1 Digimon, and 3 of the requirements for at least 1 other Digimon, then I think that you wouldn't Digivolve to the Digimon that you've got 4 of the requirements for just because you've got an extra requirement. I think that it would... I think the Digivolution would be determined by the stats that your Digimon have got in regards to the relevant stats, and then what the Digimon's total number of stats are when you add together the relevant stats and then divide by however many relevant stats there are. When I had Agumon and I was fulfilling 3 of the requirements for both Greymon and Tyrannomon, my brains wasn't much over 100, which meant that the stat average for Tyrannomon wasn't much over 100, because brains was his only relevant stat. 100, or rather a bit over 100 divided by 1 leaves you with just a bit over 100, but then my defense and speed were superior to my brains, and my attack was much superior to my brains. So by adding the attack, defense, speed, and brains together, which were the relevant stats for Greymon, and then dividing by 4, the average that was left over for Greymon was higher than the average that was left over for Tyrannomon. And the fact that I had one stat that was far superior to brains, the fact that Greymon had a relevant stat which was far superior to brains, I think is why I digivolved to Greymon and not Tyrannomon. But supposing the Digivolution wasn't torn between Greymon and Mirrormon, and let's say that it was let's say that the Digivolution hadn't been torn between Greymon and Tyrannomon, and instead it had been torn between, say, Greymon and Mirrormon. By having attack as my superior stat, I think that would have resulted in me digivolving to Mirrormon, because attack is the sole relevant stat for Mirrormon, which means that the average for Mirrormon, if I had 300 attack, the average for Mirrormon would have been 300. But then if I had like 100 defense, 100 speed, and 100 brains, add it all together, that would come to 600. But since Greymon has 4 relevant stats, I think that you would have to divide by 4, and then the overall average would just be 150, and so I think that you would digivolve to Mirrormon instead. So if the Digivolution had been torn between Greymon and Mirrormon, then I would have needed one of Greymon's other stats to be the superior stat in order to have digivolved to Greymon and not Mirrormon. I would have needed Greymon's average. When you add together all the relevant stats and divide by however many there are, if I was torn between Greymon and Mirrormon, then I would have needed Greymon's average number of stats to have been superior to Mirrormon's, and I think that is always the case when you have 3 of the requirements for more than one Digimon. The Digimon that you're after, you need to try and have their relevant stats as high as possible, so that when the calculations are made and you end up with the average overall, you want the Digimon that you are aiming for to have the highest average. What can be complicated though is when what can be complicated is the fact that there can be overlaps. Okay, we're fading away. There can be overlaps when it comes to the stats. There could be one or more stats which are relevant for more than one or more Digimon, and then that can complicate things and make things less straightforward. I gave the example of Monochromon and Tyrannomon both needing brains, and then I said about having brains a fair bit superior should result in you digivolving to Tyrannomon, whereas having defense or HP a fair bit superior should result in you Digivolve into MetalGreymon. So, you know, if you are in a position where you're aiming for a Digimon, but it's not going to be possible to avoid 3 of the requirements for at least one other Digimon, then ideally you want to go about it where the Digimon that you're aiming for has different relevant stats to the Digimon that you are not aiming for, so that you can make sure that the Digimon that you are aiming for will have better overall stats, like the better overall average, and then because of that you should be successful with Digivolving to that Digimon. It's a good thing that we've got Greymon recruited, because the fact that he's been recruited means that we are now able to recruit SkullGreymon if we were to have SkullGreymon as our Digimon. And I think that I also think that Greymon's recruitment is part of the requirement for being able to recruit SkullGreymon. The other requirements being to see to the first part of Greylord's Mansion, have Shalmon recruited, have a minimum of 35 prosperity points, and also have and Greymon recruited as well. I think that having Greymon recruited is also one of the requirements. So by recruiting Greymon, I think that we have put ourselves closer to being able to recruit SkullGreymon and SkullGreymon once we have the necessary Digimon. The other requirement for SkullGreymon would have been to have recruited Seedramon and having access to Beetleland, which we were already successful with. And then as for SkullGreymon, if Greymon is part of the requirement, then we are successful with all of the other requirements apart from having 35 prosperity points. Also, the fact that we have recruited Greymon means that we can now speak to Digimon with any Digimon in order to check our number of prosperity points without the fear of any downsides, because the fact that we have now defeated Greymon means that speaking to Digimon with a champion Digimon or an ultimate Digimon is not going to trigger Greymon, because the triggering of Greymon has already happened and we've already defeated him. So from now on we can, speak to Digimon more to keep track of our prosperity points more easily, without needing to worry about anything, or at least that will be the case until we reach 50 prosperity points. Once we reach 50 prosperity points, we will have a similar problem in that speaking to Digimon when you have a minimum of 50 prosperity points and your partner Digimon is either a champion Digimon or an ultimate Digimon, that will result in Digimon telling you about Mount Infinity, which will trigger the battle against Airdramon, which is something that we can't have happen unless we've got Airdramon as our own Digimon. Like with Greymon, you could avoid Airdramon by leaving Digimon's house with an autopilot, but then you wouldn't be able to walk back into Digimon's house without triggering Airdramon. So if we were to make it up to 50 prosperity points, then unless we are ready to face Airdramon, unless we are able to face Airdramon, then I would have to speak to Digimon when I've got either a baby Digimon or an in-training Digimon or a rookie Digimon, if I was to want to check my number of prosperity points, and without triggering Airdramon. But I think we currently have 32 prosperity points, so I would think that it's going to be quite a few lifespans before we need to be worrying about Airdramon. After defeating Greymon, I had nothing more useful to do with my own Greymon. I mean, he can Digivolve to MetalGreymon, but we can't currently recruit MetalGreymon, so there would have been no point in Digivolving to MetalGreymon. He could have Digivolved to SkullGreymon, but we're not currently able to recruit SkullGreymon. We are a lot closer to SkullGreymon's recruit than MetalGreymon's recruit, but SkullGreymon currently isn't recruitable the same way that MetalGreymon isn't recruitable, so there wouldn't have been any point in Digivolving to SkullGreymon either, and there also wouldn't have been any point in Digivolving to Vademon, because that is yet another Digimon who can't currently be recruited. That is why, like with the other lifespans, I just waited for Greymon to fade away so that we could move on to this lifespan, where I chose the yellow egg, and obviously the rookie Digimon that we are going to be seeing is either going to be Patamon or Biomon, meaning that we are either going to be seeing the same rookie Digimon again, that being Patamon. Either we are going to be seeing Patamon again, or we are going to be seeing a new rookie Digimon, the Digimon being Biomon. And regardless of whether our rookie Digimon is going to be Patamon or Biomon, I can assure you that we are going to be seeing a new champion Digimon in this lifespan. A champion Digimon who we haven't yet Digivolved to. And I would think that Tokemon's Digivolution isn't far away, because I think he's already slept twice, which means it can't be too much longer until he Digivolves, if I'm right about the fact that he's already slept twice. I am right, because he is Digivolving. It's a new rookie Digimon. Our rookie Digimon for this lifespan is Biomon, a Digimon who we haven't yet had as our partner Digimon, and her starting technique is Electric Cloud, which I think has put us up to 22 techniques, because I don't think we had Electric Cloud beforehand, and I think that we had 21 techniques going into this lifespan. I think I had 17 before Digivolve into Seadramon, and I think that when we Digivolved to Seadramon, I think Teardrop came naturally, making it 18. Then we had the other Seadramon teach us Aqua Magic and Giga Freeze, bringing it up to 20. Then as Colamon we learned Ice Statue, bringing it up to 21. And then from Digivolve into Biomon, I think Electric Cloud has come naturally, putting it up to 22. And with Biomon with Biomon as our Digimon, I am now heading to Gear Savannah, hoping to recruit Biomon. And then, as a result of that, Patamon will no longer be the only Digimon working in the item shop. He will have the company of Biomon, who also works at the item shop. But the other two item shop Digimon, Unimon and Monochromon, we're not going to be recruiting them while we have Biomon as our Digimon, but we can at least recruit a new rookie Digimon. If we think about the green egg, Agumon and Gabumon, we've already had both of those Digimon and recruited both of those Digimon. The pink egg, Palmon and Betamon, we've already had both of those Digimon and recruited both of those Digimon. The yellow egg, we have now had both Patamon and Biomon. Currently we've only recruited one of those Digimon, Patamon, but we are about to recruit Biomon. We've also had Kunamon as our Digimon and recruited him, so that's 7 rookie Digimon that we've had out of 9. And once we recruit Biomon, we will have 7 rookie Digimon recruited out of 9. The only remaining rookie Digimon would be Electmon and Penguinmon, who both come from the blue egg, which I think I'm yet to have in this challenge. Well, I mean, the fact that I haven't had Electmon or Penguinmon would surely suggest that I haven't chosen the blue egg, unless I did choose the blue egg and Digivolve to Kunamon, but I have no recollection of that happening. I know I've had Kunamon as my Digimon, but I've had no recollection of Digivolving to Kunamon via the blue egg. I have no recollection of picking the blue egg. But Biomon's been recruited. We now have 2 Digimon working at the item shop. And, well, regarding the rookie Digimon, we are 7/9 of the way there, leaving just 2 more rookie Digimon. And I'm pleased to say that out of the recruitment
recruitments of the 2 other rookie Digimon, Alepmon and Penguinmon, neither of them involve any battling. Alepmon, you just have to approach him and get shocked by him 3 times. Penguinmon, you just have to defeat him in curling. Biomon's recruitment also doesn't require any battling. I'm just commenting on the rookie Digivolutions here. Agumon's recruitment does require battling, as does Gabumon's. As does Patamon's, as does Kunamon's. I'm struggling to think of all 9 Digimon off the top of my head. Agumon, you have to battle him to recruit him. Gabumon, you have to battle him to recruit him. Patamon, you have to battle him to recruit him. Biomon, you don't have to battle her to recruit her. Alepmon, you don't have to battle him to recruit him. Penguinmon, you don't have to battle him to recruit him. Palmon, you do have to battle her to defeat her. Betamon, you don't have to battle him to defeat him. Kunamon, you do have to battle him to defeat him. So out of the 9 rookie Digimon, I think you have to battle 5 of them in order to recruit them, or be able to recruit them. But we've already recruited those 5 rookie Digimon, plus 2 of the non-confrontational rookie Digimon, leaving just 2 other non-confrontational Digimon. If I look at the Digivolution guide, when I had Tokamon, the possible natural Digivolutions were Biomon and Patamon. For Patamon, in order to Digivolve to him, I needed my superior stat to either be HP, attack, or brains, whereas with Biomon, I needed the superior stat to either be MP, or defense, or speed, and my superior stat by far was MP, which is why I Digivolved to Biomon, who was the Digimon that I was aiming for. And there are 5 Digimon that Biomon can Digivolve to. Birdramon, Airdramon, Kokatorimon, Unamon, and Carboterimon. And out of those 5 champion Digimon, I haven't yet Digivolved to any of them in this challenge, which means that if I'm successful with a natural Digivolution, then we are going to be seeing a new champion Digimon in this lifespan. If I was to go over the requirements, starting with the Digimon at the top and working my way down. The Digimon at the top is Birdramon. The stat requirement for Birdramon is 100 speed, and I'm about to train, which will enable me to... Okay, well, I was about to say that I was about to train, which would enable me to check my speed, but I went into the status. Speed is 55, which means currently I'm not fulfilling the stat requirement for Birdramon.
The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3. I'm not currently fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 15 to 25. I am currently fulfilling that because my weight is 17. And there are 2 elements to the bonus condition. Either have a minimum of 35 techniques, or have Biomon as your partner Digimon. I think we've got 22 techniques, which means that we don't have enough techniques to fulfill the bonus condition, but we are fulfilling the bonus condition because of the fact that we have Biomon as our Digimon. Currently, that's 2 of the requirements for Birdramon, and if I wanted to make it 3 requirements, then I would either need to get my speed up to 100, or have a minimum of 3 care mistakes. Airdramon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP, 100 speed, and 100 brains. I don't currently have the stat requirement for Airdramon. I know that I've got the MP, but I know that I haven't got the speed, and I don't have the brains either. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1. I think I am fulfilling that, because I think that I don't think I've had any chem mistakes so far, unless I've missed one. But I think I've got the chem mistake requirement for Airdramon. The weight requirement 25 to 35, I don't think I've currently got that. I think my weight is too low. There's 2 elements to the bonus condition. One is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. The other is to have a minimum of... The other is to have your discipline at a minimum of 90%. I'm not currently fulfilling the bonus condition either. If I wanted to... Well, at the moment I think I've just got 1 of the requirements for Airdramon, the care mistake requirement. If I wanted 3 of the requirements for Airdramon, then I would have to get 2 of the 3 other requirements, which could mean having to get my speed and brains up to 100, or getting my weight up to the range of 25 to 35, or getting my discipline up to a minimum of 90%. Doing 2 of those 3 things would mean having the requirement for Airdramon, well, 3 of the requirements for Airdramon. The stat now I'm focusing on Kokotorimon. The stat requirement is just 1000 HP, and I'll need to check that when I do more training. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3. I don't currently have that. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. I think my weight is still under that range. I mean, that's been the range. I mean,
when I've been going over the Digivolutions, the weight range of 25 to 35 has popped up more than once, and I've been adrift of it every time so far. Okay, I do have the stat requirement for SkullGreymon, but not the care mistake requirement. The weight requirement, without checking, I can't be certain, but so far, when I have checked, my weight has been below that range, but it has gradually gone up from giving Biomon a big berry, as well as giving her sirloins as well. The bonus condition either have a minimum of 28 techniques, or have Biomon as your partner Digimon. The bonus condition is a guarantee. We've got the stats as well. So we've definitely got at least 2 of the requirements. In order to make it free, I would either have to have a minimum of 3 care mistakes, or ensure that my weight is within the range of 25 to 35. Unimon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 speed. I do have that. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 3. I do have that. Weight requirement 25 to 35. Again, I'm not sure without checking. We might have it, we might not. And then the bonus condition, either have a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 10 battles. We don't have the bonus condition. If we wanted 3 of the requirements for Unimon, then we would have to ensure that our weight is within the range of 25 to 35. Then that just leaves SkullGreymon. The stat requirement is 1000 HP, 1000 MP, 100 attack, and 100 speed. I think I've got the stat requirement for SkullGreymon. I know HP and MP are both there. I think I got attack and speed there as well. We are about to find out. Yes, we have the stat requirement for SkullGreymon. The care mistake requirement, same as Airdramon's, is a maximum of 1. We are currently fulfilling that. The weight requirement, yet again, is 25 to 35. And then the bonus condition is to either have a minimum of 35 techniques, or have Kunamon as your bonus condition. Or have Kunamon as your partner Digimon. Okay, my weight is 26, so I do have the weight requirement for SkullGreymon, as well as the weight requirement for all of the other Digimon who had the same weight requirement, although Biomon is about to go to the toilet, which is about to put our weight down, but I'm given a sirloin to Biomon to have her weight within the range of 25 to 35. I also praised Biomon to put her discipline down to help with avoiding the bonus condition for one of the Digimon that I don't want. I am after the weight range of 25 to 35, which is why I force-fed Biyomon. And there was one Digimon where part of the bonus condition was to have a certain amount of discipline, and I just praised Biyomon a few times to put my discipline down to help with avoiding that Digimon. And well, the fact that I force-fed Biyomon to ensure that her weight is between the range of 25 to 35 has helped with having the weight requirement for a number of her Digimon, which means that the Digimon that I'm aiming for is a Digimon whose weight has to be between 25 to 35. Currently, I do have 3 of the requirements for Tyrannomon: stats, care mistakes, and weight. But since going over the requirements for all of the other Digimon, it is possible that I do now have at least 3 of the requirements for at least one of the other Digimon. Just Birdramon, we now have the speed, but we don't have the care mistakes or the weight, and because the weight requirement is 25 to 35, and the fact that I intentionally put my weight up to the range of 25 to 35, or more specifically 26 to 35, I think shows that I'm not aiming for Birdramon. As for Airdramon, I still don't have the stat requirement because I've kept brains under 100. And I now don't have the... and also I don't have the bonus condition because I put my discipline down by praising Biyomon. So that would suggest that Airdramon is not the Digimon that I'm after either. Kokotorimon, I do have 3 of the requirements: stats, weight, and bonus condition. The stats being 1000 HP, the weight being 25 to 35, the bonus condition being to have Biyomon as my Digimon. Unimon, I do have the stat requirement, and the care mistake requirement, and the weight requirement, but not the bonus condition. The stats 1000 HP and 100 speed. The care mistake, okay, we're digivolving. The care mistakes maximum of 3, the weight 25 to 35. The bonus condition 35 techniques or 10 battles. And I feel like now is an okay time to tell you that SkullGreymon is the Digimon that I've been aiming for, and he is the Digimon that I have Digivolved to, despite the fact that I was fulfilling despite the fact that I was filling 3 of the requirements for more than one Digimon. SkullGreymon had 4 relevant stats: HP, MP, attack and speed, and by having MP really high, that helped with the Digivolution priority that I was mentioning, because it really helped his overall stats once you add up the relevant stats and divide by how many there are. Airdramon, well, like with SkullGreymon, Airdramon also needed 1000 MP and 100 speed, and also 100 brains. The high amount of MP would have helped Airdramon as well as SkullGreymon, but by having brains really low, it meant that Aidramon's stat average wasn't as good as SkullGreymon's, because SkullGreymon and Airdramon were both affected by MP and speed, but Airdramon was affected by brains. SkullGreymon was, well, Airdramon was separately affected by brains. SkullGreymon was separately affected by HP and attack, and my HP and attack were both a lot superior to my brains. So I think that Aidramon's overall relevant stats were inferior to SkullGreymon's. Birdramon needed speed, which was also a relevant stat for SkullGreymon, but our MP was far superior. SkullGreymon needed HP, which was also SkullGreymon solely needed HP, which was also a stat for SkullGreymon, but again MP was far superior, which put the relevant stat average firmly in SkullGreymon's favour. Birdramon, we didn't even have 3 of the requirements because of her weight being too low and care mistakes being too high. Airdramon, we didn't even have 3 of the requirements due to his brains being too low and his discipline being too low. SkullGreymon, we did have 3 of the requirements, but I explained about SkullGreymon presumably having the better relevant stat average. Unimon, we did have 3 of the requirements, and the relevant stats for Unimon were HP and speed, which were also relevant for SkullGreymon, but Unimon had no other relevant stats, whereas SkullGreymon also had MP and attack, and by having MP so high, I think the relevant stat average went in SkullGreymon's favour, and I was successfully digivolving to Carboterimon. That's if I've successfully understood how the evolution priority works regarding the stats. I guess it's possible that I've completely misunderstood it, completely misinterpreted it, but nonetheless, I was successful with Digivolving to Greymon instead of Centarumon, and Greymon was the Digimon that I was aiming for, and I was successful with Digivolving to Carboterimon instead of Unimon or Kokotorimon, and Carboterimon was the Digimon that I was aiming for. So these are good signs that hopefully I have understood the Digivolution priority correctly. And because of the fact that we had already recruited Seadramon and Seadramon and Greymon, we were in a position where I was able to digivolve to in a position where I was able to recruit Carboterimon, because having Seadramon recruited meant having access to Beetleland. Having Greymon recruited meant having the arena in the city, which is needed in order to be able to convince Carboterimon to join the city. So thanks to the fact that we had already recruited Seadramon and Greymon, I was able to recruit Carboterimon as well, and I think that we are now up to 35 prosperity points. I think Biomon made it 33, I think Carboterimon has made it 35. And I was keen to recruit Carboterimon because he modifies some of the equipment at the Green Gym, making it more effective, therefore making the Green Gym more effective, meaning that you are able to gain bigger stat boosts from training on the pieces of equipment that he upgrades. I think Carboterimon upgrades 3 of them, and I think Kawagamon upgrades the other 3, meaning that you need Kawagamon and Carboterimon in order for them to modify the whole of the Green Gym, whereas recruiting just one of them means that only half of the gym gets modified. And I think that they, each have their own 3 separate pieces of equipment that they modify. The fact that we've recruited Carboterimon, I think, means that 3 of the pieces of equipment have been modified, which is very good, because that means more effective training from training on those 3 pieces of equipment. So yes, I was keen to recruit Carboterimon as soon as the opportunity was available, and the opportunity became available after recruiting Seadramon and Greymon. And if we are up to 35 prosperity points, then I think that means that we are now able to do the second half of Greylord's Mansion and recruit SkullGreymon. We're not able to do that in this lifespan. I'm just waiting for Carboterimon to fade away. But I think SkullGreymon is now a recruitable Digimon, something to consider in a later lifespan. Carboterimon can digivolve to Hercules Carboterimon, who is completely useless in this challenge, and MetalGreymon, who we can't currently recruit, so there would be no... Okay, we're fading away. So there would be no point in Digivolve into MetalGreymon at the moment. So when I was done with recruiting SkullGreymon, my priority was then to wait for SkullGreymon to fade away, which was very simple to do because by the way that I was just training and not feeding SkullGreymon, my care mistakes for Hercules SkullGreymon were far too high, and my weight for Hercules SkullGreymon was far too low. The requirements are a maximum of 5. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. The weight requirement is 50 to 60. And then MetalGreymon, the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 15. I think I would have gone over that. The weight requirement is 5 to 15. I think my weight would have been at 1. So if I'm right about that, then that alone would have been enough to rule out MetalGreymon. In both cases, I wouldn't have had the stat requirement for either of the Digimon. The bonus condition for MetalGreymon, either a minimum of 35 techniques or have happiness at a minimum of 95%. I wasn't fulfilling that, so I had no worries about SkullGreymon digivolving to any unwanted Digimon. I didn't want him to digivolve and for our lifespan to become extended. I just wanted SkullGreymon to fade away as quickly as possible, and now we are focused on our new lifespan. Even though I have been successful with digivolving to the Digimon that I've been aiming for, thanks to the guide that I've been following, I am still a bit puzzled about the previous video when I had Ninjamon as my Digimon and I was aiming for Pixiemon, and I wanted to digivolve to Pixiemon, which I was successful with, but I was also fulfilling 3 of the requirements for Mummemon as well, and I'm not entirely sure why I ended up digivolving to Pixiemon. I mean, I've explained about how Digivolution priorities work involving stats. However, Pixiemon and Mummemon both have the same relevant stats: attack, defense, speed, and brains. The individual stat requirement for Pixiemon is different to the individual stat requirement for Mummemon. Like the amount of attack, defense, speed, and brains that you need for Pixiemon is different to the amount of attack, defense, speed, and brains that you need for Mummemon. But nonetheless, if you had just added up the relevant stats, attack, defense, speed, and brains, and then divided by 4, then surely you would have ended up with the same number for both Pixiemon and Mummemon. Because let's say that the 4 stats combined came to like 800, and then you divide by 4, and that's an average of 200, then surely, you know, both Digimon would have had the same required stat average, and so there would have been no priority as far as stats are concerned. In case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm taking Koromon to Kunamon's bed while Koromon wants to sleep, because I'm aiming to Digivolve to Kunamon in this lifespan. The other requirements with Piximon and Mumemon, for both of them I needed to have, well, for both Digimon I didn't have the stat requirement fulfilled, but I did have the 3 other requirements fulfilled, and for both Piximon and Mumemon the care mistake requirement was a minimum of 15, and for both Digimon the weight requirement was 0 to 10, so they both had the same care mistake requirement and the same weight requirement, which I was fulfilling. As for the bonus condition, for both Digimon I was fulfilling one element of the bonus condition, which was happiness. For Piximon it was a minimum of 95%, for Mumemon it was a minimum of 90%, so for Piximon you needed happiness to be a tiny bit higher, and my happiness was at a minimum of 95%, and I don't know if that swayed the Digivolution. I don't know if like the bonus condition was like slightly more in Piximon's favour, and if that's why I Digivolved to Piximon. I'm really not sure. But Ninjamon's Digivolutions do seem to be a bit dodgy, because there do seem to be overlaps with his 3 possible Digivolutions: Piximon, Mumemon, and Metal Mumemon. For all 3 of those Digimon, the relevant stats are attack, defense, speed, and brains. Now, even though the individual requirements for those stats are different, it's still the same stats that are relevant. So it would seem to me that if you don't have the stat requirement fulfilled for any of those Digimon, but you do have 3 of the other, but you do have the 3 other requirements for at least one of those Digimon, then to me it would seem like the Digivolution wouldn't be able to be determined by the relevant stat average, because I think the relevant stat average would be the same for all of them, because it's the same stats and the same number of stats. You would just add up attack, defense, speed, and brains and divide by 4. You know, that's what you would do for all 3 of the Digimon, and in which case you would surely end up with the same amount for all 3 Digimon. The care mistake requirement for Piximon and Mumemon is a minimum of 15, whereas the care mistake requirement for Metal Mumemon is a maximum of 15, which means that if your care mistakes were to be bang on 15, then surely you would have the care mistake requirement for all 3 Digimon. The weight requirement for Piximon and Mumemon is 0 to 10, whereas the weight requirement for Metal Mumemon is 5 to 15, which means that if your weight was to be between 5 and 10, then surely you would have the weight requirement for all 3 Digimon. And part of the bonus condition for Mumemon is for happiness to be at a minimum of 90%. As for Piximon and Metal Mumemon, part of the stat requirement is for happiness to be at a minimum of 95%, which to me means that if you were to have exactly 15 care mistakes and your weight was to be between 5 and 10 and your happiness was to be at a minimum of 95%, then you would have the care mistake requirement, the weight requirement, and the bonus condition for all 3 of those Digimon. And I don't think that you would be able to get a Digivolution priority from the stats. So to me, that just seems like quite a complicated scenario regarding Ninjamon and the Digimon that he can Digivolve to. If you were to play your cards right, then I think that it would be possible to end up with 3 of the requirements for one of the Digimon and less than 3 of the requirements for the 2 other Digimon. If you take Piximon, for example, the stat requirement is 300 attack, 300 defense, 400 speed, and 400 brains. But for Metal Mumemon, you need 500 attack, among other stats, and Mumemon you need 400 attack, among other stats. So if you were to fulfill the stat requirement for Piximon, but you were to keep attack under 400, then you would have the stat requirement for Piximon and Piximon alone, because your attack would be too low for Mumemon or Metal Mumemon, so that would be 1 requirement for Piximon and 0 requirements for the other 2 Digimon. If you were to have over 15 care mistakes, then you would have 2 of the requirements for Piximon, 1 for Mumemon, and none for Metal Mumemon. If you were to have your weight if you were to have your weight above 15, so that it's too high for any of them, then you would have 2 of the requirements for Piximon, 1 for Mumemon, 0 for Metal Mumemon. And then if you were to have your happiness at a minimum of 95%, then you would have 3 of the requirements for Piximon, 2 for Mumemon, and 1 for Metal Mumemon. Because you would have the stats, the care mistakes, and the bonus condition for Piximon, but not the weight requirement. In fact, you wouldn't have the weight requirement for any of them. And as well as not having the weight requirement for any of them, you also wouldn't have the stat requirement or the care mistake requirement for Metal Mumemon, and you wouldn't have the stat requirement for Mumemon. you would just have the care mistake requirement and the bonus condition for Mumemon, and just the bonus condition for Metal Mumemon, but then the stats, the care mistakes, and the bonus condition for Piximon. If we were to look at Mumemon, the stat requirement is 400 attack, 300 defense, 300 speed, and 400 brains. To repeat a particular stat, 300 brains is needed for Mumemon, but for Piximon and Metal Mumemon you need 400 speed, which means that you would have the stat requirement for Mumemon, but not Piximon or Metal Mumemon. So that would be one requirement for Mumemon and no requirements for Piximon or Metal Mumemon. If you were to have your care mistakes over 15, that would be a second requirement for Mumemon, and a first requirement that then if you were to have over 15 care mistakes, then that would mean having 2 requirements for Mumemon and 1 for Piximon and none for Metal Mumemon. If you were to have your weight above 15, then you wouldn't have the weight requirement for any of them, leaving you with 2 of the requirements for Mumemon, 1 for Piximon, 1 for Metal Mumemon. And if your happiness was to be at 90% but no fuller, then you would have 3 of the requirements for Mumemon, but still just 1 of the requirements for Piximon, and none of the requirements for Metal Mumemon, if I've read and understood that correctly. Then as for Metal Mumemon, well, the care mistake requirement is less than 15, so by having less than 15 care mistakes, you would have the care mistake. Well, for Metal Mumemon, the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 15, but for Piximon and Mumemon, it's a minimum of 15. So by having less than 15 care mistakes, then you would only have the care mistake requirement for Metal Mumemon, not Piximon or Mumemon. The weight requirement for Piximon and Mumemon is 0 to 10, but for Metal Mumemon it's 5 to 15, which means that if you have your weight between 11 and 15, then you would have the weight requirements for Metal Mumemon, but not Piximon or Mumemon. So that would mean having 2 of the requirements for Metal Mumemon and none of the requirements for Piximon or Mumemon. The stat requirement for Metal Mumemon is stricter than the stat requirement for Piximon and Mumemon. For Metal Mumemon you need 500 attack, 400 defense, 400 speed and 400 brains. And so by fulfilling the stat requirement for Metal Mumemon, you would also have the stat requirement for Piximon and Mumemon. That would be 3 of the requirements for Metal Mumemon and Piximon, which would then make the bonus condition irrelevant. But if you were to have your happiness at a minimum of 95%, then you would have all 4 of the requirements for MetalGreymon, plus the bonus condition for Piximon and Mummemon as well, but that would only bring it up to 2 of the requirements, because for both of those Digimon you would be failing to fulfill the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement. Of course, what's more complicated is that if you if you have a high number of techniques mastered, then you can land yourself in a position where it is a guarantee that you will fulfill the bonus condition for every Digimon, and then that makes Digivolutions even more complicated, particularly in the case of Piximon, Mummemon, and MetalGreymon. I explained about the benefit of being able to fulfill the stat requirement for Piximon without fulfilling the stat requirement for Mummemon or MetalGreymon, as well as the ability to fulfill the stat requirement for Mummemon but not Piximon or MetalGreymon. And I also explained about the ability to avoid the weight requirement for all 3 of the Digimon, meaning that if you fulfill the stat requirement for just 1 of them, but avoid the weight requirement and have the care mistake requirement and the bonus condition, then that would be 3 of the requirements. But for the other Digimon, since they would be lacking the stat requirement and the weight requirement, the care mistake requirement and the bonus condition alone would only account for 2 of the requirements, which wouldn't be enough in order for the Digivolution to be possible. And for MetalGreymon, the Digivolution seems most plausible, because you can have the care mistake requirement for him and the weight requirement for him without having the care mistake requirement for Piximon or Mummemon. And then if you have enough techniques in order to have the bonus condition, then that would be 3 of the requirements for MetalGreymon, but just 1 of the requirements for Piximon and Mummemon. I don't know if any of that made any sense. I did ramble on for a long time. You know, it did seem pretty complicated. But the point I was trying to make is that from the looks of things, if you have Ninjamon as your Digimon, then it is possible to fulfill 3 of the requirements for 1 of the ultimate Digimon without fulfilling 3 of the requirements for either of the other 2 ultimate Digimon. But it does seem complicated. You know, I gave examples of how I think that it would be possible, but it does seem kind of difficult and long-winded. And in my case, when I had, okay, we're Digivolving, and I suppose now I should point out that Kawagamon is the Digimon that I have been aiming for. I haven't been speaking about this lifespan much because I've been speaking about other stuff instead. but I aimed for Kunamon, and I've aimed for Kawagamon as well, and he is the Digimon that I have got. Yeah, when I had Ninjamon as my Digimon, I think that what I should have done in order to have guaranteed the Digivolution of Piximon and not Mumemon would have been for me to have had the stat requirement for Piximon, but not the stat requirement for Mumemon or Metal Mumemon, which would have required me to have kept my attack under 400. You know, I would have needed 300 attack, 300 defense, 400 speed, 400 brains. Have that, but don't have attack any higher than 300, so that I would have the stat requirement for Piximon, but not Mumemon. Have over 15 care mistakes, so I'd have the care mistake requirement for both of them. That would be 2 requirements for Piximon, 1 for Mumemon. Have happiness at a minimum of 95%, so that I'd have the bonus condition for both of them. That would be 3 requirements for Piximon and 2 requirements for Mumemon, but then don't have my weight within the range of 0 to 10, or even within the range of 5 to 15, have weight above 15, so that I wouldn't have had the weight requirement for either Piximon or Mumemon, and that would have been 3 of the requirements for Piximon and just 2 of the requirements for Mumemon. As for Piximon and Metal Mumemon, by doing what I said with my stats and keeping attack down, I wouldn't have had the stat requirement for Metal Mumemon, and by having more than 15 care mistakes, I also wouldn't have had the care mistake requirement for Metal Mumemon, and that would have ruled out Metal Mumemon, because that would have meant failing to fulfill 2 of the requirements, which would have made weight and the bonus condition irrelevant. I would have had the bonus condition because of the fact that for both Piximon and Metal Mumemon, one element of the bonus condition is for happiness to be at a minimum of 95%. But as long as my weight would have been above 10, I would have been fine, because I wouldn't have had the weight requirement for Mumemon, along with not having the stat requirement for Mumemon. And even if my weight was within the range of 11 to 15, which is within range for Metal Mumemon, and despite the fact that I also would have had the bonus condition for Metal Mumemon, I wouldn't have had the stats or the care mistakes. So, you know, that would have been the safest way to have digivolved from Ninjamon to Piximon, because the Digivolution would have been a guarantee. Instead, I think I made a total mess of it, but I still managed to digivolve to Piximon, who was the Digimon that I was after. And coming back to this lifespan, after recruiting Tyrannomon and modifying some of the Green Gym, I wanted to also recruit Kawagamon, so that the whole of the Green Gym would be modified, and that is now the way of things. With both Kawagamon and Tyrannomon recruited, the whole of the green gym has been modified, so the whole of the green gym is now more effective. Not to mention that earlier in the challenge, I did the gym upgrade with a baby Digimon and in training Digimon, mostly Tyrannomon, which meant that I had the gym upgrade from that, as well as the gym upgrade from Kawagamon and Kabuterimon. I also have the training manual in my inventory, thus making training even more effective, and I've got super carrots and hawk radishes available to me should I need them. And I think that we are now up to 37 prosperity points. Yes, 37 prosperity points. And yeah, Kawagamon and Kabuterimon were two Digimon that I was keen to recruit, and I have been successful with their recruitments. Kawagamon's usefulness does end here, so I am now going to be just passing the time until he fades away. Kawagamon can digivolve to Hercules Kabuterimon, who is useless in this challenge. He can also digivolve to Piximon, who we no longer need because we've already recruited Piximon. From now on, we are just waiting for Kawagamon to fade away, because I have nothing else to do with him, nothing more useful to do with him. I just want him to fade away and then move on to the next lifespan. To avoid Hercules Kabuterimon, I just need care mistakes to go over 5, which they will, and I need weight to be under the range of 50 to 60, which it most definitely will. The reason for both of those things is because I'm not going to be feeding Kawagamon. As for Piximon, well, I will actually have, the way that I'm going to be going about it, I will actually have the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement for Piximon, a minimum of 15 care mistakes and a weight which is within the range of 0 to 10. But as long as I keep my stats down, then I won't fulfill the stat requirement for Piximon. The stat requirement is 300 attack, 300 defense, 400 speed, and 400 brains. I just need to keep one of those stats under the amount in order to avoid the stat requirement for Piximon. As for the bonus condition, there's 2 elements to it: a minimum of 25 techniques, or have your happiness at a minimum of 95%. My happiness is going to be nowhere near 95% due to how much of a bad tamer I'm going to be for the rest of Kawagamon's lifespan. As for techniques, is it 22 that we are up to? I think Teardrop made it 18, Aquamagic made it 19, Gigafreeze made it 20, Ice Statue made it 21, Electric Cloud made it 22. I don't think I've learned any more techniques since then, and in which case I don't have enough techniques in order to fulfill the bonus condition for Piximon, because a minimum of 25 is required, and I think I have 22. So it looks like we can relax, and that we don't have to worry about SkullGreymon digivolving. We can just wait for him to fade away. If I just go over the Digivolution requirements with Kunamon and the potential Digivolutions, there are 4 Digimon that Kunamon can digivolve to: Barkamon, Tyrannomon, SkullGreymon, and Vegiemon. And when I had Kunamon as my Digimon, I had already digivolved to Tyrannomon and Vegiemon, which meant that Barkamon and SkullGreymon were the only potential useful Digivolutions. And I was aiming for SkullGreymon the whole time. The stat requirement for Barkamon is just 1000 MP, which is also part of the stat requirement for SkullGreymon. So I did have the stat requirement. The care mistake requirement for Barkamon is a minimum of 3, which I had to fulfill because the care mistake requirement for SkullGreymon is a minimum of 5. So by fulfilling the stat requirement and the care mistake requirement for SkullGreymon, I also fulfilled the stat requirement and the care mistake requirement for Barkamon. The weight requirement for Barkamon is 15 to 25. My weight was too low. And then the bonus condition was to either have a minimum of 28 techniques. Okay, SkullGreymon is fading away now. Or for happiness to be at a minimum of 50%. And I can't actually remember if I had the bonus condition in the bag, because I can't actually remember where my happiness was. I was so focused on what I was talking about that I wasn't paying full attention. But even if I did have the bonus condition for Barkamon, bringing it up to 3 requirements, I was confident that I wouldn't digivolve to Barkamon for reasons that I will explain shortly. If I now focus on Vegiemon, the stat requirement for Vegiemon is also 1000 MP, so again, by fulfilling the stat requirement for SkullGreymon, I also fulfilled the stat requirement for Vegiemon, and Vegiemon has the same care mistake requirement as SkullGreymon, minimum of 5, which means that I was also fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Vegiemon by fulfilling the care mistake requirement for SkullGreymon. The weight was 5 to 15. I wasn't fulfilling the weight requirement for Vegiemon because I had my weight at the minimum. I had my weight under 5, and I did that intentionally so that I wouldn't have the weight requirement for any of the Digimon. And then bonus condition, one of them is to have a minimum of 21 techniques, the other is for happiness to be at a minimum of 50%. That I did definitely have, because my number of techniques is superior to 21. I'm not sure where my happiness was at the time, but because of the techniques, I would have had the bonus condition for Vegemon. So that's 3 requirements that were being fulfilled for Vegemon, and possibly 3 requirements that were being fulfilled for Barkamon as well. The stat requirement for Carbuterimon is 1000 HP, 1000 MP, 100 attack, and 100 speed, which is also the same as the stat requirement for Kawagamon. So the fact that I was fulfilling the stat requirement for Kawagamon meant also fulfilling the stat requirement for Carbuterimon. Kawagamon and Carbuterimon both also have one component of the bonus condition which is the same, and that's to have Kunamon as your rookie Digimon. And so by fulfilling the bonus condition for Kawagamon, I also was fulfilling the bonus condition for Carbuterimon. That's 2 of the requirements. But the care mistake requirement for Carbuterimon is a maximum of 1. I wasn't fulfilling that because my care mistakes were superior to 5, so a lot more than 1. And I also wasn't fulfilling the weight requirement because the weight requirement was 25 to 35, and I had my weight at the bare minimum, so I had just 2 of the requirements for Carbuterimon. As for Kawagamon, the stat requirement, 1000 HP, 1000 MP, 100 attack, and 100 speed, that I had fulfilled. Care mistake requirement, minimum of 5, that I had fulfilled. Weight requirement 25 to 35, that I didn't have fulfilled. And then part of the bonus condition was to have Kunamon as your Digimon. With Carbuterimon, it was the bonus condition was to the 2 elements of the bonus condition was to either have Kunamon as your Digimon or a minimum of 35 techniques. With Kawagamon, it was to either have Kunamon as your Digimon or a minimum of 28 techniques. So I did have 3 of the requirements for Kawagamon, stats, care mistakes, and bonus condition, not weight. I only had 2 of the requirements for Carbuterimon, stats and bonus condition, not care mistakes or weight. I did have 3 of the requirements for Vegemon, stats, care mistakes, and bonus condition, not weight, and I possibly had 3 of the requirements for Barkamon, stats, care mistakes, possibly the bonus condition, not weight, and for all 4 of Kunamon's potential Digivolutions, MP is a relevant stat, because you need 1000 MP for Kawagamon and Carbuterimon, along with needing 1000 HP and 100 defense and 100 speed for Kawagamon and Carbuterimon. As for Barkamon and Vegemon, the stat requirement is just 1000 MP. So when I was training, I made sure that my MP was inferior, well, out of my HP, MP, attack and defense, I made sure that my MP was inferior to the rest of the stats, and that at least, and the out of HP, attack, and speed, at least one of them was far superior to MP. That way, if my understanding of the Digivolution priority is correct, when it comes to the relevant stat average, then by keeping MP down and by having one of SkullGreymon's other stats being far superior to MP, SkullGreymon's average relevant stat average was better than Vegimon's and Barkamon's, and I think that is why I digivolved to SkullGreymon and not Vegimon or Barkamon. And it was very important that I only fulfilled 2 of the requirements for SkullGreymon, because SkullGreymon and SkullGreymon have the same stat requirement, which means that they have the same relevant stats, and if I had fulfilled 3 of the requirements for both SkullGreymon and SkullGreymon, then I don't think that I could have rescued myself by having certain stats at certain amounts, because SkullGreymon and SkullGreymon would have had the same relevant stats. So no matter what my stats are, I think that the relevant stat average would have been the same for both Digimon. And, you know, I knew that I would have the stat requirement and the bonus condition for both Digimon, meaning that I needed to have one of the other requirements for SkullGreymon while failing to have both of the requirements for SkullGreymon. The fact that they had different care mistake requirements was a good thing. SkullGreymon's being a maximum of 1, SkullGreymon's being a minimum of 5, enabling me to have the care mistake requirement for SkullGreymon but not SkullGreymon, making it 3 of the requirements for SkullGreymon but still just 2 of the requirements for SkullGreymon. And then I chose to keep my weight down so that I didn't have the weight requirement for any of the Digimon, meaning that the number of requirements for SkullGreymon stayed at 2. It did mean not having the weight requirement for SkullGreymon, but I already had 3 of the requirements for SkullGreymon. And then as for Vegimon and Barkamon, well, by having one of SkullGreymon's stats far superior to MP, and by trying to keep MP as low as possible while needing it to be at 1,000 or more, I was able to digivolve to SkullGreymon. Or at least, if my understanding is correct, then that is the case. It is possible that I have completely misunderstood, you know, completely misinterpreted. But if I have understood the Digivolution priority correctly, then that is why I was successful with digivolving to the Digimon that I wanted to Digivolve to in the previous 3 lifespans, Kawagamon, Carboterrymon, and Greymon. And I do need to comment more on this lifespan, because this lifespan is due to be a lengthier lifespan, because in this lifespan I am aiming to Digivolve all the way through to an ultimate Digimon, and I am aiming for it to be natural Digivolutions all the way through. Stats are very relevant, firstly for the stat requirements that are going to be needed for the Digivolutions that I'm going to be aiming for, not to mention that there are battles that I'm going to be getting into, and the better my stats are, the more winnable the battles are going to be. So at the very beginning of this lifespan, I gave my Digimon a Digipine, which makes training more effective, and I've been eating at the restaurant to maintain the effects of the Digipine, so that I can continue to train and get bigger stat boosts than what I would normally get, not to mention the stat boosts that I have been getting from eating at the restaurant. And I also, before giving my Digimon the Digipine, I also gave my Digimon an ice mushroom, putting discipline up to the very maximum, meaning that I can get away with using the toilet less frequently, because when my Digimon needs the toilet, the fact that their discipline is at the maximum means that they will hold on for more than an hour before they will go to the toilet, which means that when my Digimon needs the toilet, I'm able to train one more time, and it just means that I can get away with going to the toilet less times, which works for me, because the less toilet visits I make, the less time that I spend going to the toilet, and the more time that I have to devote to training. And since I've been going to the restaurant when my Digimon has wanted to... Okay, we're Digivolving. When I have been going to the restaurant when my Digimon has wanted to eat, ideally I've wanted my Digimon to want to eat and want the toilet at the same time, so that I've been able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Electmon is the Digimon that we have Digivolved to, and he is the Digimon that I was aiming for. And like I was saying, by my Digimon wanting to eat and wanting the toilet at the same time, I've been able to head to the restaurant, allowing my Digimon to use the toilet along the way, and then go to the restaurant and eat at the restaurant, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So, you know, I've been trying to time it so that my Digimon has wanted to eat and has wanted the toilet at the same time. You know, if I've been training and my Digimon has signalled for food, I've known that I've had an hour and that the food bubble won't go away until an hour and a half later, meaning that I can train once more before going to the restaurant, and hopefully by training once more my Digimon will then want the toilet as well. Alternatively, if I train and then my Digimon wants the toilet but doesn't want to eat, I can train once more before taking my Digimon to the toilet due to my discipline being so high, and hopefully after training once more my Digimon will then want to eat, and it just helps with what I was saying about killing two birds with one stone. With this lifespan I chose the blue egg, which was an egg that I hadn't previously chosen in this challenge, and Alepmon was the rookie Digimon that I was aiming for, and he's the Digimon that I have Digivolved to, and I am now in Gear Savannah because I am going to be recruiting Alepmon, and I think that will be 8 out of 9 rookie Digimon recruited, as well as 8 out of 9 rookie Digimon that I have Digivolved to, which I suppose should be self-explanatory because I have to Digivolve to a specific Digimon in order to be able, if I want to recruit a Digimon, then I have to Digivolve to that specific Digimon. So in order to be able to recruit a rookie Digimon, I need to have that rookie Digimon as my partner Digimon. The same with recruiting champion Digimon and ultimate Digimon. So I think it's self-explanatory that the number of rookie Digimon that I've had in this, well, the number of different rookie Digimon that I've had in this challenge is equal to the number of rookie Digimon that I've recruited in this challenge. I believe the only rookie Digimon that I'm now missing is Penguinmon, who also comes from the blue egg. Just to comment on the Digivolutions, for Alepmon, well, in order to Digivolve to Alepmon, you need your superior stat to either be HP or attack or speed. And in this instance, attack was by far our superior stat. As for Penguinmon, you need your superior stat to be either MP or defense or brains. So by training nothing but attack, I was able to Digivolve to Alepmon, who was the rookie Digimon that I was aiming for. And you have to take things one step at a time. You have to walk before you can run. You have to Digivolve to a rookie Digimon before you can Digivolve to a champion Digimon. And you have to Digivolve to a champion Digimon before you can Digivolve to an ultimate Digimon. Or at least that's the way of things when it comes to special Digivolutions. So, you know, as well as training and trying to fulfill the Digivolution, well, as well as training and trying to fulfill the stat requirements for the immediate Digimon that I'm aiming to Digivolve to, I am also thinking ahead about the sort of future Digimon that I want within this lifespan. So I do also have one eye on that when it comes to the training that I'm doing. You know, I'm not just thinking about, you know, when I had my baby and in training Digimon, I wasn't just thinking about Digivolving to a Letmon. I was also thinking about, you know, the champion Digimon that I want to Digivolve to, and the ultimate Digimon that I want to Digivolve to. So I'm training stats in accordance to the Digimon that I am aiming for. You know, the Digimon, the very next Digimon that I'm aiming for in this lifespan, as well as the later Digimon that I'm aiming for in this lifespan. So, you know, I do have, you know, stats in mind to help with all of the Digivolutions that I'm aiming for in this lifespan, as well as the battles that I plan to get into. You know, I'm aiming to have, you know, the best stats that I can realistically have for that, and particularly the stats that I think would be most helpful for the battles. And obviously it's not all about stats. There are other requirements when it comes to Digivolutions, you know, other conditions that have to be met, and I do, you know, have that in mind as well, because stats alone is not good enough in order to fulfill a Digivolution. I need a minimum of 3 of the requirements, so as well as having stats, I need a minimum of 2 of the other 3 requirements, that being care mistakes, weight, and the bonus condition. A Letmon can Digivolve to a total of 4 different Digimon: Leomon, Angemon, Barkamon, and Kokatorimon, and at the moment I haven't Digivolved to any of those 4 Digimon, which means that you know, Digivolving to any of those Digimon would mean Digivolving to a champion Digimon that I haven't yet had. And if I just go in order from top to bottom, Leomon, the stat requirement is 100 attack, 100 speed, and 100 brains. When I return to training, I will be able to check those stats. I know that I do definitely have the attack and the brains. Do I have the speed as well? No, not at the moment. So currently I'm not fulfilling the stat requirement for Leomon. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1, I've already gone over that, which means that the care mistake requirement for Leomon is an impossibility, because there was one time when I trained and didn't feed a Letmon, and that came to 2 care mistakes, and when I let a Letmon sleep last night, I was an hour late with letting a Letmon sleep, and I think that has brought us up to 3 care mistakes. The weight requirement for Leomon is 15 to 25, which we currently are fulfilling, because when I checked when I was at the restaurant, my weight was 20, and the bonus condition, there's 2 elements to it. One of them is to have a minimum of 35 techniques, which we are not going to be fulfilling within this lifespan. The other is to have a minimum of 10 battles, which we are currently not fulfilling. I think we have 23 techniques at the moment. I think Ice Statue made it 21. Then I think we learned Electric Cloud naturally from Biomon. And then I think we learned Static Electric naturally from Eletmon. I don't think we had those techniques beforehand. So I think 23 techniques is where we are at. And well, currently we have just one of the requirements for Leomon, and out of the 4 conditions, one of them is already out of the question, that being the care mistakes. So the only way that we would have any chance of digivolving to Leomon would be by keeping our weight within the range of 15 to 25, getting speed up to 100, and having a minimum of 10 battles. Okay, weight is now 22. Angemon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP. Right. Yeah. Angemon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP and 100 brains. I think we are there with the brains, but I don't think we are there with the MP. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 0, so we are definitely not going to fulfill that. And yes, our MP is under 1000, so we don't currently have the stat requirement for Angemon, and we're not going to have the care mistake requirement for Angemon. The weight requirement is the same as Leomon's, 15 to 25, which we are currently fulfilling. As for the bonus condition, one of the elements is to have Patamon as your rookie Digimon. The other is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. That means that the bonus condition for Angemon is going to be impossible to fulfill in this lifespan. So too is the care mistake requirement. So no matter what we do, we won't be able to digivolve to Angemon in this lifespan. Barkamon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP. We are not currently we are not fulfilling that. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 3. We are fulfilling that. We have had exactly 3 care mistakes so far. The weight requirement is 15 to 25. So I've just noticed that the stat gain that we're getting from brains wasn't as good as it was, so we had lost the effects. So I gave Alepmon a super carrot, and now the stat gain has gone from 11 to 13. We currently have the weight requirement for Barkamon, 15 to 25. And then there's 2 elements to the bonus condition. One of them is to have a minimum of 28 techniques, which we are not fulfilling. The other is for discipline to be at a minimum of 50%, which we are fulfilling. So at the moment we have 3 of the requirements for Barkamon, although that's just changed to 2 because we are now currently not fulfilling the weight requirement because our weight has just crept up to 26, although from having Alepmon use the toilet and from sleeping, our weight will go back down to being within the range of 15 to 25. So once you account for that, we currently have 3 of the requirements for Barkamon: the care mistakes, the weight, and the bonus condition, but not the stats. And then the final Digimon, Cockatorimon. The stat requirement is 1,000 HP, and I can check to see if I am fulfilling that. Just when I train my MP, I'll view my HP. Okay, I don't have the stat requirement for Cockatorimon. The care mistake requirement is the same as Barkamon's, a minimum of 3. We are fulfilling that. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. I don't think we are currently fulfilling that. But I don't think we are far away from fulfilling it. And then the bonus condition is to have, well, there's 2 elements to it: either have Biomon as your Digimon, or have a minimum of 28 techniques. Okay, weight is 27. We are not fulfilling the bonus condition for Cockatorimon, but we are fulfilling the care mistake requirement and currently we are fulfilling the weight requirement. That's 2 of the requirements. If we were to get HP up to 1,000, then we would have 3 of the requirements for Cockatorimon. But at the moment, we have just 2 of the requirements. And I know that it must be... sorry, I was going to comment on the restaurant, but I just thought I would pause to comment on something, and that's that now that our weight is above the range of 15 to 25, we are no longer fulfilling the weight requirement for Barkamon, which would have brought the number of requirements for, which would have brought the number of conditions being met from 3 down to 2. However, now that we've got our MP up to 1,000, we do now have the stat requirement for Barkamon, putting the number of requirements back up to 3. I believe MP was also relevant for Angemon. Yes, we do now have the stat requirement for Angemon, but we established that we won't be able to Digivolve to Angemon because the care mistakes and the bonus condition are both out of the question. So Angemon is not an option. Leomon we still don't have the stats for, and we and we still don't have the bonus condition for him either. We no longer we no longer have the weight requirement for him, and the care mistake requirement we went beyond some time ago. So it would be extremely difficult to Digivolve to Leomon. We would have to get our weight back down to 15 to 25. We would have to get our speed up to 100, and we would have to win a minimum of 10 battles. So Leomon is looking completely out of the question. Angemon is out of the question. Kokotorimon, we've got 3 of the requirements. Stats, which is 1000 HP. Wait, or do we? Hold on. Actually, wait, no. I don't think we do have the stats for Kokotorimon. We have the care mistakes. Yeah, we don't have the stats for Kokotorimon, and for as long as HP stays under 1000, we won't have the stats for Kokotorimon. We do have the care mistakes for Kokotorimon, minimum of 3, and the weight requirement 25 to 35, but the bonus condition is an impossibility, either needing Biomon as your Digimon or a minimum of 28 techniques. Leomon is virtually out of the question. Angemon is definitely out of the question. Kokotorimon is out of the question unless we get our HP up to 1000. And Barkamon, even though we don't have the weight requirement for him, which is 15 to 25, we do have the stat requirement of a minimum of 1000 MP, as well as the care mistake requirement, which is a minimum of 3, and one element of the bonus condition, which is for happiness to be at a minimum of 50%, which means that currently we have 3 of the requirements for Barkamon, but we don't have 3 of the requirements for any other Digimon. And the fact that MP is the relevant stat for Barkamon, and I've been training it quite a lot, that would point to the idea that Barkamon is the Digimon that I am aiming for. And what I was about to say regarding the restaurant, I understand that when I use the restaurant as my main food supply, it does mean that my lifespans do take longer. You know, the days take longer, the days go by more slowly, because I'm having to leave the green gym a larger number of times during the day, because whenever my Digimon wants to eat, I have to, you know, leave the green gym and go to the restaurant, which consumes time. So I understand that, you know, when I'm going to the restaurant like I am doing at the moment, it does result in the days going by more slowly. It does result in the days taking longer. It results in Digivolutions taking longer. It results in lifespans taking longer. But there are times... Okay, we're Digivolving. But there are times when the restaurant will come in handy. It might not be compulsory for us to eat at the restaurant, but it will certainly be helpful. And Barkamon is the Digimon that I have Digivolved to. But yeah, there are times when I will need, you know, a high number of stats, and the restaurant can help me there, because I can give my Digimon something like a Super Carrot or a Hawk Radish or a Digipine in order to, you know, increase the stat boost that they get from training, and then I can eat at the restaurant as a way of maintaining the effects from the Super Carrot or the Hawk Radish or the Digipine, while increasing my stats even further from the stat gain that I get from eating at the restaurant, and it enables me to keep the effects of the Super Carrots, Hawk Radishes and Digipine without the need of not feeding my Digimon. Because if I wanted to keep the effects and I wanted to achieve it by not feeding my Digimon, then that would count as a care mistake. But if I wanted to feed my Digimon and keep the effects, then the restaurant is a great way to go about it. I can keep the effects of the Super Carrots, Hawk Radishes and Digipines without the need of not feeding my Digimon, which would mean preventing care mistakes, which could come in handy. The restaurant food also causes your weight to go up by a lot, which can come in handy when it comes to trying to fulfill Digivolutions. And you know, there is also the stat gain from the restaurant food. Sometimes the restaurant won't help matters, because sometimes I will need a high number of care mistakes. Sometimes stats will be a lot less relevant. Sometimes I'll need my weight to stay down. So, you know, sometimes it's better to avoid the restaurant. And I'm just about to have 2 care mistakes here. But at the same time, you know, the restaurant can be really helpful. And in this lifespan, it occurred to me that the restaurant would be very helpful, because stats are going to be very significant in this lifespan. I'm aiming to Digivolve to an ultimate Digimon who is hard to Digivolve to, because the stat requirement is very strict, and the bonus condition is very strict. The care mistake requirement and the weight requirement is more achievable, but even with those 2 in the bag, I would still need either the bonus condition or the stats, both of which are hard to achieve, or, you know, comparatively speaking, harder than the majority of the Digivolutions, the majority of the conditions. So, you know, I have been relying on the restaurant to help me with stats. But ironically, I'm currently in a position where I actually want to be having care mistakes. So at the moment, I'm avoiding the restaurant. But once I get the care mistakes that I need, it might then be wise to go back to eating at the restaurant. You know, this is, you know, this lifespan is anticipated to be a particularly tough lifespan because of the stats that are needed for the ultimate Digivolution that I'm aiming for, as well as battles that I plan to get into with the ultimate Digimon that I'm aiming for, and Barkamon as well. You know, I am aiming to also get into battles while I've got Barkamon as my Digimon. So, you know, there is quite a lot of work to be done in this lifespan. Quite a lot of work in order to fulfill the Digivolution requirements for the ultimate Digimon that I'm aiming for, plus other stuff that needs to get done. And as you know, your Digimon don't live forever. You know, lifespans are limited, so this is a lifespan which will likely prove to be hard work, and will likely prove to be one of the sort of harder and more time-consuming lifespans. I think I am up to 6 care mistakes now. I have a feeling Barkamon is going to want to eat now and sleep as well. Yes. But I don't want to let Barkamon sleep while he wants to eat, because I've explained about the glitch that can sometimes cause. Okay, I think we've just reached 7 care mistakes because we've just entered a new hour while my Digimon wanted to sleep. And yeah, the glitch I was saying about, where in my experiences, if I let my Digimon sleep while my Digimon wants to eat, or if I because there's set times when your Digimon's appetite kicks in, and usually the time that your Digimon wants to sleep is a set time as well, and the last time that your Digimon wants to eat before going to sleep, if you fail to feed your Digimon that time, then in my experiences it can result in a glitch where for the whole of the next day your Digimon doesn't want to eat. Which would be a problem in this scenario because every time Barkamon wants to eat, that's an opportunity to get care mistakes, and if he was to go a whole day without wanting to eat, then that would restrict our ability to get care mistakes. So even though I am aiming for care mistakes, I don't want to not feed Barkamon just before putting him to sleep. Okay, if I was, aiming to keep care mistakes down, then obviously I would want to always feed my Digimon, which would include when my Digimon wants to sleep. Because of the fact that I wouldn't want to be getting care mistakes from not feeding my Digimon, and the fact that when the restaurant is involved, you can get stat boosts from eating at the restaurant, which you would miss out on if you were to encounter the glitch that I mentioned, where it seems that sometimes a Digimon will go a whole day without wanting to eat. If you put your Digimon to sleep while it wants to eat, or fail to feed it the last time that it wants to eat before you put your Digimon to sleep. I think we are now up to 9 care mistakes. We are aiming for Barkamon to Digivolve naturally, and there are 2 Digimon that Barkamon can Digivolve to. One of them is Greymon, one of them is SkullGreymon, and I think we are now up to 11 care mistakes. So, looking at the Digivolution chart, SkullGreymon's name comes before Geuromon's name, so let's click on SkullGreymon first. The stat requirement is 4000 HP, 6000 MP, 400 attack, 400 defense, 200 speed, and 500 brains. A very strict stat requirement, which we are currently not fulfilling. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 10, which I think we are fulfilling because I think we have just reached 11 care mistakes. The weight requirement is 25 to 35, which I would imagine that we're probably not fulfilling due to the number of times in which we haven't fed Barkamon, which, you know, would have caused his weight to go down. Okay, well, actually... okay, well, our weight is under the range of 25 to 35, but not much under. Our weight is 22, so even though we're not currently fulfilling the weight requirement, we are not far away from it. And then the bonus condition, either have a minimum of 45 techniques mastered or win a minimum of 40 battles. That is a very strict bonus condition, which we are not currently fulfilling, along with a very strict stat requirement that we are not currently fulfilling. We are fulfilling the care mistake requirement, and it shouldn't be too hard to fulfill the weight requirement, but that's just two of the conditions. If we were to want to Digivolve to SkullGreymon, then we would need one of the other requirements, which would require us to either get the stat requirement of 4000 HP, 6000 MP, 400 attack, 400 defense, 200 speed, and 500 brains, or it would require us to win 40 battles, which is part of the bonus condition. The other part of the bonus condition, have a minimum of 45 techniques mastered. That we are definitely not going to be successful with. The battles is achievable, but would be hard work. Same with the stats. The stats would be achievable, but would be hard work. As for Geuromonn, the stat requirement is far more lenient. 400 attack, 300 speed, and 400 brains. I did just check then to see if Barkamon, if Barkamon's appetite was still in play. And I tried to look at the stats, you know, while when I went into like the status to see if Barkamon still wanted to eat, and then came off it when realizing that he didn't want to eat. I did try to check my stats, but I didn't get to see them in time. But when we train, I'll be able to see them. And it's 400 attack, 300 speed, 400 brains. Those are the significant stats and the significant numbers. we have the attack. We have the brains, but we don't have the speed. So currently, we don't have the stat requirement for Greymon, but it would be easy enough to get it. We would just have to get our speed up to 300, and then we would be there, since we are already there with the attack and brains. The care mistake requirement minimum of 15, we are not, currently we are not fulfilling that. I think that we are at 11 care mistakes, which is enough for SkullGreymon, but not enough for Greymon. Weight requirement is 0 to 10. Currently we are not fulfilling that. We are a fair way above it. I think that when I was at the restaurant, I think it said that our weight was at 26. And I think that the weight requirement for SkullGreymon is 25 to 35, meaning that we have the currently have the weight requirement for SkullGreymon, but not Greymon. So regarding Greymon, we are missing the stat requirement, the care mistake requirement, and the weight requirement. That leaves the bonus condition. There are 3 elements to it. One of them is to have a minimum of 35 techniques mastered. One of them is to win a minimum of 100 battles. The other is for your happiness to be at a minimum of 95% full. We are fulfilling the bonus condition for Greymon because of the happiness, but that's just one of the requirements. And the fact that I am now trying to avoid care mistakes might be an indication that SkullGreymon is the Digimon that I am aiming for. I believe I currently have 11 care mistakes, and the care mistake requirement for SkullGreymon is a minimum of 10, whereas the care mistake requirement for Greymon is a minimum of 15, which means that if my number of care mistakes was to be under 10, then I wouldn't have the care mistake requirement for either of the Digimon. If my care mistake requirement was to be 15 or greater, then I would have the care mistake requirement for both of the Digimon. If my number of care mistakes was to be between 10 and 14, then I would have the care mistake requirement for SkullGreymon, but not Greymon. And I would like to say that from the moment I Digivolved to Barkamon, I was aiming to reach a minimum of 10 care mistakes, but at the same time I was also aiming to keep it under 15 care mistakes, and that's because SkullGreymon is the Digimon that I am aiming for, and not Greymon. If I can keep my care mistakes at a minimum of 10, while also keeping my care mistakes under 15, then that will be 1 requirement for SkullGreymon and 0 requirements for Greymon. If I can have my weight between the range of 25 to 35, then that would mean having the weight requirement for SkullGreymon and not having the weight requirement for Greymon. That would mean 2 of the conditions being met for SkullGreymon and none of the conditions being met for Greymon, and that alone would be enough to rule out Greymon, because without the care mistakes or the weight, the most I would be able to achieve is 2 of the requirements, which wouldn't be enough in order for Barkamon to Digivolve to Greymon, because you need to have 3 of the requirements. So even if I was to get the stat requirement by bringing my speed up to 300, that plus the bonus condition, which I've already got for Greymon because of my happiness, that alone is only 2 requirements. I've come here because I'm expecting Barkamon's appetite to kick in shortly. There it is. That alone would only be 2 of the requirements, which wouldn't be enough unless I also get the care mistake requirement or the weight requirement. Moving back onto SkullGreymon, I do have the care mistake requirement, minimum of 10, but I no longer have the weight requirement because my weight has ended up becoming too high, and with me eating at the restaurant, I think my weight is only going to go upwards rather than downwards, and therefore I am likely going to need to at some point feed some super carrots to Barkamon in order to bring his weight back down so that it is within the range of 25 to 35. I don't need to worry about it just yet because I would like to benefit from the stat gains that I'm getting from the restaurant. But yeah, at some point I probably am going to need to use super carrots in order to bring Barkamon's weight down to be within the range of 25 to 35, so that I'd have the weight requirement for SkullGreymon. I don't want to have any more care mistakes, or at least I don't want to have too many more care mistakes, because I've already got the care mistake requirement for SkullGreymon, and I don't want to have more care mistakes and end up fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Greymon as well. So yeah, I want to try, well, ideally keep my care mistakes where they are, which I think is 11, or worst case scenario, have 3 more and go as high as 14. That is the threshold. But yeah, with the care mistakes, which we've already got, and the weight, presuming that I will get it by using super carrots, that would be 2 of the requirements, meaning that I that in order to get the third requirement, I either need to have a minimum of 40 battles, or I need to reach the stat requirement, and my preference is to try and get the stat requirement, which would then mean having 3 of the requirements for SkullGreymon. And interestingly, even though the stat requirement for SkullGreymon is a lot stricter than the stat requirement for Greymon, the speed requirement for SkullGreymon is just 200, whereas the speed requirement for Greymon is 300, which means that if I was to fulfill the stat requirement for SkullGreymon and keep my speed under 300, then I would end up fulfilling the stat requirement for SkullGreymon while also avoiding the stat requirement for Greymon. Because even though SkullGreymon needs more stats overall, when it comes to speed, he only needs 200, whereas Greymon needs 300. So if I can get my speed up to 200 and keep it under 300, then I would have the stat requirement for SkullGreymon and not Greymon. But even if I was to end up fulfilling 3 of the... Even if I was to end up fulfilling the... Okay, here we go with the super carrots. You know what I was saying about trying to bring our weight down. Even if I was to fulfill the stat requirement for both SkullGreymon and Greymon, and I was to end up fulfilling 3 of the requirements for both Digimon, then my guess would be that I would Digivolve 2 SkullGreymon because of the relevant stat average. It's just SkullGreymon needs a lot more stats in order to, like, the stat requirement for SkullGreymon, you know, the number of stats that you need is a lot higher than the number of stats that you need for Greymon. The individual quantities of each individual stat is generally higher than what is needed for Greymon. So if you had the stat requirement for SkullGreymon, and you were to add up all of the stats and divide by the number of stats that there are, which is 6, so add up all the stats and divide by 6, actually wait, hold on. Yeah, add up all the stats and divide by 6, and then add up Geuromon's relevant stats, which is just 3, and, you know, divide by 3, I think that SkullGreymon would end up with the higher average. It's just... Greymon... You need 400 attack, 300 speed, and 400 brains, which totals to 1100. Divide that by 3. I think that's like somewhere between 3 and 400. But then SkullGreymon, 4000 HP plus 6000 MP, that's 10,000, plus 400 attack is 1400, plus 400 defense is 1800, and you would need 300 speed in order to have the requirement for Greymon, so that would be 2100, plus 500 brains, that's 2600. 2600 divided by 6. I think 1, 2. I think I make that about 450. If I've done the calculations correct. So yeah, I think even if you had the stat requirement for both SkullGreymon and Greymon, and you had at least 2 other requirements for each Digimon as well, I think that you would Digivolve to SkullGreymon, because I think that SkullGreymon's relevant stat average would be superior to Geuromon's. That aside, I've already explained that you can fulfill the stat requirement for SkullGreymon without fulfilling the stat requirement for Greymon, and that is by getting all of the necessary stats for SkullGreymon, including 200 speed, but keeping the speed under 300. And you can also fulfill the care mistake requirement for SkullGreymon without fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Greymon by having your care mistakes between 10 and 14. And then it's simple enough to have the weight requirement for SkullGreymon without having the weight requirement for Greymon, because the weight requirements for the 2 Digimon are quite a bit different. For SkullGreymon it's 25 to 35, for Greymon it's 0 to 10. But on the other hand, let's say that you were aiming to Digivolve to Greymon, the fact that HP, MP and defense are all completely irrelevant for Greymon, and that you only need to train attack, speed and brains, and get attack up to 400, speed up to 300, and brains up to 400. If you were to keep the other stats below the necessary amounts for SkullGreymon, then you would have the care mistake requirement, so you would have the stat requirement for Greymon and not SkullGreymon. It's not possible to have the care mistake requirement for Greymon without having the care mistake requirement for SkullGreymon, because you need a minimum of 15 for Greymon, but only a minimum of 10 for SkullGreymon. So getting the stat stats for Greymon without getting the stats for SkullGreymon, plus getting the care mistakes for Greymon, and therefore also having the care mistakes for SkullGreymon, that would be 2 of the requirements for Greymon and 1 of the requirements for SkullGreymon. But then, if you were to have your weight within the range of 0 to 10, as opposed to having your weight within the range of 25 to 35, then you would have the weight requirement for Greymon and not the weight requirement for SkullGreymon. That would be 3 of the requirements for Greymon and just 1 of the requirements for SkullGreymon, which means that you would Digivolve to Greymon, because you would have a minimum of 3 of the requirements, possibly even 4 when you account for the bonus condition, whereas SkullGreymon, you would have the care mistakes but not the weight or the stats. So even if you had the bonus condition, that would only be 2 of the requirements. The reason why I want to Digivolve from Barkamon to SkullGreymon is because SkullGreymon is a Digimon who I do currently have access to, a Digimon who is currently recruitable, and by Digivolving to SkullGreymon I will be able to recruit SkullGreymon. Before that, I have to use Barkamon to recruit Barkamon, and I am on my way to the Overdow Cemetery to recruit Barkamon. And as for Greymon, Greymon is not currently a recruitable Digimon, because in order to be able to recruit Greymon, you would need to have access to Factorial Town, which we currently don't, because you need to recruit Waymon in order to be able to have access to Factorial Town, and we haven't yet recruited Waymon, and therefore Factorial Town is out of the question, which means that Greymon is out of the question. And that's why SkullGreymon is the Digimon that we are aiming to Digivolve to. But before that, I've come here, and the reason why I've come here is because I would like to battle the Soulmons with the intention of trying to learn Thunderbolt and Megalospark. Barkamon can learn both of those techniques. Megalospark, he apparently has an 18% chance. Thunderbolt, he apparently has a 13% chance. Okay, both techniques got used. And we learned Megalospark. And it took just one try, which was an excellent result. And Electric Cloud is now going to be replaced by Megalospark. And might as well give Barkamon a medium MP so that we can collect the one that's been dropped. And now we are going to continue to battle the Soulmons, and now it's all about learning Thunderbolt. And you might have noticed that I've kept my HP under 4000. That is so that I am not fulfilling the stat requirement for SkullGreymon, and that is to delay Digivolve into SkullGreymon, because I don't want to Digivolve to SkullGreymon until I've learned both Thunderbolt and Megalospark from the Soulmons. One of those techniques has already been learned. Can we make it 2 from 2? No. But, yeah. With Barkamon as my Digimon, before Digivolve into SkullGreymon, I knew that I needed to recruit the Barkamon in the Overdale Cemetery, and I wanted to come here and learn Thunderbolt and Megalospark, and I wanted to do that, you know, with Barkamon, which meant needing to do it before Digivolving. Thunderbolt and Megalospark can't be learned from SkullGreymon, which is why I'm pursuing those techniques with Barkamon, a Digimon who can learn them. And since I know that I don't have the bonus condition for SkullGreymon, I know that by keeping one of the relevant stats under the necessary amount, I won't be able to Digivolve to SkullGreymon, which means that I can remain as Barkamon for the time being until I learn the techniques that I'm after. In this instance, I've done the simple thing of just keeping my HP a bit under 4,000, and you know, since we've already recruited Barkamon and learned Megalospark, if I can learn Thunderbolt as well, then you know, I can go back to the city, go back to training, get my HP up to 4,000, and then I'll have the stat requirement for SkullGreymon, and therefore free of the requirements, providing that I will still have the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement. I don't want to get complacent, but I, am very confident that, I will be able to Digivolve to SkullGreymon. I know earlier I was, hesitant, but having come this far, I am very confident that I will be able to fulfill 3 of the requirements. Stats are virtually there. Care mistakes are already there and are there to stay, and our weight is very easy to maintain due to the items that we've got. Has he run out of MP? If so, then we're definitely not going to be learning Thunderbolt from this battle, because it hasn't been used. Unless there was an attempt to use it, which I failed to notice, or it did get used and I simply forgot about it or overlooked it. But I don't think anything useful is going to come from that battle. And I'm right. Well, we've got air as our first nature, so, you know, the chances of us learning Thunderbolt are as good as they can possibly be. Yeah, we've got a better chance of learning Thunderbolt than a Digimon who has air as a secondary nature rather than their first nature. So we're doing the right thing by using Barkamon, a Digimon who has air as his first nature. And this time we weren't waiting long at all for Thunderbolt to get used. Right, anything this time? Yes, we have learned Thunderbolt. We learned Megalospark on our first try. Thunderbolt proved to be a lot more stubborn, but we got there in the end. We learned both Thunderbolt and Megalospark, two techniques that I expect to come in handy throughout this challenge when I am using Digimon who are able to use those techniques. Yeah, there's been quite a lot of optional battles that I've had in the interest of learning techniques, which I expect to come in handy. The two most recent examples are Thunderbolt and Megalospark, but there's also been Ice Statue, Meltdown, Prominence Beam, Muscle Charge, War Cry. Okay, so now we've gone back to training. HP is at 4,000, and we still haven't Digivolved. Stat requirement 4,000 HP, 6,000 MP, 400 attack, 400 defense, 200 speed, 500 brains. Okay, well, we do now have the stats requirement, but we still haven't digivolved, and that's despite having the care mistake requirement as well, which means that either our weight requirement is currently out of range, or we simply haven't had Barkamon for long enough in order for him to be able to digivolve. After all, you do need to have a champion Digimon for 6 days before it can digivolve to an ultimate Digimon. I did think that, with the stats that were going to be needed, and with the side stuff that I needed to do with Barkamon, I did think that, it was going to take a long time to digivolve to SkullGreymon, and I certainly wasn't expecting to end up in a position where I'm ready to digivolve to SkullGreymon, but can't digivolve to him, due to me not having Barkamon for long enough. Yeah, weight is definitely there. I know I said about keeping speed under 300 so that we wouldn't have the stat requirement for Guromon, but I really don't think we need to worry about that because of the fact that we don't have the care mistake requirement for Guromon or the weight requirement. So, even if we were to have the stat requirement and the bonus condition for Guromon, that's really not going to be a problem. I see no harm with training our speed. I mean, that is our weakest stat. When we digivolve to SkullGreymon, we're going to need to battle with him, and obviously, the better the stats, the easier the battles. You want to have, you want your stats to be as good as possible. Okay, we are digivolving now. So it looks like it has now been 6 days. It looks like the evolution counter has reached the point in which it is time to digivolve. SkullGreymon is our Digimon, and I'm pleased to say that he is a Digimon who can use Ice Statue, a technique that we learned while we had Colamon as our Digimon. He can also use Muscle Charge and Warcry, and with Ice Statue and Muscle Charge equipped, we will be capable of inflicting some very serious harm upon opposing Digimon. I think we are up to 25 techniques now. Because I remember saying that Ice Statue made it 21, or rather I was under the impression that Ice Statue made it 21, and that Electric Cloud that we made it 22, and Static Electric made it 23, and I think Megalospark and Thunderbolt have made it 25. When we were battling those Soulmons, as well as using Megalospark and Thunderbolt, which were the techniques that we were after, they also used Electric Cloud and Giga Freeze, both of which are techniques that Barkamon is capable of learning and using. And because of that, it's a good thing that we learned Electric Cloud when we digivolved to Biomon, and that we had Seedramon at the Dragon Eye Lake teach us Giga Freeze, because that eliminated any risk of Electric Cloud and Giga Freeze interfering with our attempts to learn Megalospark and Thunderbolt. Yeah, we went into the battles against the Soulmons only being able to learn Megalospark and Thunderbolt. Apparently, I mean, if we didn't have Electric Cloud and Giga Freeze, then apparently Barkamon would have had a 32% chance of learning Electric Cloud and a 5% chance of learning Giga Freeze. So Electric Cloud would have had the biggest chance of interfering. You know, we had a better chance of learning that than Megalospark and Thunderbolt. And then Giga Freeze we had the smallest chance of learning, which meant that Giga Freeze had the smallest chance of interfering. And another good thing about the fact that we learned Giga Freeze from Seedramon was so that it it meant that Giga Freeze couldn't interfere with our efforts to learn Ice Statue from the Ice Devimons when we had Colamon as our Digimon, because the Ice Devimons use Sonic Jab and Warcry that Colamon can't learn, plus, well, can't learn or use, plus Ice Statue and Giga Freeze, which I believe that Colamon can learn and use. Definitely Ice Statue. I think he can learn Giga Freeze as well, but and if that is the case, then by learning Giga Freeze from the Seedramon beforehand, it stopped Giga Freeze from interfering with our efforts to learn Ice Statue. And there was one bit of text there that I went through slowly, but edited the video and speeded it up so that it was very brief for you viewers. If you remember when I battled Meteormon, there was one bit of text that I had to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing, and I then edited the video and speeded it up so that it was brief for you viewers. And I have the same problem when speaking to Devimon at Greylord's Mansion, and the solution is also the same. that's annoying. Ice statue just went straight through. That can happen when the Digimon is using a close range attack against you, or is, you know, within very close proximity, which would be the case if they were to use a close range attack against you. I think it's also more likely to happen if the opposing Digimon is a small Digimon. But we defeated Tekamon, and now we just need to defeat SkullGreymon, and then we can recruit SkullGreymon. Yeah, the scene with Devimon, there's one bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing, and I edited the video and speeded it up so that it was very brief for you viewers, just like in the Dino region when I was speaking to the Meteormon. And as well as having the problem with the Meteormon in the Dino region and the Devimon in the Grey Lord's mansion, I also have the same problem with the Leomon in Gear Savannah and the Devimon in Mount Infinity. You know, when speaking to those Digimon, there is also a bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing. But you know, the video gets edited and speeded up, making it very short for you viewers, hopefully making the scene more user-friendly for you viewers. We did have 40 prosperity points, and with SkullGreymon recruited, we are now at 43 prosperity points. After all, you get 1 prosperity point for rookie Digimon, you get 2 prosperity points for champion Digimon, and you get 3 prosperity points for ultimate Digimon. There is a exception regarding 3 of the champion Digimon, where there are 3 champion Digimon who aren't considered to be very good, and because of that they only earn you 1 prosperity point, and they are the 3 filth Digimon, Sukamon, Numamon, and Nanimon. Well, we've done well in this lifespan, Digivolve into a Lepmon, recruiting Alepmon, Digivolve into Barkamon, recruiting Barkamon, learning Thunderbolt and Megalospark, Digivolve into SkullGreymon, recruiting SkullGreymon. Is that a total of 6 prosperity points from this one lifespan? 1 for Alepmon, 2 for Barkamon, bringing it up to 3, 3 for SkullGreymon, bringing it up to 6. So really, not bad going. But this lifespan no longer has any usefulness. SkullGreymon has no more usefulness. So this is the point where we now pass the time until SkullGreymon fades away, and then we move on to the next lifespan. When I am sort of working towards Digivolutions, when I have an in-training Digimon and I'm working towards Digivolving to a specific rookie Digimon, and I have a rookie Digimon and I'm aiming to Digivolve to a specific champion Digimon, and when I have a champion Digimon and I'm aiming to Digivolve to a specific ultimate Digimon, and I'm sort of going through the Digivolution guide, reading the requirements, saying what the stat requirements are, what the saying what the stat requirement is, not what the care mistake requirement is, what the weight requirement is, the different elements to the bonus condition. And when I'm going through it, I don't always know my Digimon's current stats or current weight, or the current number of techniques that they've got mastered and things like that. And the reason for that is because this commentary that you are listening to is not live commentary. I did the recording without doing any commentary, and I consulted the Digivolution guide as well as other guides before going through each lifespan, and at the time of playing I knew everything that I needed to know. I knew what my stats were, I knew what my weight was, I knew how many techniques I had mastered, and also in between each lifespan I would frequently back up my save data onto a separate memory card, just in case the lifespan was to become unsuccessful for whatever reason. If I was to screw up at something, if I was to screw up with a recruitment or a Digivolution, or if something was to go wrong, then I would be able to, you know, reload the like backup data, and you know, pretty much like at the sort of beginning of every lifespan, I would, you know, back up the save file, and, you know, if the lifespan, you know, went according to plan, then, you know, when entering the next lifespan, I would then back it up again, you know, back it up onto the same memory card, overwriting the previous backup, because the previous backup would no longer be needed or relevant. So, you know, I took a lot of precautions, and the reason why I don't seem to have all of the knowledge when speaking is because the commentary that you are listening to is post-commentary. You know, I did the... okay, SkullGreymon's fading away. I did the recording without any commentary, and I'm now watching the video back over while recording commentary, post-commentary, which is going to be added to the video, but I'm currently watching what you're watching while, you know, recording post-commentary, which is going to be added to the video. And you know, off the top of my head, you know, I can't always remember like my Digimon's like current stats or current weight, or like the current number of techniques, you know, or things like that. And you know, while adding the commentary, while watching the video, I have also been like clicking onto sites like the Digivolution guide, so that I've been able to provide you with the information when it comes to like Digivolution requirements, as well as other like guides and resources that I've clicked onto, like the probability of like Digimon learning certain techniques. And so I'm not always, my focus, like I'm not always like 100% focused on like the video. I am like focused on the video most of the time, but then there are occasions where I'll also have a guide up that I'm reading information from, which I am informing you viewers of, you know, information that I'm hoping will be helpful to you, information that I'm hoping that you'll find interesting. And so, you know, even if like during the game I was to like briefly check my stats, or like check my weight, or like count my techniques or something, I might miss that because I might be like reading like the stat requirements for like a certain Digimon, or going through like the techniques that a Digimon can learn and the probability of them learning the technique. I want to provide you with this information because I want to be as helpful and insightful as possible, and I would want you to appreciate the information that I'm providing you with. I would want you to find it interesting and helpful. So that's why when I'm going through the requirements for certain Digimon and I'm reading out the requirements, I won't always know if I'm presently fulfilling a requirement, because I won't always know what my weight was at that exact moment in time, or what my stats were at that exact moment in time, etc, etc. I have tried counting my techniques, reflecting on the challenge and thinking about the techniques that came naturally from Digivolutions, as well as the techniques that I learned from battles, and I think I have 25 techniques mastered at the moment. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I think that's the number of techniques that I've got. Now, to comment on this lifespan, despite not having much of an intention to feed my baby Digimon or in training Digimon when they want to eat, at the very beginning of the lifespan I did give my Digimon a hawk radish to boost the training effects of HP, speed and defense, so that I gained bigger stat boosts when training HP, and I then neglected my Digimon's appetite, didn't feed my Digimon, and managed to keep the effects of the hawk radish, and then I fed my Digimon a super carrot, which boosts the effects of MP, attack and brains, because I then wanted to start training brains, and I'm continuing to neglect my Digimon's appetite because I want to keep the effects of the super carrots and the hawk radishes, and in this lifespan I don't think it's necessary for me to be a fantastic tamer and for me to completely avoid care mistakes and maximize happiness and discipline and try and get the best possible stats and go to the restaurant and try and do everything the right way. I mean, there are some lifespans when that has been the case, but there are some lifespans where I think about what needs to be done during the lifespan, and I think about the stats that are going to be needed, the amount of time that's going to be needed, and there are lifespans where I'm confident that I will be able to succeed at what I need to succeed at without being the best of tamer. It's like in this lifespan, use a hawk radish and a super carrot for better stat gains, but then just completely avoid feeding my baby Digimon. And in training Digimon, when you have a baby Digimon and then in training Digimon, care mistakes are completely irrelevant when it comes to Digivolutions. Care mistakes don't become relevant until you have a rookie Digimon and you're aiming to Digivolve to a champion Digimon, and also when you have a champion Digimon and you're aiming to Digivolve to an alternate Digimon. So at the moment, care mistakes really don't matter, and we are Digivolving, and the possible, since it's the blue egg, the possible Digivolutions are Alepmon and Penguinmon. Are we about to see the 9th and final rookie Digimon? Yes, we are. For the very first time, I have Digivolved to Penguinmon, and now I have Digivolved to all 9 of the rookie Digimon in this game. Agumon, Gabumon, Biomon, Patamon, Palmon, Betamon, Kunamon, Alepmon, and now finally Penguinmon. And that means that we can finally recruit the last remaining rookie Digimon, who obviously is Penguinmon, located in Friesland. In order to recruit him, you just have to win against him in a game of curling. To get up the Digivolution guide for Penguinmon, you need your superior stat to either be MP or Defense or Brains, and by far our superior stat was Brains. And we've just had 2 care mistakes from failing to feed Penguinmon while training. And then the stat requirement, in order to have Digivolved to Alepmon, you would have needed your superior stat to either be HP or attack or speed. We started off with training HP, but then we moved on to Brains, and by the time we Digivolved, Brains was our superior stat by a very big margin, and Penguinmon was the Digimon that we Digivolved to. And there are 5 champion Digimon that Penguinmon can naturally Digivolve to: Waymon, Xiaomon, Garulamon, Frigimon, and Moljamon. We've already Digivolved to Xiaomon and Moljamon in this lifespan. Sorry, in this challenge. which presumably means that we are not aiming for either of them, and instead we are aiming for either Waymon or Garulamon or Frigimon. To get up the Digivolution requirements, starting with the Digimon at the top, who happens to be Waymon. The stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 brains. We are currently fulfilling that. The the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. We are currently fulfilling that. Well, I mean, I say that we're currently fulfilling the stat requirement, and that's true. And, you know, the fact that we are currently fulfilling the stat requirement means that we are going to fulfill the stat requirement, because the only way that we could go from fulfilling the stat requirement to not fulfilling the stat requirement would be by getting our happiness and discipline so low that the butterfly would show up and would cause our stats to go down, go down to being under the targets, but that's not going to happen. So, you know, if we've got the stat requirement, then the stat requirement is there to stay. The only way the only possible change that could happen with the stat requirement is going from not having the stat requirement to having the stat requirement as a result of improving the necessary stats. But if you've got the stat requirements, then they are there to stay. So yes, we have the stat requirements for Waymon, 1000 HP and 100 brains, and we're taking a break from the training and we are heading to Friesland to encounter Penguinmon before we will consider returning to the city and continuing with training. The care mistake requirement for Waymon is a maximum of 5. We are currently fulfilling that. I believe that we've had 2 care mistakes so far, and the reason why I say that we are currently fulfilling it is because it is possible for us to go from fulfilling it to not fulfilling it as a result of having too many care mistakes. The weight requirement is 35 to 45. We are currently not fulfilling that. And once again, I say currently because weight is a variable that can change, but currently we don't have the weight requirement for Waymon. And then the bonus condition, there's 2 elements. One is to have a minimum of 28 techniques, which I don't think we are fulfilling, and we are not going to fulfill it because I believe we've only got 25 techniques, and we're not going to be learning 3 new techniques. Well, we've got Penguinmon as our Digimon. The other bonus condition is for discipline to be at a minimum of 60%. We are not currently fulfilling that, but it is possible for us to... It is possible that we might fulfill it by the time that we've had Penguinmon for long enough in order for him to Digivolve. Xiaomon, who we presumably don't want, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. I don't think we've currently got that, because even though I think we do have 1000 HP, I don't think we've got 100 defense. The care mistake requirement minimum of 5, we're not currently fulfilling that. Weight requirement 35 to 45, we're not currently fulfilling that. Bonus condition, either have a minimum of 35 techniques or have Betamon as your rookie Digimon. We are definitely not going to be fulfilling that. So at the moment I think we have 2 of the requirements for Greymon and none of the requirements for Xiaomon. The next Digimon is Garurumon, but I would like to comment on this game of curling. I have no pegged stones, so I begin by using a heavy stone. I always use pegged stones first if I have any, because pegged stones can't be knocked about. So if you land a pegged stone on a good spot, then your opponent can't knock the pegged stone off of the good spot, and your opponent also can't knock your pegged stone onto the bad spot, because where the pegged stones finish, that is where they are to stay for the rest of the match. After pegged stones... okay, that wasn't a very good throw on my behalf. After pegged stones, the next stones that I use are the heavy stones, because they are... when it comes to your opponent trying to knock your stones about, trying to knock your stones off of good spots, trying to knock your stones onto bad spots, the heavier stones are harder to knock about, so I like to use the heavier stones first, because my opponent will have a harder time with knocking heavier stones about rather than knocking lighter stones about. And also sometimes I myself can end up in a position where I need to knock my opponent's stones off of a... Sometimes I need to knock my opponent's stones about. You know, sometimes I might need to knock one of my opponent's stones off of a good spot. Sometimes I might need to knock one of my opponent's stones onto a bad spot. And the lighter stones are better when it comes to knocking your opponent's stones about. You know, heavier stones are harder to knock about, but not so good at knocking other stones about. And then with lighter stones, the reverse is true. It's easier for your opponent to knock them about, but at the same time, lighter stones are better at knocking your opponent's stones about. Going back to the requirements, Garurumon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP and 100 speed. I don't think we are currently fulfilling that. I don't think we have either of those stat requirements. I know our HP is over 1000 and our brains is over 100. Our attack is over 100 as well, but MP, defense and speed are all under the targets. MP is under 1000, defense and speed are under 100. So we don't have the stat requirement for Garurumon. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 1. We don't have that, and we are not going to fulfill it either, because we have had 2 care mistakes, which means that it's no longer possible to fulfill the care mistake requirement for Garurumon. The weight requirement, 25 to 35, we are currently not fulfilling that. We've actually made our weight very low as a result of giving Penguinmon a number of super carrots during this lifespan. And then the bonus condition, either have a minimum of 28 techniques or have your discipline at a minimum of 90%. We're not currently fulfilling the bonus condition. We definitely won't fulfill the technique side of the bonus condition, but it is possible for us to fulfill the discipline side of the bonus condition. But currently we don't have any of the requirements for Garurumon. Frigimon, the stat requirement is 1000 MP and 100 brains. We don't currently have that, because even though our brains is over 100, our MP is under 1000. Care mistake requirement is a maximum of 5. We are currently fulfilling that. I think we've had just 2 care mistake requirements. Weight requirement 25 to 35. We are not currently fulfilling that. Bonus condition, either a minimum of 28 techniques or have your happiness at a minimum of 50%. I think we are fulfilling the bonus condition, because of our happiness, and that is 2 of the requirements for Frigimon at the moment. And then MetalGreymon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP. We do have that. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. We don't currently have that. The weight requirement is 15 to 25. We don't currently have that. And then the bonus condition either have a minimum of 28 techniques or a maximum of 5 battles. We are currently fulfilling the bonus condition because of the battles, and that's 2 of the requirements. Stats and bonus condition. But presumably we're not aiming to Digivolve to MetalGreymon, which means that we presumably want to keep our weight under 15, and we want to keep our care mistakes under 5, and maybe that might give some explanation as to why we gave super carrots to Penguinmon earlier on. Maybe we were cautious of the possibility of digivolving to MetalGreymon, a Digimon who we've already had, and therefore probably don't want to be digivolving to again. MP is still under 1000. Defense is still under 100. But those are the only stats that are below the targets, the necessary targets when it comes to trying to digivolve from a rookie Digimon to a champion Digimon. I will come out and say it. I'm not aiming to digivolve from Penguinmon to a champion Digimon that we've already had before. So you can be rest assured that I'm not aiming to digivolve to Xiaomon or MetalGreymon. I am aiming for one of the champion Digimon that I haven't yet had, which is either Greymon or Garulamon or Frigimon. And with the champion Digimon that I am aiming to digivolve to, obviously there is a recruitment at stake, but there is other work that I plan to do as well, with this Digimon. I'm not talking about trying to learn techniques. I'm talking about trying to make progress towards other recruitments. You know, not make the recruitments with the champion Digimon that I'm going to have, because that would mean recruiting Digimon who are different to the champion Digimon that I'm going to have, which would be against the rules. Instead, what the plan is going to be is to have some battles which in themselves won't result in recruitments, but will be progress towards recruitments. The battles will put me closer to being able to recruit other Digimon in the future, in future lifespans, when I have different Digimon who I will be able to recruit the Digimon with. Okay, we are Digivolving. And have you guessed what Digimon I am aiming for? Yeah. Are you thinking that Greymon is the Digimon that I've been aiming for? If so, then your guess is correct, because Greymon was the Digimon that I was aiming for, and he is the Digimon that I have Digivolved to. And obviously I'm going to be having the third Olgamon battle in this lifespan, which will result in Greymon joining the city, and then I'm going to be planning on doing other stuff after that. There isn't a tremendous amount of stuff to do, and I can't say that I'm hugely worried when it comes to time and lifespan, and so because of that I'm choosing not to feed Greymon. You know, I'm training to get my stats better ahead of the third Olgamon battle, and what I plan to do after that. And I am also resting to avoid the sweat bubble and taking Greymon to the toilet when he needs the toilet, and I'm going to continue to be given sirloins from Vegemon, but I'm not going to be feeding Greymon because, like I said, I'm not hugely worried about time or lifespan. I am confident that I will be able to see to what I need to see to long before Greymon's lifespan comes to an end. And if our lifespan is going to be shortened a bit by not feeding Greymon and having care mistakes and having our happiness and discipline go down, then I'm really not concerned about that. If anything, I'm seeing it as a good thing because of the inevitability that there's going to come a point in which I'm going to be done with Greymon, and then I'm just going to be repeatedly training, waiting for Greymon to fade away, just like so many other lifespans in this challenge. I say that because I'm not aiming to Digivolve from Greymon to an ultimate. The aim is to fade away as Greymon. Greymon can Digivolve to MetalGreymon, who's useless, and he can also Digivolve to MetalGreymon, who we've already had before. So no logic in Digivolving to either of those Digimon. MetalGreymon is not a recruitable Digimon, and MetalGreymon has already been recruited, and I am making my way to Friesland now, because I would like to have the third SkullGreymon battle, and if I can win the battle, then Greymon will join the city. We will go up to 46 prosperity points, which would be enough in order for us to be able to encounter Vadermon at Mount Panorama if we were to, and then we would be able to recruit Vadermon if we were to have Vadermon as our Digimon. It would also be enough prosperity points in order for us to enter Leomon's ancestor's cave, seeing as we would have 45 plus prosperity points, and Miramon has been recruited as well, which is the other requirement, and that means being able to collect Leomon's stone, and then making Leomon recruitable by presenting him with his stone, but we would need to have Leomon as our own Digimon in order to be able to recruit Leomon. There is just one thing to watch out for regarding the drill tunnel, and that's that if we defeat SkullGreymon at the Leomon's ancestor's cave, then SkullGreymon will then feature at his fourth and final location, which is the drill tunnel, and that would mean not being able to access Leomon's ancestor's cave or the lava cave without defeating SkullGreymon at the drill tunnel first. Most of the drill tunnel would be off limits to us unless we defeat SkullGreymon at the drill tunnel, and it would be the fourth and final SkullGreymon battle, which would result in SkullGreymon joining the city, which means that in order for us to be able to have that battle against SkullGreymon and recruit SkullGreymon, we would need to have SkullGreymon as our own Digimon. And until then, the recruitment of Leomon would be out of the question. So too would the recruitment of Dremoldramon. But here we go for the battle. I have Ice Statue and Aqua Magic equipped, and I'm hoping that those two techniques are going to serve me well in this battle. Here we get down to business. We're there with the battle. 3,000 bits and nothing else. The reason why I say nothing else is because when I focus on the techniques that get used in that battle, I think that there was a small possibility of us learning Aurora Freeze. Apparently a 14% chance, but I'm really not bothered in the slightest, because that's not a technique that I was interested in, and if I had learned it, then it would have been a fluke, and if I had fluked it, then I wouldn't have used it. It's not a technique that I use in this game. It's just the other techniques. Winter Blast I've already got, Giga Freeze I've already got, Tremor can't be learned with Waymon, Magma Bomb can't be learned with Waymon, and we've already got it. 46 prosperity points. Megaton Punch can't be learned with Waymon, and we've already got it. Warcry can't be learned with Waymon, and we've already got it. That just left Aurora Freeze, but I had no interest in the technique. I think I've got like most of the... When it comes to techniques that I've been after, techniques that I've learned intentionally, I think I'm more or less there. You know, with like Thunderbolt, Megalospark, Ice Statue, Meltdown, Prominence Beam, Muscle Charge, Warcry. You know, I think I'm... unless I'm like overlooking something pretty major, I think I'm pretty much there with the techniques that I want to learn, or at least most of them. Okay, there's article number 8, article number 7 as well. Article number 7 features after you recruit SkullGreymon, and the fact that article number 8 has shown up means that Vadermon is now ready for recruitment when we ourselves have Vadermon as our Digimon. Now there's been like techniques that I've learned naturally from Digivolutions. There's been techniques that I've learned sort of unintentionally, but I'm pretty much there with the techniques that I want. Again, that's, you know, unless I'm overlooking something pretty major. Having recruited Waymon, we do now have access to Factorial Town, where normally you would be able to make further progress without too many problems, but in this case we are going to have problems with making progress because specific Digimon are going to be needed when making recruitments, but we've still made progress by having Factorial Town available to us. There was also the option of Waymon taking us to the secret beach cave, which we did, and we obtained the Misty Egg, the Digivolution item that makes you Digivolve to Tyrannomon. And the reason why I'm at the Great Canyon is because I am heading to the Olga Fortress, because having defeated Olgamon for the 3rd time and recruiting Waymon, Nannymon will now be at the Olga Fortress, and this will be our 2nd time of encountering him. We've already encountered him at the Dino region, and we're about to have our 2nd encounter with him here at the Olga Fortress, leaving the 3 other locations, the Toy Mansion within Toy Town, the sewer within Factorial Town, and the Leomon's Ancestor's Cave within the Drill Tunnel. There is Nannymon. And the next thing on my mind is concerning Factorial Town. We are not too many hours away from one of the shift changes. When you go to Factorial Town, normally you can only explore the first half of Factorial Town due to the Guardromons who are blocking the way and denying you access to the second half of Factorial Town. But there are 2 shift changes during the day. One of them is at 12 o'clock midday, the other is at 12 o'clock midnight, and if you go to where the Guardromons are during the shift change, or rather if you go to where the Guardromons should be at the time of the shift change, then you can make it past them into the second half of Factorial Town, and once you make it past the Guardromons, they will then be history. They will get replaced by random Digimon who roam around, who can be avoided. And in other words, once you get the Guardromons out of the way, you can pretty much go to the second half of the Factorial Town as and when you please. So I would like to go to Factorial Town to get the Guardromons out of the way, so that we will have a clear path from the first half of the Factorial Town and the second half of the Factorial Town, meaning that in the future it will be easy for us to make progress, easy for us to go to the second half of the Factorial Town. The shift change is 1 hour away. It won't take an hour to get to where the Guardromons are, but we can loiter for a bit. We can then take advantage of the shift change and go through to the second half of Factorial Town. This is the room just before the room where the Guardromons are. This is where we need to loiter, and we do have a battle on the horizon. So while we're waiting, we might as well give some items to our Digimon to recover HP and MP. Now we wait. Okay, the Guardromons should be gone. They are gone. And, okay, we've now entered the next part of the Factorial Town, but it doesn't stop there, because there are items to be looted. There are items here that we can collect, mostly item chips, and there's also the battle against Greymon that we can have, and it is okay to have the battle against Greymon with a Digimon who isn't Greymon, because simply battling Greymon and defeating him does not result in Greymon joining the city, so you don't have to have the battle against Greymon with Greymon. You can have the battle against him with any Digimon, and in this scenario we are going to be battling Greymon with Waymon. Defeating Greymon is progress towards recruitments. It does lead to you being able to recruit Numamon, and then after that being able to recruit Andromon as well, plus Greymon himself. And when we do make the individual recruitments, my partner Digimon will have to be the same as the Digimon that I'm recruiting, but this battle is okay because the battle itself doesn't end with a recruitment. I decided not to comment on the fact that Geuromon's finish is mostly useless, because given that this is post-commentary, I was aware that I was going to end up hitting into his finish. Just at the time of playing, I thought to myself, you know, his finish is useless, it rarely, it rarely strikes the opposing Digimon, it rarely accomplishes anything, and then I ended up hitting into it, and, you know, when adding the commentary, I did, you know, remember that, so, you know, I made sure not to make fun of Geuromon's finish and then end up with the egg on my face from being damaged by it. Okay, so when you defeat Greymon, you then speak to Andromon, and usually you then go to the sewer and defeat Numamon, which results in Numamon joining the city, and then you go back to Andromon, speak to him again, then return to him later on and speak to him once more. He will then join the city. Nannymon will then feature at the sewer, and also if you return to Greymon, then he would have recovered, and he would then join the city as well. But in this challenge, we can't defeat Numamon with Waymon, because that would mean recruiting Numamon with Waymon. What we instead have to do is return to Factorial Town in a different lifespan when we have Numamon as our Digimon. Then we can battle the Numamon, defeat the Numamon, recruit the Numamon, then go back to Andromon and speak to him to get the ball rolling with his recruitment and Guromon's recruitment. And then when returning to Andromon and recruiting him by speaking to him, we would need to have Andromon as our own Digimon. When returning to Guromon and speaking to him and recruiting him, we would need to have Guromon as our own Digimon. Yeah, you saw it was still 46 prosperity points, so nothing happened from defeating Guromon. And when speaking to Nannymon in the sewer, if it's not our 5th encounter with him, then we can speak to him with any Digimon. But if it is our 5th encounter with him, then we would have to speak to him while we've got Nannymon as our own Digimon, because the 5th encounter with Nannymon results in Nannymon joining the city. And then there's also MetalGreymon in Factorial Town, who is available for battle pretty much any time. And it's a straightforward case of you defeat him, and then he joins the city, and that will have to be done. We would have to do that with MetalGreymon as our own Digimon. So, in other words, we are going to have to make quite a lot of trips to Factorial Town, and we are going to need to have quite a few different Digimon as our partner Digimon when we do make those return trips to Factorial Town. Now then, Waymon's usefulness is over, and I want him to fade away, but this time there's a bit of a complication, and the complication is that if we go about things the same way that we normally do, of just training, sleeping, using the toilet, collecting sirloins, not feeding our Digimon, then there's a risk that Greymon will end up digivolving to Mumemon unless Greymon fades away before we've had him for long enough in order for him to be able to digivolve. In other words, fade away before we've had him for 6 days. And the reason why we've got this complication is because the care mistake requirement for Mumemon is a minimum of 15. The weight requirement for Mumemon is 0 to 10, and one of the bonus conditions is to have a minimum of 25 techniques mastered. We are successful with fulfilling that bonus condition. We do have a minimum of 25 techniques mastered, and from all of the times that we didn't feed Greymon while waiting for him to fade away, our care mistakes reached and exceeded 15, which means that if our weight is within the range of 0 to 10, then we will digivolve to Mumemon, and that's despite the fact that we are not fulfilling the stat requirement, because even without the stat requirement, the care mistake requirement, weight requirement, and bonus condition would be enough in order for us to digivolve to Mumemon, and that's why I force-fed Greymon a load of sirloins. It was to put his weight up, so that his weight is no longer within the range of 0 to 10, no longer within the range that's needed for Mumemon, meaning that we no longer have the weight requirement for Mumemon. Okay, our weight is 12. Going to the toilet, we'll put it down. We need to put our weight up more. But yes, by avoiding the weight requirement for Mumemon, we've only got 2 of the requirements for Mumemon, the care mistakes and the bonus condition. We don't have the stats because the stat requirement is 400 attack, 300 defense, 300 speed, and 400 brains, and as long as we keep one of those stats down, then we won't fulfill the stat requirement, and by keeping our weight above 10, we won't fulfill the weight requirement. So I've been force-feeding Greymon as a way of preventing him from digivolving to Mumemon, because if we were to digivolve to Mumemon, then we would end up getting a life extension, and then we would end up having to do... Okay, Greymon is now fading away. We would end up getting a life extension, and then it would take even longer for us to fade away, and we would have to do even more grinding. Well, we would have to do even more of the same, of repeatedly training and sleeping before eventually fading away. When you digivolve from a champion to an ultimate, I think you get an extension of 4 days. But if you're a really bad tamer, then you can, then, you know, the extension will shorten, but there will be an extension nonetheless, and because of that, you know, I wanted to fade away as Waymon so that I would fade away sooner, move on to the next lifespan sooner. There was no advantage from Digivolve into Mumemon. We have already recruited Mumemon. And the other Digimon that Waymon can Digivolve to is Megaseedramon. But him we didn't need to worry about. Because firstly, we didn't have the care mistake requirement for him. The maximum was 5, we went over that. We didn't have the bonus condition for him. The bonus condition is a minimum of 40 techniques or a maximum of 0 battles. We don't have 40 techniques, and we had battles as Waymon, which ruled out the care mistake requirement and bonus condition. I suspect that our weight was also below the range for Megaseedramon, 25 to 35. When we force-fed Waymon, then we might have put our weight up to being within the range for Megaseedramon, but we didn't have the care mistakes, and in that instance we didn't have the bonus condition, and we didn't have the stats either. But if we hadn't had any battles with Waymon, then we would have had the bonus condition for Megaseedramon. And if we had force-fed Waymon to the point where we had the weight requirement for Megaseedramon, then we would have had to have ensured that we failed to have both the care mistake requirement and the stat requirement, which I think would have been easy enough. It wouldn't have been long before we would have gone over 5 care mistakes, and we only would have needed to have kept one of the relevant stats down in order to have avoided the stat requirement for Megaseedramon. The threat was Mumemon. Now, I do need to comment on this on this lifespan, because there is a lot of work to be done in this lifespan. In fact, I believe that I aim to earn 8 prosperity points within this single lifespan. I believe that the aim is to go from... I think we've currently got 46 prosperity points, and I think that we have, because of what I have planned to do in this lifespan, I think that there are 8 prosperity points up for grabs, which will put us up to 54 prosperity points. The first thing that you've probably established is that I'm going to be Digivolving to Kunamon, and the reason for that is because I want to Digivolve to a rookie Digimon as quickly as possible. There's a lot of stuff to be done in this lifespan, and I want to Digivolve to a rookie Digimon as quickly as possible. So instead of having a baby Digimon for 6 hours and then having an in-training Digimon for 24 hours, and then naturally Digivolving to a rookie Digimon once 30 hours have gone by, once you allow for the 6 hours with the baby Digimon plus the 24 hours with the in-training Digimon. I instead spent the 6 hours Digivolving from the baby Digimon to the in-training Digimon, and then to speed up Digivolving to a rookie Digimon, I had the in-training Digimon for about 6 or 7 hours. Then I slept at Kunamon's bed, resulting in Koromon Digivolving to Kunamon, and Koromon would have slept for 3 or 4 hours, so we would have had Koromon for about 10 hours plus Bottomon for about 6 hours, totaling to about 16 hours instead of about 30 hours, which would have been roughly twice the amount. I want to also speed up the Digivolution from rookie Digimon to champion Digimon. So I want to speed up Digivolving from Kunamon to a champion Digimon, and because of that I'm going to be abusing the sleep trick, where I'm going to be keeping Kunamon awake against his will, and I'm not going to let him sleep until the hour before the hour that he's due to wake up on, so that when he sleeps, the evolution counter will go up by 9 hours, even though he only would have slept for 1 hour. And that means that for every 24 hours that go by, the evolution counter will go up by 32 hours, which will speed up the Digivolution. And normally when I so far in this challenge, every time that I've digivolved from a rookie Digimon to a champion Digimon, with the exception of the use of Digivolution items, I've always digivolved from a rookie Digimon to one of its natural champion Digimon, unless I'm overlooking some sort of special Digivolution. I know I used a hair grower once when digivolving from Kunamon to Moljamon, so I know I used a Digivolution item once. But when it comes to the Digivolutions from rookie Digimon to champion Digimon, or at least specifically the natural Digivolutions, it's only taken 3 days for the Digivolution to happen, because I've been digivolving from a rookie Digimon to one of its natural champion Digivolutions. In this case, though, the Digivolution from rookie to champion is going to take 4 days, because the champion Digimon that I'm aiming for is Numamon. I would like to say, though, that it won't be as bad as 4 days, because we are speeding up the Digivolution by keeping Kunamon awake against his will and only sleeping for 1 hour, so that every day the evolution counter will go up by 8 hours more than it's meant to go up by. And when you account for that, I think the Digivolution from Kunamon to Numamon will take more like 3 days instead of 4 days. And digivolving from Kunamon to Numamon will obviously require not fulfilling enough of the requirements in order for Kunamon to digivolve to any of his natural Digivolutions, so not fulfilling 3 of the requirements in order for Kunamon to digivolve naturally, fulfilling no more than 2 of the requirements in order for, well, when it comes to the possible Digivolutions, fulfill no more than 2 of the requirements. And with Kunamon, that is surprisingly easy. And the reason why I say that is because when it comes to the stat requirement, or rather stat requirements, MP is a relevant stat for all 4 of Kunamon's natural Digivolutions. The stat requirement for Vegemon is 1000 MP. The stat requirement for Barkamon is 1000 MP. The stat requirement for Carbuterimon is 1000 MP, along with 1000 HP and 100 attack and 100 speed, and the stat requirement for SkullGreymon is 1000 MP along with 1000 HP, 100 defense and 100 speed, which means that with Kunamon, if you keep MP under 1000, then you won't fulfill the stat requirement for any of his natural Digivolutions, which then immediately puts you in a position where, in order for a natural Digivolution to be a risk, you would have to fulfill all 3 of the other requirements, and this is something that can be resolved by having Kunamon's weight under 5, because the weight requirement for Vegemon is 5 to 15, the weight requirement for Barkamon is 15 to 25, the weight requirement for Carboterimon is 25 to 35, and the weight requirement for SkullGreymon is 25 to 35. The weight requirements for Kunamon's natural Digivolutions vary between 5 and 35, which means that if you have your weight outside of the range of 5 to 35, then you won't fulfill the weight requirement for any of Kunamon's natural Digivolutions, and the easiest way to go about this is probably by keeping Kunamon's weight under 5. You can achieve this by feeding super carrots to Kunamon. So by keeping MP under 1000 and keeping weight under 5, you won't have the stat requirement for any of Kunamon's natural Digivolutions, nor will you have the weight requirement for any of Kunamon's natural Digivolutions, and that is enough to rule out all of Kunamon's natural Digivolutions, regardless of bonus conditions, regardless of care mistakes, and regardless of any of your other stats. You know, as long as your MP is under 1000, it doesn't matter what your other stats look like, you won't have the stat requirement, and as long as you also have your weight under 5, then you will have no more than 2 of the requirements for any of Kunamon's natural Digivolutions. So, in the interest of being successful with Digivolving to Numamon, I am keeping my MP under 1000, and I am keeping my weight under 5. When my weight is as low as 1, I feel okay to feed Kunamon a sirloin. That will put his weight up to 4. But if his weight is above 1, and it's been long enough in order for Kunamon to Digivolve, then I would have to feed him a super carrot instead, because even if his weight is as low as 2, giving him a sirloin would put his weight up to 5, which is within the danger zone. My weight is currently 3. This sirloin will put it up to 6, but it hasn't been long enough in order for Kunamon to Digivolve, so I was okay with feeding Kunamon a sirloin. But you know, during my time with Kunamon, I have already fed him super carrots to lower his weight, and I am going to continue to feed him super carrots when it's necessary, in order to ensure that his weight is under 5 when it matters. And another thing is that I do want my lifespan to be as long as realistically possible, because of the amount of work that there is to be done in this lifespan. At that time I gave Kunamon a super carrot. Yeah, due to the amount of work that there is to be done in this lifespan, I do want to maximize my lifespan. I do want my Digimon to live for as long as realistically possible, and because of that, I'm trying to keep happiness and discipline as full as possible. I'm trying to avoid things like the sweat bubble and injury and sickness, and I'm trying to keep care mistakes at a minimum, which is why I have fed Kunamon every time that he has wanted to eat. If I was to feed him nothing but sirloins and other food items that cause your weight to increase, then that would be a problem. And that's why I've got super carrots on me. Food items which cause your weight to decrease rather than increase, meaning that you can cause your Digimon's weight to go down without the need of not feeding your Digimon, which would count as a care mistake and affect happiness and discipline and lifespan. So instead, I do feed him, and when I have concerns with weight, I feed him a super carrot, so that I am still feeding him. I am still avoiding the care mistake. I know that keeping Kunamon awake against his will is a care mistake, but as far as I'm aware, that's the only care mistake that I am having. And even though that might have some impact on lifespan, I am hoping that it will be worthwhile. I'm hoping that the extra 8 hours that the evolution counter is going to go up by every day will more than make up for any reduction that my lifespan might have as a result of keeping my Digimon awake against its will and not letting it sleep until the final hour. Yeah, I started off with a baby Digimon, digivolved to an in-training Digimon. I wanted to digivolve to a rookie Digimon as soon as possible, which is why I chose to digivolve to Kunamon instead of digivolving to a naturally digivolving to a rookie Digimon, because digivolving from an in-training Digimon to Kunamon, there's the opportunity to digivolve more quickly, and I know that I'm aiming for Numamon, and the downfall with that is the fact that it does take an extra day for your rookie Digimon to digivolve to Numamon, as opposed to digivolving naturally, but I'm speeding up the digivolution with the sleep trick, and when I digivolve to Numamon, that is when that is sort of, in my eyes, the starting point of this lifespan. When I digivolve to Numamon, that to me is when this lifespan will start, when I will then be able to begin with the progress that I'm planning on making in this lifespan. My attitude is that it will this lifespan essentially will start when I digivolve to Numamon, and at the moment I am taking measures to try and digivolve to Numamon as quickly as possible. Not to mention that, I've also been able to ensure that Numamon will be the Digimon that I digivolve to. As long as MP stays under 1,000 and weight stays under 5, that is very simple, very straightforward. You don't have to worry about anything else. Keep MP under 1,000, the stat requirement for all the Digimon is out of the question. Keep weight under 5, the weight requirement for all of the Digimon is out of the question. Even if you have the care mistakes and the bonus condition, that alone isn't going to be enough in order for you to digivolve to that Digimon. I am having to make use of the Centaur clinic a lot, because there's virtually no potential for me to reduce tiredness from sleeping, which means that I'm in a position where I am pretty much solely relying on the clinic in order to be able to reduce tiredness by resting at the clinic. And I think it's gone well so far, because I don't think I've seen the sweat bubble as of yet. I mean, not in this lifespan, I mean. Obviously in other lifespans I've seen it. Our weight is low enough in order for a sirloin to be justifiable. Now we sleep for another single hour and have the evolution counter go up by 9 hours. I think it's 9 hours. Still not ready to Digivolve just yet though. But as far as I'm aware, I am doing the most that I can physically do. You know, Digivolving from an entraining Digimon to Kunamon. Having the evolution counter go up by 8 hours more each day than what it's meant to go up by. You know, the evolution counter going up by 8 hours more than how many hours are really passing by, and trying to maximize lifespan by keeping care mistakes at a minimum, and you know, keeping my happiness and discipline as full as I am able to. And we are Digivolving. And that noise was a good noise. It sounded like Numamon. And it is Numamon. We have Numamon as our Digimon, which means that we can now take the next step with Factorial Town, because now we can go to the sewer, we can battle the Numamon that's there, and we can defeat the Numamon, recruit the Numamon, Before any of that though, our Numamon has the job of cleaning up the city a bit. The city is a prettier place when it's not littered with feces. Okay, Numamon wants to sleep, but I'm not going to let him sleep, because if I was to let him sleep, then we would wind forwards by many hours, and those are hours that I want to spend making progress, and not hours that I want to spend sleeping. So I'm going to be keeping Numamon awake against his will, so that I can be making progress with Numamon during his inactive hours, instead of letting him sleep and then losing goodness knows how many hours and being, you know, goodness knows how many hours closer to fading away, something that we want to delay for as long as possible because of the amount of work that needs to get done in this lifespan. I'm not going to let Numamon... I'm not going to wait until the final hour in which Numamon wants to sleep and then let him sleep on the final hour. I'm just going to keep Numamon awake the whole time, maximising the amount of time that we are awake and active for, and that is time that we can spend making progress. With that battle won, we have recruited Numamon, recruited Numamon with Numamon, and it's just occurred to me that when Digivolving to Numamon, we would have naturally learned Horizontal Kick, a technique that we didn't previously have, and apparently when it comes to techniques linked to bonus conditions, apparently Horizontal Kick counts as 2, the same way that Dynamite Kick does. And if we were at 25 techniques, which I think we were, and if Horizontal Kick is a new technique, then I think that means that we are now up to 27 techniques. Okay, well, with Factorial Town, I have done as much as I can do for now. I defeated Greymon in the previous lifespan, which meant that I couldn't go any further with Factorial Town until having Numamon as my Digimon, so that I could defeat and recruit the Numamon, which I did, and then speak to the Andromon again, which I did, and now it's a case of I will have to return to Andromon once a certain amount of time has elapsed, and I will need to have Andromon as my Digimon, and that definitely won't be happening in this lifespan, So by the time that I do have Andromon as my Digimon, Andromon definitely would have recovered the data, and then I'll be able to recruit Andromon with Andromon, and that will be the next step. And recruiting Andromon will make Guromon recruitable. You just have, after recruiting Andromon, you just have to return to where you battled Guromon, and I don't want to be getting into a battle here as a result of Numamon eating. Okay, I think it's okay. Yeah, return to where you battled Guromon. Guromon would have recovered. Speak to him, he'll join the city, but we will need to have Guromon as our own Digimon when doing that. Not to mention that recruiting Andromon will also result in Nannymon appearing in the sewer, and as long as it's not our fifth, as long as it's not going to be our fifth encounter with Nannymon, then we can speak to him in the sewer with any Digimon. It's just the first 4 encounters with Nannymon can be done regardless of who your partner Digimon is. But the 5th encounter, you will need to have Nannymon as your own Digimon, because the 5th encounter results in Nannymon joining the city, and obviously you would have to recruit Nannymon while having Nannymon as your own Digimon. Thanks to the new shortcut, which takes you from Factorial Town to Gear Savannah and vice versa, I was able to travel from Factorial Town to Gear Savannah to Toy Town, and I am now digivolving from Numamon to Munceymon. Munceymon is now my Digimon. My usefulness with Numamon ended. Well, I was about to say that my usefulness with Numamon ended after I recruited Numamon, but actually that's not true. I still needed to use Numamon in order to be able to digivolve to Munceymon, so Numamon's usefulness ended when I digivolved to Munceymon. In other words, Numamon's usefulness ended just a few moments ago, but I do no longer need Numamon, and Munceymon is my current Digimon, and if I go into the robot house and speak to the robot Digimon, then he will unlock the door which leads towards Waru Munceymon. And I kept Numamon awake against his will, and I'm doing the same with Munceymon. I don't want to waste time by sleeping. I want to be making progress, so I'm not going to allow Munceymon to sleep the same way I didn't allow Numamon to sleep. Because this lifespan is not going to end with Munceymon. There is other progress that there is other work to be done, other progress to be made, which doesn't involve Munceymon, doesn't involve having Munceymon as our Digimon. Am I avoiding these Tankmon? Yes. Anyway, thanks to Barkamon and Tyrannomon, I'm able to have Thunderbolt, Megalospark, and Muscle Charge as my techniques with Munceymon. And I anticipate that they are going to come in handy against the battle against Warumuncymon. And by defeating Warumuncymon, we will then be able to recruit Munceymon. Which is very convenient because Munceymon is the Digimon that we have got as our Digimon. Will he be kind enough to drop a HP chip? Yes. And there's also a HP chip in the computer just to the left of the small box. And more importantly, having defeated Warumuncymon, he's given us what looks like a gear, but it is in fact a Digimon called Hagurumon, and by returning to the robots and presenting them with Hagurumon, Munceymon will join the city, and also Nannymon will then spawn in the toy mansion. He will spawn on the very spot that Warumuncymon was on. Warumuncymon will no longer be there. We will never see Warumuncymon again. Once you defeat him and leave, that's the end of him. But yes, after we recruit Munceymon, that will result in Nannymon being in the toy mansion in the exact room that Warumuncymon was on the exact spot that Worumutsimon was on. And by speaking to him, that will be our third time of encountering him. It will mean that we would have spoken to him at 3 of his 5 locations. That does mean that we do have to go back to the toy mansion. We have to go back through the rooms that we previously had to go through when pursuing Worumutsimon. So we have to go through the same rooms and try to avoid the same Digimon, because we're trying to get to the same destination, except this time it's Nannymon that we are pursuing. And that time we were not successful with avoiding the Tankmon, but only one of them is taking part. We should be able to defeat him easily enough. As a machine Digimon, Tankmon doesn't take kindly to being struck by techniques like Thunderbolt and Megalospark, and thanks to Muscle Charge we were able to put our attack up to the maximum, meaning that we were able to inflict very serious damage upon the Tankmon and defeat him easily enough. Muntsimon no longer wants to sleep. We reached the hour that he would have woken up on, but I didn't let him sleep. Like I said, I kept him awake the whole time. I kept him awake against his will. And despite the fact that we have recruited Muntsimon and are now done with Toy Town, we are not done with this lifespan. There is still work left to be done, not work involving Muntsimon, but work involving different Digimon, and there might be the question of how is that going to work? How are we going to get from Muntsimon to a different Digimon? And I'll give you a hint. When I had Bottomon as my Digimon, there was a time when he needed the toilet, and I deliberately let him sleep while he needed the toilet, which resulted in him messing on the floor during his sleep, which has put our Virus Scourge up to being 15/16 full. It takes Digimon messing on the floor 16 times in order to fill up the virus scourge. We have had Digimon mess on the floor 15 times, which means that it's 15/16 of the way there. We are only one away from filling the virus scourge to the maximum. We only need to mess on the floor once more in order for the virus scourge to fill up completely. And as you know, the virus scourge filling up to the maximum results in your Digimon Digivolve into SkullGreymon, regardless of what Digimon you have. Any Digimon can Digivolve to SkullGreymon, with the exception of SkullGreymon, because when SkullGreymon is your Digimon, the virus scourge doesn't fill up when he messes on the floor, which means that you can't Digivolve from SkullGreymon to SkullGreymon. But if any other Digimon messes on the floor, it fills up the virus scourge, and when the virus scourge gets to the absolute fullest, you then Digivolve to SkullGreymon, who conveniently is the next Digimon that we are aiming for. I have come to Trash Mountain, and I am within very close proximity of the SkullGreymon that can be recruited. I am training MP to improve my MP and also speed up the time waiting for Muncymon to need the toilet. He does need the toilet. Okay, after this, he's going to mess on the floor. Now he is going to Digivolve to SkullGreymon. And now we can recruit the SkullGreymon, who is recruitable out of the SkullGreymons in Trash Mountain. There he is. He's now joined the city. I think we had 46 prosperity points at the start of this lifespan. I think Numamon would have made it 47, I think Muncymon would have made it 50, and I think SkullGreymon would have made it 51. And I said that if all goes according to plan, then we are going to end this lifespan with 54 prosperity points, which means that we are not done yet, because we are 3 prosperity points adrift of what I said that the target was. So that might raise the question of what is going to be happening next. What do we do now? And the answer to that question is that Now we are aiming to Digivolve to Etamon. We are aiming to Digivolve from SkullGreymon to Etamon. That was the plan from the beginning of this lifespan. Digivolve to Numamon as quickly as possible, recruit Numamon. Digivolve to Muncymon as quickly as possible, recruit Muncymon. Digivolve to SkullGreymon as quickly as possible, recruit SkullGreymon. And now attempt to Digivolve to Etamon, and if successful, recruit Etamon. You need 50 prosperity points in order for Etamon to show up in the native forest. We have 51 prosperity points, which is enough in order for the Etamon to show up at the native forest. And if we can Digivolve from SkullGreymon to Etamon within this lifespan, before SkullGreymon fades away, then we will then have the option of recruiting Etamon, gaining another 3 prosperity points, putting us from 51 prosperity points up to 54 prosperity points. And might I say that out of the 3 filth Digimon, SkullGreymon, Numamon, and Nannymon, and out of the natural Digivolutions that are available to them, in SkullGreymon's case it's Etamon, in Numamon's case it's Muncymon, in Nannymon's case it's Digitarmamon. Naturally digivolving from a filth Digimon to the ultimate Digimon that it can digivolve to is very hard. In fact, I would say that digivolving from a filth Digimon to its natural ultimate is the hardest Digivolution in the game. If I begin by focusing on SkullGreymon digivolving to Etamon, the care mistake requirement is a maximum of 0, which means that you can't afford to have a single care mistake if you want to fulfill the care mistake requirement. The bonus condition, there's 2 elements to it. Either have a minimum of 49 techniques, or win a minimum of 50 battles. Those are very tight restrictions, because there's only 56 techniques in the entire game, 58 if you account for the fact that horizontal kick and dynamite kick both count as double, but nonetheless, in order to fulfill the technique side of the bonus condition, you would need 49 techniques, which is most of the techniques in the game, or you would have to win 50 battles, which with SkullGreymon would be very difficult, because firstly, you will be very limited when it comes to stats, because when you Digivolve to SkullGreymon, your stats get halved, which means that when you begin with SkullGreymon, your stats will be, half of what they were before you Digivolved to SkullGreymon. Also, training with SkullGreymon, as well as the other 2 Filth Digimon, is not very effective. When you train with SkullGreymon or any of the other Filth Digimon, the stat boosts that you get are lower than the stat boosts that you get when training with most other Digimon, which means that it will be difficult to get good stats, and thus it would be difficult to get good stats, and the less good your stats are, the harder it will be to win battles. Not to mention that if it's your first experience with a Filth Digimon, then your only technique will be horizontal kick, which is one of the worst techniques in the game, which means that winning battles with SkullGreymon or any Filth Digimon will be particularly difficult because of the limitations with stats and the limitations with techniques. Obviously, you could try and learn some better techniques, but that would require you to be successful. It would require you to be successful with either learning filth techniques from training brains, or from winning battles where filth techniques get used, and that could take a lot of attempts and could prove to be time consuming. So the point that I've made so far is that with SkullGreymon, it would be very hard to naturally Digivolve to Etamon because of the fact that you can't have a single care mistake, and you would either need to have a minimum of 49 techniques or win a minimum of 50 battles in order to fulfill the bonus condition. So the care mistake requirement is going to be very risky, because if you were to have one single care mistake, then you would have to reload, the fact that you can't have a single care mistake means that the care mistake requirement is going to be very hard to fulfill. The bonus condition is going to be very hard to fulfill. As for the stats, the stat requirement for Etamon is 2000 HP, 3000 MP, 400 attack, 200 defense, 400 speed, and 300 brains. Now, those are not outrageous stats. In principle, it shouldn't be a monster of a task to reach those stats. But in the case of Sukamon, when you remember what I said about the fact that when you digivolve to Sukamon, your stats get halved, and that training with Sukamon is less effective than when training with other Digimon, it means that getting the stat requirements for Etamon while you have Sukamon as your Digimon is going to be a lot harder than if you were to try and get those stats with a regular Digimon. So even though in principle the stat requirement isn't that bad, Sukamon's difficulty with getting good stats will make the stat requirement hard to achieve. I've already commented on the care mistake requirement and the bonus condition, and then that just leaves the weight requirement, which is 10 to 20. And, well, seeing as we have food items that cause weight to decrease, super carrots being the first item to spring to mind, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for us to fulfill the weight requirement for Etamon in this scenario. But if you were in a position where you didn't have any food items that cause weight to go down, then fulfilling the weight requirement would be a problem, because due to how much Sukamon wants to eat, your weight would surely end up going above 20, and if you don't have any food items that cause weight to go down, then you wouldn't be able to get your weight to go back down to being within the range of 10 to 20. You could cause your weight to decrease by not feeding your Digimon, but that would be a care mistake, and we've already established that in order to digivolve from Sukamon to Etamon, you can't have a single care mistake. So yes, naturally digivolving from Sukamon to Etamon is very difficult. Naturally digivolving from any Filth Digimon to their ultimate Digimon is very difficult, because what I said about Sukamon not being able to train very effectively, that also applies to the other Filth Digimon, Numamon and Nannymon. I also said about how Digivolving to Sukamon results in your stats going down by 50%. Well, Digivolving to Numamon causes your stats to go down by 20%, which isn't as bad, but is still a decrease in stats, and that combined with ineffective training would make it hard to reach the necessary stat requirements, and Numamon would have the same problem when it comes to trying to win battles, because I said about, you know, Sukamon having difficulty with winning battles because of his stats and techniques, and you would have the same problem with Numamon. As for Nannymon, well, when you digivolve to Nannymon, your stats don't go down, but they also don't go up. So your stats will remain as they were before you digivolved to Nannymon, and you know they'll still be the same after you digivolve to Nannymon. Nannymon also has the disadvantage of not being able to train very effectively, and he too would start off with horizontal kick, which is one of the worst techniques that would make winning battles a lot harder. The only slight advantage that I can think of with Nannymon is the fact that he also has Battle as a nature and can learn Megaton Punch, which would make winning battles easier. If I was to just go over all of the all of the ultimate Digimon that the Filth Digimon can digivolve to, and the requirements in place, I will repeat the requirements for digivolving from Sukamon to Etamon. The stat requirement is 2000 HP, 3000 MP, 400 attack, 200 defense, 400 speed, and 300 brains. The care mistake requirement is 0, the weight requirement is 10 to 20, and the bonus condition is to either have a minimum of 49 techniques or to have won a minimum of 50 battles. As for digivolving from Nannymon to Digitarmamon, the stat requirement is 3000 HP, 3000 MP, 400 attack, 400 defense, 400 speed, and 300 brains. The care mistake requirement, like with Etamon, is 0, a maximum of 0, that is. The weight requirement is a bit lighter, 5 to 15, and the bonus condition is even more difficult. Either have a minimum of 49 techniques or win a minimum of 100 battles. As for Digivolving naturally from Numamon to Muncymon, the stat requirement is 3000 HP, 3000 MP, 300 attack, 300 defense, 300 speed, and 300 brains. The care mistake requirement, yet again, is a maximum of 0. The weight requirement is quite a bit higher, 35 to 45, and the bonus condition is the same as Etamon's, either a minimum of 49 techniques or a minimum of 50 battles. So, I would like to think that you can see where I'm coming from when I say about it being very hard to digivolve from a filth Digimon to its natural ultimate Digimon. Because in every case, the bonus condition is extremely strict. In the case of Etamon and Numamon, requiring you to either have a minimum of 49 techniques or win a minimum of 50 battles, that was referring to Sukamon digivolve into Etamon and Numamon digivolve into Muncymon. As for Nanimon digivolve into Digitalmamon, the bonus condition is even more strict. The same number of techniques, 49, but twice as many battles, 100, and the fact that in all three cases you cannot afford to have a single care mistake. So, yes, when it comes to the filth Digimon digivolving, none of them can have a single care mistake. 2 of them need to either have a minimum of 49 techniques or a minimum of 50 battles, whereas the other needs either a minimum of 49 techniques or 100 battles. They all have their own separate weight requirements and their own separate stat requirements. But out of the 4 conditions, you have to fulfill a minimum of 3 of them, and well, the bonus condition will likely prove to be very hard to achieve. The stat requirement will likely prove to be very hard to achieve, unless you've got like loads of like item chips available to you. or something that can help you with the stats. The care mistake requirement is very dodgy because you can't have a single care mistake. And then the weight requirement, well, like I said, if you've got food items... Okay, I didn't want to learn skunk spray. That's now put us up to 28 techniques, I think. And yes, the weight requirement, I mean, if you have the necessary items in order to be able to manage your weight, such as food items that cause your weight to go up, as well as food items that cause your weight to go down, then the weight requirement would probably be the easiest requirement to fulfill. But if you're not fortunate enough for that to be the case, you know, if you've only got food items that make your weight go up, which is the case with most food items, then even the weight requirement is going to be very hard to pull off. I mean, fortunately, we've already digivolved from Numamon to Muncymon, and we were able to do that the easy way because we were able to go to Toy Town and use the costume in order to have the very straightforward Digivolution. You just have to take Numamon to the Muncymon costume, and boom, Numamon will digivolve to Muncymon. Simple as that. So that has saved us the trouble of having to digivolve from Numamon to Muncymon the hard way. And thanks to the Misty Egg, which makes you digivolve to Digitarmamon, we will also be spared having to digivolve from Nannymon to Digitarmamon the hard way, because we can just use a Misty Egg, give it to any champion Digimon, and it will digivolve to Digitarmamon. You know, the Misty Egg that we collected at the Secret Beach Cave, it's a Digivolution item that makes you digivolve to Digitarmamon. Give it to any champion Digimon, and the Digimon will digivolve to Digitarmamon. That will save us the trouble of having to digivolve to Digitarmamon the hard way. It will save us from having to digivolve from Nannymon to Digitarmamon, or at the very least it will save us from having to digivolve from Nannymon to Digitarmamon naturally. But in this instance, we don't have a simple solution, because even though there is a Digivolution item that does make you digivolve to Etamon, you have to recruit Etamon in order to be able to get this Digivolution item. Gold Banana it is called, and in this challenge we will need to have Etamon as our Digimon in order to be allowed to recruit Etamon, which means that we wouldn't be able to get the gold banana until after we've already digivolved from Sukamon to Etamon. So, unfortunately for us, digivolving to Etamon has to be done the hard way. And we do actually now have the stat requirements for Etamon, and I was about to say that we also had the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement as well, and in which case, well, we are digivolving, and it is Etamon that we have digivolved to, but just before I got interrupted by the Digivolution, what I was going to say was that despite the fact that we reached the stat requirement for Etamon, we still hadn't digivolved to Etamon. And as well as having the stat requirement, we also had the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement. And so what I was going to say was that presumably we hadn't had Sukamon for long enough in order for him to be able to digivolve. Presumably we hadn't had him for 6 days, which is the minimal requirement in order for a champion Digimon to be able to digivolve to an ultimate Digimon. But as I was saying that, Sukamon did end up digivolving, and we do now have Etamon as our Digimon, and that means that we can now go to the native forest and confront the Etamon, the opposing Etamon, and if we can defeat him and recruit him, then that will be Etamon added to the city as well, bringing us up to 54 prosperity points, which was my target for this lifespan. And like with when we had Muncymon as our Digimon, the techniques that I've got equipped are Thunderbolt, Megalospark, and Muscle Charge. And I don't blame that Digimon for choosing not to participate in this battle. And I am very pleased to say that that is now the hard work done in this lifespan. Out of the stuff that I had planned to do in this lifespan, I have gotten the difficult stuff out of the way. Digivolve into Numamon, Digivolve into Numamon, recruiting Numamon, Digivolve into Muncymon, recruiting Muncymon, Digivolve into Sukamon, recruiting Sukamon, Digivolve into Etamon, recruiting Etamon. We are now done with what I had set out to do during this lifespan, with the hardest task probably being Digivolving from Sukamon to Etamon, as well as being able to get all of the work done in time, being able to Digivolve to Numamon in time, so that I would be able to Digivolve to Muncymon in time, so that I would be able to Digivolve to Sukamon in time, so that I would be able to Digivolve to Etamon in time. And when I say in time, what I mean is that successfully getting it done before fading away. Because, you know, just Digivolving from Sukamon to Etamon would have taken a minimum of 6 days. There was loads of other stuff that needed to be done before Digivolving to Sukamon, which also took many days. You know, the biggest challenge was Digivolving from Sukamon to Etamon, as well as successfully seeing to everything that I wanted to see to within the time span, in other words, before fading away. And now that Etamon has been recruited, I don't have any further use for my own Etamon. I don't have any further use for this lifespan. So you know the drill. I'm now simply passing the time until I fade away. And I would like to say that Etamon's death didn't actually come until a lot later than I was expecting. In this lifespan, I ended up living to a much older age than what I was expecting to live to, considering that here onwards, with Etamon as my Digimon, I'm just repeatedly training, exhausting Etamon, seeing the sweat bubble, having my happiness and discipline crash, having loads of care mistakes, being a terrible tamer. You know, I thought that, you know, it wouldn't be long at all before Etamon fades away, but I was very surprised that Etamon actually ended up living a lot longer than I thought he would. My lifespan didn't actually end until later than I was expecting, and I can only imagine that it's because of the life extension that we got from Digivolve into Muncymon, as well as the life extension that we got from Digivolve into Etamon. An extra 4 days for Digivolve into Muncymon, plus 4 more days for Digivolve into Etamon, combining to 8 days, which would probably be less because of how much of a bad tamer we are being. You know, we are being a tamer in a way where, you know, we are shortening our lifespan. And, well, I think I assumed that you wouldn't get a life extension from both Muncymon and Etamon. I think I assumed that you wouldn't get like 2 separate life extensions in one lifespan, or that when digivolving from Muncymon to Sukamon, you would lose the life extension that you got from Digivolving to Muncymon, and then the life extension from Digivolving to Etamon would be your only life extension. But that didn't seem to be the way of things. You know, just judging by, you know, how old Etamon was when he did eventually fade away, I'm thinking that I did get a life extension from both Muncymon and Etamon. Because, you know, our happiness and discipline are at the bare minimum or thereabouts. We're seeing loads of the sweat bubble. The butterfly is featuring. We are having care mistakes galore. You know, we're being a dreadful tamer, yet Etamon is still alive, despite, okay, well now he is fading away, but, you know, despite being a dreadful tamer to Etamon for however long it was, it still took that long, that it still took as many days as it took in order for him to eventually fade away. Oh yeah, and when speaking to Digimon about our prosperity points, we have to do it with either a baby Digimon or an entraining Digimon or a rookie Digimon. Otherwise, it will trigger the battle against Airdramon. So 54 prosperity points, and since we spoke to Digimon with a baby Digimon, the battle against Airdramon has not been triggered, nor would it have been triggered if we had spoke to him with an in-training Digimon or a rookie Digimon. But if we were to speak to Digimon with a champion Digimon or an ultimate Digimon, then it would trigger the battle against Airdramon, because the requirement is to have a minimum of 50 prosperity points and to speak to Digimon with either a champion Digimon or an ultimate Digimon. So we can't speak to Digimon and trigger the battle against Airdramon unless we have Airdramon as our own Digimon. That way, we would then be able to battle Airdramon with Airdramon, which would be consistent with the rules of the challenge. But defeating Airdramon with any other Digimon would not be consistent with the rules of the challenge. Well, technically, when you defeat Airdramon, you don't actually recruit Airdramon there and then, and the same is true with Devimon in Mount Infinity. When you defeat Devimon, you don't recruit him there and then. And the same is also true with MetalGreymon in Mount Infinity. When you defeat MetalGreymon, you don't recruit him there and then. The Digimon don't officially become recruited until after you defeat MachineDramon. And in this challenge, in this game, MachineDramon is not a recruitable Digimon, which means that in this challenge I can defeat MachineDramon with any Digimon the same way that I would be able to in a normal playthrough. And even though, you know, defeating MachineDramon is technically what recruits Airdramon, Devimon and MetalGreymon, I have decided that in this challenge Airdramon has to be defeated with Airdramon, Devimon has to be defeated with Devimon, and MetalGreymon has to be defeated with MetalGreymon. MachineDramon, on the other hand, can be defeated with any Digimon because of the fact that he's not a recruitable Digimon, and the fact that it's impossible to have MachineDramon as your own Digimon, meaning that it wouldn't be possible for us to defeat MachineDramon with MachineDramon. So I will classify defeating Airdramon as recruiting Airdramon. I will classify defeating Devimon as recruiting Devimon. I will classify defeating MetalGreymon as recruiting MetalGreymon, and in which case the recruitments have to be done with the suitable Digimon. You have to defeat Airdramon with Airdramon, Devimon with Devimon, and MetalGreymon with MetalGreymon. And so far in this lifespan, I have been a good tamer, and there are reasons for this. Because obviously I plan to Digivolve, and I plan to recruit. I also require my happiness and discipline to both be at the maximum. Not right now, but later into this lifespan, there is something that I will need to do. Later into this lifespan, there is something that I would like to do which will require me to have maximum happiness and maximum discipline. And because of that, in this lifespan, from the get-go, I have been trying my best to be a good tamer by feeding my Digimon when it wants to eat, taking it to the toilet when it needs the toilet, letting it sleep when it needs to sleep, and where our happiness is quite a bit superior to our discipline, I have scolded my Digimon a couple of times to increase happiness to increase discipline at the expense of happiness, but the happiness will go back up from continuing to be a good tamer. So the happiness that we lose from scolding our Digimon, we will more than get that back by continuing to be a good tamer. I just think rather than have my happiness go to the very maximum and then stay in the maximum and then have nothing more to gain, it just seems to make more sense to scold my Digimon to put my discipline up and bring my happiness down, but then my happiness will go back up anyway. The only difference is that my discipline will be slightly better off from the scolding. Okay, we are digivolving, and scolding is something that we are likely to see more of in this challenge, with helping our discipline. Say hello to Biomon. Okay, she wants to sleep straight away, which is fine. Biomon, who can digivolve to Birdramon, who we've not had before, Airdramon, who we've not had before, Tyrannomon, who we've not had before, Unimon, who we've not had before, and Carbuterimon, who we have had before. To go through the Digivolution requirements, starting with the Digimon who's at the top, who happens to be Birdramon. The stat requirement is 100 speed, which we've got. I did loads of speed training when I had Poyomon and Tokamon as my Digimon, and I'm currently focusing on attack, which is helping our speed that little bit more, but the stat requirement for Birdramon is in the bag. The care mistake requirement for Birdramon is a minimum of 3. We are not currently fulfilling that. The weight requirement for Birdramon is 15 to 25. I think we are fulfilling that, because I think our weight was 15 when we digivolved to Biomon, and we've been using sirloins as our main source of food, which puts weight up by 3 per each sirloin. And then two elements to the bonus condition. One is to have a minimum of 35 techniques. The other is to have Biomon as your Digimon. We don't have 35 techniques. If I remember rightly, we have 28 techniques, because I think Horizontal Kick put it up to 27, and then we fluked Skunk Spray, which put it up to 28. However, we do have Biomon as our Digimon, which means that we are fulfilling the bonus condition for Birdramon, as well as the stat requirement, and possibly the weight requirement as well, but not the care mistake requirement. So currently we have either 2 or 3 of the requirements for Birdramon. I'm more inclined to think 3, because I'm more inclined to think that our weight is within the range of 15 to 25. Airdramon. The stat requirement is 1000 MP, 100 speed, and 100 brains. We have the speed, but we don't have the MP or the brains. Therefore, we don't currently have the stat requirement for Airdramon. Okay, this is putting our weight up to 20. Sleeping will put our weight down, but our weight will still be within the range of 15 to 25. as I was saying, we don't currently have the stat requirement for Airdramon, and things will remain that way unless we get MP up to 1000 and get brains up to 100. The care mistake requirement for Airdramon is a maximum of 1 care mistake. We are currently fulfilling that. As far as I'm aware, I haven't had any care mistakes with Biomon. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. We're not currently fulfilling that. Our weight is too low. We would need to get our weight higher in order to fulfill the weight requirement for Airdramon. The bonus condition has 2 elements, either a minimum of 35 techniques or have your discipline at a minimum of 90%, and we are no longer at 0 care mistakes. We are now at 2 care mistakes because I didn't feed Biomon, and I trained while not feeding her and passed the last opportunity to feed her, so we no longer have the care mistake requirement for Airdramon, along with currently not having the stat requirement or the weight requirement. As for the bonus condition, either a minimum of 35 techniques or have your discipline at a minimum of 90%. We are not there with the techniques, but we are there with the discipline. Or wait, or are we there with the discipline? From the looks of things, I would say that we are there with the discipline, which means that we do have the bonus condition for Airdramon, but currently that's the only requirement that we have for Airdramon, and we are now up to 4 care mistakes because I again didn't feed Biomon while training. Cockatorimon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP. I don't think I've got that. Okay, I definitely haven't. Care mistake requirement. Sorry, I don't currently have the stat requirement for Cockatorimon, and if I want to fulfill it, then I'd have to get HP up to 1000, but at the moment the stat requirement is not in the bag. The care mistake requirement for Cockatorimon is a minimum of 3, which we are fulfilling, and we are definitely going to fulfill no matter what, because the requirement is 3 care mistakes or more, and we are at 4 care mistakes. The weight requirement is 25 to 35, which I imagine we haven't got because I did go 2 occasions without feeding Biomon, which would have affected our weight. So I imagine our weight is under 25. The bonus condition for Cockatorimon, there's 2 elements, and I think that we are Okay, weight is 14, so weight isn't even within the range of 15 to 25 anymore. But, the bonus condition for SkullGreymon, there's 2 elements to it, and I think we are successful with both of them. One of them is to have a minimum of 28 techniques, the other is to have Biomon as your Digimon. But the bonus condition only counts as 1, so that's currently 2 of the requirements, care mistakes and bonus condition. If I want 3 of the requirements, then either we're going to need to put our weight up to being within the range of 25 to 35, or we are going to have to put our HP up to being at a minimum of 1,000. Unimon, the stat requirement is 1,000 HP and 100 speed. We have the speed but not the HP, so we don't have the stat requirement for Unimon, not currently, not for as long as our HP is under 1,000. The care mistake requirement is a maximum of 3. We are not going to fulfill that because we've gone above it. The weight requirement is 25 to 35. We currently are not fulfilling that. And then the bonus condition, either a minimum of 35 techniques or a minimum of 10 battles. We are not fulfilling that either. So currently we don't have any of the requirements for Unimon. So, and one of the requirements is already out of the question, that being the care mistake requirement. So in order for us to have any chance of digivolving to Unimon, we would have to get HP up to 1,000, get weight up to the range of 25 to 35, and have a minimum of 10 battles. And then SkullGreymon, who logically speaking is not a good Digimon to aim for. The stat requirement is 1,000 HP, 1,000 MP, 100 attack and 100 speed. We've definitely got the attack and the speed. I'm not sure about the MP, but we definitely don't have the HP. So once again, we are not fulfilling the stat requirement for a Digimon due to our HP being under 1,000. Okay, MP is also under 1,000. So to have the stats for SkullGreymon, we would have to get both HP and MP up to 1,000 or more. The care mistake requirement, maximum of 1, that is out of the question. We've had 4 care mistakes. Weight requirement 25 to 35. Currently we are not fulfilling that. And the bonus condition is out of the question as well. You need to either have Kunamon as your Digimon or have a minimum of 35 techniques, so it's impossible to digivolve to SkullGreymon in this lifespan. That does it for the Digimon that Biyomon can digivolve to, and the fact that I almost said Birdramon, or rather the fact that I partly said Birdramon, has probably given away the fact that Birdramon is the Digimon that I am aiming for, and the Digimon that I have gotten the stat requirement was just 100 speed, which we had. The care mistake requirement was a minimum of 3, which we had. The weight requirement was 15 to 25, which we had. And part of the bonus condition was to have Biyomon as your Digimon, which we had. So we had all 4 of the requirements for Birdramon, and also Birdramon's relevant stat, speed, was high. It was over 300, which meant that if we did end up fulfilling 3 of the requirements for one of the other Digimon, then the relevant stat average probably would have gone in Birdramon's favour, due to the fact that speed is Birdramon's only relevant stat, and we had I think more than 300 of it, which meant that the relevant stat average would have been 300 and something, I think. I kept HP down to avoid fulfilling the stat requirement for quite a few of the other Digimon. I had the weight between 15 to 25, but more specifically 15 to 24, so that I had the weight requirement for Birdramon, while not having the weight requirement for a Digimon who had the weight requirement of 25 to 35, because if my weight had been bang on 25, then I would have had the weight requirement for Birdramon, but also the weight requirement for Digimon whose weight requirement is between 25 and 35. So with the weight requirement, my real target was 15 to 24, so that I would only have Birdramon's weight requirement. The fact that I have Birdramon as my Digimon means that I'm going to be going to the Great Canyon and battling SkullGreymon, and if I defeat and recruit SkullGreymon, then the the recruitment would feel like it's been very much overdue, because we haven't had the Birdra transport available to us. It still isn't available to us, but recruiting SkullGreymon would mean that the Birdra transport would eventually be available to us. And I don't plan on digivolving to an ultimate in this lifespan, but the work that I am aiming to do in this lifespan is not going to end with the recruitment of SkullGreymon. There is one other recruitment that I am looking to fulfill within this lifespan, and to repeat myself, that is despite the fact that I'm not planning on digivolving to an ultimate. SkullGreymon can only digivolve to Phoenixmon. The only ultimate that SkullGreymon can digivolve to is Phoenixmon, who is a useless Digimon in this challenge. But nonetheless, there is more that I plan to do in this lifespan other than just recruit SkullGreymon. I'm currently training at the Green Gym to try and get my stats better, ready for the SkullGreymon battle. And SkullGreymon is the next recruitment that is on my mind, but there is something else that I then plan to do, which will result in me being able to recruit a different Digimon, despite the fact that I've said that I'm not planning on digivolving from SkullGreymon to a ultimate Digimon. Instead, there is a special Digivolution which enables you to digivolve from SkullGreymon to Airdramon, and my plan is to defeat and recruit SkullGreymon with SkullGreymon, and then do the special Digivolution from SkullGreymon to Airdramon, so that I can then defeat Airdramon in this lifespan as well. You remember the special Digivolution from Vegemon to Ninjamon, which enabled me to have two separate champion Digimon in the same lifespan, and I'm going to be hoping to do a special Digivolution which will enable me to Digivolve from Birdramon to Airdramon, so that I will be able to defeat Airdramon and get Airdramon out of the way, as well as defeating and recruiting Birdramon. And just before letting Birdramon sleep then, I scolded her to put her happiness down, and the reason for that is because the special Digivolution, where you Digivolve from Birdramon to Airdramon, I think there's a 1 in 3 chance of it working, and what you have to do in order for the special Digivolution to work is to have Birdramon sleep while her happiness and discipline are both at the maximum. I've been advised that you also need tiredness to be at the minimum, but that I'm less sure about. What I am sure about is that happiness and discipline have to both be at the maximum. And if I had, when Birdramon wanted to sleep, her happiness and discipline were both at the maximum, which meant that if I had let Birdramon sleep, then there might have been a risk of her Digivolving to Airdramon, and we couldn't have had that happen there and then, because we haven't recruited Birdramon yet. We can't Digivolve from Birdramon to Airdramon until we recruit Birdramon, and that's why before sleeping I scolded Birdramon to lower her happiness so that she didn't sleep with full happiness and discipline, to ensure that Birdramon wouldn't Digivolve to Airdramon. But when the timing is right for me to try and Digivolve from Birdramon to Airdramon, I will need Birdramon to want to sleep. I will need happiness and discipline to both be at the maximum, and as an extra measure I might also make sure that tiredness is at the minimum, and then I will save at Digimon's house. I will then sleep, but I won't save as well, I will just sleep. If I Digivolve to Airdramon, then great, I will carry on. If I don't Digivolve to Airdramon, then I will reload and try again. And if I end up needing to change variables in order to produce a different outcome, then one way, then we can't go about that by praising or scolding Birdramon, because that would mean that our happiness and discipline would no longer be at the maximum. Instead, I might have to offer Birdramon an item and then sleep, and then if it doesn't work, then reload and offer Birdramon 2 items, and then sleep. And yeah, and just keep trying until the Digivolution eventually is successful. We are close to the Birdramon, and once Birdramon is recruited, my own Birdramon's usefulness is over, and then I can Digivolve to Airdramon, so that I can then speak to Digimon, trigger Airdramon, and then defeat the Airdramon, because I will have Airdramon as my own Digimon, which will mean that I will be allowed to defeat the Airdramon, because I'll be defeating the Airdramon while my own Digimon is the same as the Digimon that I will be recruiting. Okay, that's Birdramon defeated and recruited, and now our focus is on Digivolving from Birdramon to Airdramon, and then our focus will be on defeating the Airdramon in the File City.